Chapter 12:17. Long Chen knew nothing about the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. He had only heard that Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists had already transformed the divine energy within their bodies into Nirvana energy. Nirvana also meant rebirth, shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones, and this Nirvana energy had fused with the Nirvana Tribulation Realm and Xiantian energy, becoming an extremely powerful and primitive energy. The nature of Nirvana power was naturally far superior to divine Yuan. However, after using the revolving soul's sacred jade, Long Chen condensed the power of three sides and the power of the revolving soul's sacred jade itself. The power in his body was already infinitely close to the revolving soul sacred jade. As for the specifics, it would depend on the battle. A true Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert was much more difficult to deal with than Long Chen had imagined. The magical and terrifying power in Long Chen's body swept across his body. As Long Chen punched out, Long Chen was no match for Wan Zhu. After exchanging a few blows, Long Chen saw the gap between him and his opponent. Therefore, at this time, he resolutely took out the scarlet blood firmament. His body transformed into a halberd. With the sharpness of the scarlet blood firmament, even the two old ancestors did not dare to take it lightly. This kid has such a strange transformation. What is it that allows a young man to have such power? In fact, the two patriarchs were also complaining in their hearts. The more treasures Long Chen had, the more changes he had, which meant that his status was higher. Could it be that this boy really had a relationship with someone like Shenwu Great Emperor? If that was the case, and the Yang family killed him, even if Tian Zhu became the world emperor again, it would still bring about a disaster. After all, the Supreme Yin Devil world was not comparable to the true Martial Emperor Palace. However, as long as they did not kill him, there should be no problem. Li Xuanji was using the soul-devouring technique. The two old ancestors were also anxious. At this time, they looked at each other and decided to deal with this troublesome Long Chen first. Otherwise, if they let him go all out, the two old ancestors might accidentally take his life. Sometimes, one's status was more of a deterrent to others. Let's restrain him first. They had to admit that they might not be able to take down Long Chen alone, especially when Long Chen was wielding the Scarlet Blood Eternal Desolation. Die. At this moment, the 24 War Spear, which he was most familiar with, was displayed along with the Blood Red Desolation. The mysteries of the 24 War Spear were endless. When it was displayed in coordination with Long Chen's current cultivation, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. The aura of the spear tip burst out and beams of red light pierced through the air, heading in the direction of the Yang family. Many warriors at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm were directly pierced to death before they could escape. Back then, Yi Wushang, who was at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, was able to shake the entire nether mansion. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. At this time, Long Chen could basically kill someone like Yi Wushang. Of course, this power did not belong to him. Tempest style. Heart-piercing stance. Lightning style. One fatal attack after another swept out in front of the two powerhouses. The sharp tip of the spear contained Long Chen's power that could almost resist the power of Nirvana. The two powerhouses did not dare to rashly receive Long Chen's attack. This young man was excellent in every aspect, especially his crazy energy, which was terrifying to look at. However, in the face of absolute power, everything was empty. Ancestor Mo and Ancestral Wan dodged Long Chen's attack. A dark green airflow wrapped around their hands. This kind of energy had a suffocating feeling, as if it came from the ancient times when the world was created. At the same time, it also contained the power of heaven and earth like the Nirvana Tribulation. A little bit of it was enough to shock people. Move. The two progenitors surrounded Long Chen from two different directions. Long Chen squinted his eyes. He knew that it was the power of Nirvana, which was extremely terrifying. At this time, the only thing he could use was the 9 Dragon scripture. As long as I can hold on, she will succeed. The longer I can drag it out, the better. In Long Chen's heart, there was only one word, and that was war. Only by fighting could he let the people he cared about live well. This made his blood boil. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was in front of Chu Tiange. At that time, in order to see Lingxi, Long Chen had risked his life. In the end, he had made the right bet and succeeded. The fourth level of the 9-dragon scripture, Long Chen could barely use it. Behind him, the mysterious sky emerald fire dragon, the ice-armored azure sea dragon, and the 9 heavens wind-riding dragon appeared one after another. Finally, the ancient azure wood dragon was conjured by him. Given his current strength, if he used the 4th tier of the 9-dragon scripture, he would definitely be able to unleash 200% of its power. Roar. For dragons of different colors swirled wildly behind Long Chen, roaring at the sky. The majesty of the dragons caused the crowd below to fall into a dormant state. The scarlet blood desolation spun, and Long Chen used the power of the 9-dragon scripture. With a roar, the tip of the scarlet blood desolation's halberd pierced towards Ancestor Mo. As for Ancestral Wan, Long Chen couldn't care less. Although he was many times stronger now, he could only save one person. The 4 divine dragons roared crazily, condensing in the scarlet blood eternity, colliding with the other party's destructive nirvana force. Immediately, there was a deafening sound, and a huge sound wave swept downwards. Most of the people were directly shaken to the ground. The World King Mountain, which was not tall to begin with, was directly pressed at least 3 meters into the ground. The ground of the entire World King Mountain sank. Long Chen felt like the power of the entire world was crashing down on him. The nirvana force coiled around the scarlet blood desolation, and his weapon almost flew out of his hand. He gritted his teeth, and the blood in his body surged. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and the terrifying power in his body was also greatly shaken. However, Long Chen also knew that Ancestor Mo wouldn't fare much better than him under the full power of the 9-dragon scripture. However, Ancestor Mo's power belonged to him, while Long Chen's power was borrowed. There was still a difference. More importantly, in the blink of an eye, Ancestral Wan was unstoppable. He approached Long Chen and punched at Long Chen. Long Chen retreated while using the undying sword body to resist. However, he ultimately couldn't beat the other party, and the nirvana force directly hit his body. This time, he realized that the power in his body was on the verge of collapsing. Perhaps Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai were already injured. However, there was still some time before Li Xuanji succeeded. And Long Chen couldn't hold on any longer. The 2 ancestors coldly stood in front of him, looking at Long Chen, whose face was pale and whose energy was collapsing. The skinny Ancestor Mo laughed and said, "In the end, this is not your own strength. Little fellow, there are many things in this world that you cannot stop. Before he becomes strong, no matter how talented you are still a weakling. Our will is not something you can change no matter how much you try. That's right, you better go back obediently. Don't worry, our Yang clan's heavenly ancestor will cherish your sister's body. After all, it's a rare extreme Yin devil physique. She is a descendant of our Yang clan. Without us, she wouldn't exist. Her body was given to her by us elders, so it's only right that we take it back today. Your stubborn resistance is meaningless. I'll send you back to your true martial emperor palace. As for the Li clan's young lady, her clan is already gone. I think it's painful for her to live on, so I'll send her to reunite with her family." Ancestor Mo stepped forward and prepared to take Long Chen away. As for killing Long Chen, he didn't dare to do so. Who knew what kind of terrifying background this brat had in the true martial emperor palace? In reality, they thought they were smart. If they knew that Long Chen was just an unremarkable brat from the evil dragon palace, they would probably vomit blood from anger. However, they had underestimated Long Chen. Ancestral Wan's fist that contained nirvanic energy had indeed nearly killed Long Chen. However, surrendering like this wasn't Long Chen's style. At this moment, he suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Two old fools, are your brains caught in the door? Do you think I've lost just like this? Let me tell you, as long as I don't drag that bullshit heavenly ancestor out of my sister's body, your Yang clan won't have a good time. If my sister is gone, I swear that the generations of your Yang clan will be buried with her. Don't doubt me. I, Long Chen, really have the strength to bury your entire clan with her. Even if he didn't have it now, he would have it in the future. Ancestral Wan and Ancestor Mo knew that Long Chen was bluffing. However, they didn't know why, but this Long Chen was indeed very troublesome to deal with. They were worried that he would really drag the backing of the true Martial Emperor Palace into this. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace treated Wang Chen like a treasure. It wasn't easy for the true Martial Emperor Palace to have someone of the same level as them. One could imagine how much effort they would put into this youth. This was a huge problem. But no matter what, the heavenly ancestor had to be resurrected today. I'll send him away first. You killed that little girl from the Li clan. Ancestral Wan snorted coldly and walked towards Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen quietened down. Indeed, he discovered that even so, he could only temporarily block one ancestor. He couldn't deal with two ancestors. After all, the other party was a Nirvana realm expert. This realm was the peak of the three great emperor domains and also the peak of this world. There was a suffocating aura coming from his body. Little Qing. Looking up, the blood-colored flames and stars formed a curtain, blocking Long Chen's line of sight. However, he could still vaguely see the two girls in the sky. That was Long Chen's hope. Thinking back to when they were young, he had stood in front of her time and time again. This time, she had suffered enough crying. As her brother, Long Chen couldn't let her suffer anymore. Long Chen couldn't bear it. Then, let's fight. We can return to our current realm. Today, I can fight against the Yang clan's two ancestors. What can I, Long Chen, not do in the future? A terrifying dragon roar sounded. Different from Nangong Lai's flames, Long Chen's body was burning with the blood sacrifice fire. Chapter 12:18. The first stage of the blood sacrifice. This was also Long Chen's first attempt. Although the dragon blood divine essence in his body wasn't the most abundant, it occupied the leading role. When the leading dragon blood divine essence multiplied, the power of the flames and the stars would also increase. In a short period of time, Long Chen's cultivation had undergone an astonishing transformation in front of the two Nirvana tribulation martialists. This terrifying transformation shocked the two patriarchs. At this moment, they felt a power that could threaten them from Long Chen's body. Ancestral Wan and Ancestor Mo glanced at each other. They had cooperated for many years, so they could understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. There were too many variables in Long Chen. If they didn't subdue him soon, the girl in the sky would be ruthless and the soul-devouring technique would succeed. At that time, their heavenly ancestor would be finished. The Yang family had already prepared to this extent, so they definitely couldn't afford to lose. Long Chen's blood sacrifice was completed in a very short period of time. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by the blazing red blood sacrificial fire. A terrifying aura, a power that was infinitely close to the Nirvana force, was being emitted from his body. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing endless murderous intent. It could be said that his murderous intent was monstrous. Those illusory blood-red dragon shadows were swimming around him, brandishing their claws and fangs. Seeing so many dragon shadows, the two patriarchs were even more certain that Long Chen was a dragon warrior. Only a dragon martial artist could have such a terrifying talent. After all, he was a person who had received the primordial divine dragon's inheritance essence blood. The blood sacrifice fire was completed in a very short period of time. Long Chen's body was already at its limit. Although the power had its own circulation channel, it would still more or less affect Long Chen's body. After another stage of the blood sacrifice, Long Chen had already reached the limit of his limits. He could collapse at any time, and then the three of them would die together. Such a vast power was unfamiliar yet familiar. They simply couldn't adapt to it in a short period of time. Scarlet blood Tian Huang was still in his hands. Long Chen placed the halberd in front of them. He didn't care about anything else. He coldly stared at them and said, "If you want to pass by me, you'll have to ask the halberd in my hand first." Ancestral Wan and Ancestor Mo didn't want to waste any more time. It was true that Long Chen looked very strong, but at the same time, they could see Long Chen's weakness. This power didn't belong to him, so he couldn't unleash it to its fullest. At the same time, he would face the problem of his power collapsing. Phew. The two forefathers attacked Long Chen at the same time. When Long Chen could no longer maintain his body's strength, he would fail. It all depended on his own perseverance. Whether he would collapse and die, or truly succeed, it all depended on his own will. After the blood sacrifice, his power became extremely unstable. The ancient blood spirit dragon's bloodthirst caused Long Chen to go crazy for a while. But even in this situation, Long Chen still maintained a trace of clarity, paying attention to Li Xuanji and Yang Lingqing's movements. In high school, Li Xuanji was truly focused on using the soul-devouring art on Yang Lingqing. The soul-devouring art had already been activated for some time. Because Yang Lingqing had been subdued by Long Chen at the start, the actual time of success might be shorter than Li Xuanji had estimated. "Damned girl, let go of me. You're courting death. Don't forget that I'm far stronger than you. Even if you suck me out, I can still take your life." In the face of the heavenly ancestors' threat and resistance, Li Xuanji's expression did not change. Her eyes were like dark green whirlpools, spinning in front of Yang Lingqing. "Don't doubt my strength. I can really take your life." The heavenly ancestor roared fiercely. She did not expect that she, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, would actually have to use threats to deal with a little girl. "If you wanted to kill me, I would have done so long ago." "There's no need to be so noisy," Li Xuanji replied indifferently. Good. The heavenly ancestor's eyes were cold. "Even if I can't let you die, I will make you pay a heavy price. If you continue, your fate will be quite miserable. Also, that young man of yours can't hold on for much longer." The heavenly ancestor did not think that Long Chen could succeed. What a joke. They were Nirvana tribulation experts, existences at the peak of the world. A mere Long Chen wanting to stop them was definitely wishful thinking. Unexpectedly, Long Chen really stopped them. He clenched his teeth and let the divine origin in his body go berserk. He used the 24 war spear again and again, enveloping the two ancestors in the range of his spear's shadows, making it impossible for them to escape. If they tried to escape, Long Chen would definitely poke a hole in their bodies. They had experienced the first Nirvana tribulation and had the Nirvana rebirth body. They did not want to be stabbed by Long Chen. They did not even dare to be injured, because once they were injured, it meant that they needed to recuperate, which meant that it would take time. The two of them only had time to cultivate. If they recuperated, who knew when the time limit of 1,000 years was up, it would be a tragedy for them. In fact, it was rare for someone to pass the second Nirvana tribulation. After the blood sacrifice, Long Chen was much more powerful than the two ancestors had imagined. His own strength was on the verge of collapse, and he could only maintain his stability by constantly pouring out energy. The two ancestors just happened to be the unlucky ones. The two ancestors felt very sullen. They had great power, but they were suppressed by a nobody like Long Chen. They couldn't use their full strength. Long Chen's speed was very fast, and the speed of his spear was even faster. Ordinary weapons could not break the body of a Nirvana tribulation expert, but Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation could. This gave Long Chen enough conditions to restrain the other party. Traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs had been injured, but his hands did not stop moving. Instead, they became even more frantic. The two Nirvana tribulation experts used the power of Nirvana to fight against him. Every time they attacked, they brought a terrifying blow to Long Chen, but Long Chen still withstood every attack. Rip. The scarlet blood desolation tore through Ancestor Mo's clothes. Seeing the instant of fear in his eyes, Long Chen suddenly understood something. This Nirvana tribulation expert seemed to be very afraid of being injured. After thinking about it carefully, Long Chen understood. They were cultivating at all times because they were worried that the Nirvana tribulation that descended within 1,000 years would turn them into ashes. If they were injured, then they would have to spend a lot of effort to recover, and the more serious the injury, the longer it would take for them to recover, and the longer they would be left behind. No wonder they were so restrained in battle. So this was the reason. To Long Chen, this was a great thing. His gaze was sharp, and the 24 war spears battle line stretched even further. He didn't defend at all, and only attacked fiercely. The best defense was offense. A young junior, at this time, was relying on strange transformations to beat the two Yang family patriarchs to the point of fleeing like rats. The eyeballs of the people below almost fell out. Although they could not see the situation above, it was clear that the two ancestors had not taken down Long Chen yet. What the hell happened to this kid, this time? The other three sects knew that it was just a ceremony to come to the World Emperor Mountain. The World Emperor deity throne must be obtained by Yang Lingqing, so the only world king of their sect was not present. Except for the Nirvana tribulation experts, the others could not help much. Basically, if they went up, they would be killed by the current Long Chen. Even the ordinary warriors who had just entered the 9th level of the divine martial realm could not clearly see the dazzling battle above them. Who won and who lost? Time passed little by little, and the battle in the sky was still going on. It could be said that Long Chen could not do anything to them, but they were also bound by Long Chen and could not escape. After the blood sacrifice, Long Chen was several times stronger than before when he was in the state of soul revolving sacred jade. This power had gathered a variety of magical powers and could no longer be judged by common sense. The less time passed, the more danger Sky Ancestor was in. Obviously, even Li Xuanji's soul-devouring technique had reached the final juncture. The two ancestors knew that at this time, if they still cared about their own life and death, Sky Ancestor would definitely die. The Li family's soul-devouring technique was not just for show. Otherwise, Sky Ancestor would not be so anxious to destroy the Li family. For the two ancestors, Long Chen was more difficult to deal with than a Nirvana tribulation expert. The two glanced at each other and attacked fiercely. Once they attacked, their defensive means were reduced. Long Chen had finally waited for this opportunity, so he naturally would not let it go. Behind him, 4 divine dragons suddenly appeared. At the last moment, Long Chen almost poured all his strength into the blood-red saber in his hand. The power of the 4th level of the 9 dragon scripture swept towards the two ancestors. If he could practice the 9th level of the 9 dragon scripture at this time, he would be able to exert the full power of the 9 dragon scripture. Naturally, these two ancestors would not be a match for him. Although it was only the 4th level, it was still extremely terrifying. Compared to the last time, the 9 dragon scripture was even more powerful. The two ancestors had no choice but to face the blood-red saber in Long Chen's hand that was almost exploding. A rumbling sound rang out. Another explosion rang out. 2 silhouettes retreated from the sky. When the smoke dissipated, a youth covered in blood could be seen standing in the air. He held a blood-red halberd in his hand. That mighty aura he exuded was simply unstoppable. This was Long Chen. As for the two ancestors of the Yang family, they were successfully repelled by the 9 dragon scripture. They crashed into the mountains in the distance. This time, the two ancestors definitely did not feel good. However, Long Chen was in an even worse state. He was the first to be defeated by this blow. All the meridians in his body had collapsed, and he was covered in blood. Only he knew how serious his injuries were at this time. However, he still stood in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The blood that sprayed out was swallowed back by him. The primordial blood spirit dragon would not let its blood go so easily. Looking at the domineering young man standing in the air, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their faces were pale. Today, they seemed to have seen the birth of a legend. This shocking event would definitely shock the entire Shadow Devil world. Chapter 12-19. An unknown young martial artist had actually forced back two famous World King powerhouses of the Shadow Demon world. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it to be true. There was an uproar from below. In truth, Long Chen's consciousness was already fuzzy. In his mind, there was only the conviction that he absolutely had to protect them. It was this conviction that had allowed Long Chen to last until now. But he knew that it was still not enough. In that one move just now, he had suffered heavier injuries than his opponents. The two old ancestors hadn't been heavily injured and were now angrily returning. Without a word, Long Chen used the 9-dragon scripture and sent his opponents flying away once more. Although he was dripping with blood and his flesh was torn by his own strength, and although the two old ancestors had been forced back, from the outside, they were only covered in dirt. Hiss! Loud roars rang out. Wherever the halberd went, the two old ancestors would tremble in fear. During the battle, there were some early 9th-level divine martial realm martial artists of the Yang family who wanted to sneak up and destroy Li Xuanji. But they were discovered by Long Chen and subdued in a single move. Under the halberd, there was basically no one left alive. The Yang family members were finally afraid. They understood that this Long Chen was simply a crazy demon. The two patriarchs were also frightened by this young man. They had never seen someone who was more heavily injured than them, but was still able to kill more ruthlessly than them. In this world, there was only one Long Chen. If they didn't kill this young man today, he would definitely become a hero in the future. However, the two of them didn't even have the courage to kill him. This was because Long Chen was likely related to someone like the true martial great emperor. What do we do? Ancestral One asked in panic after being forced back by Long Chen once more. What else can we do? Fight him to the death. I don't believe that he's the only one who can be so crazy. Ancestor Mo roared. His body was thin but his speed was fast. In a flash, he arrived in front of Long Chen. But unfortunately, Long Chen was faster than him. Go die. Long Chen wildly laughed. The scarlet blood firmament swept out. The attack of the 9-dragon scripture struck Ancestor Mo down into the mountains below, causing the royal mountain to tremble. It's your turn. Long Chen's head was covered in blood, as well as torn flesh and blood. He grinned, his flesh and blood spilling out. It was a hideous sight that caused Patriarch Wan's scalp to go numb. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Watch me. Before he could finish speaking, Long Chen had already performed the 9-dragon scripture in a frenzy, and at the same time, struck him at the same spot. This repeated over and over again. Even Ancestral Wan and Ancestor Mo were on the verge of collapse. They were numb, but the youth in the sky didn't seem to know fatigue, didn't know death. He continued to stand there. Even though he was injured, his back was still straight. The spectating martial artists were all numb to this scene. At the beginning, they had all loathed Long Chen, but now that things had progressed to this point, a trace of admiration involuntarily appeared in their hearts. This was a true hero, one who didn't fear death. The reason he was able to persist to such a degree, leaving everyone speechless, was because of the two women behind him. He was a true man. Such a person was a true man. There was no lack of women among the martial artists present. Seeing such an undefeatable youth bleeding all over but not retreating a single step, they couldn't help but feel their hearts ache. Tears welled up in their eyes. Long Chen knew that the two girls above him were also looking at him in the same way. Yang Lingqing must have known what was happening outside. She only knew that her master Li Xuanji was helping her destroy the soul occupying her body. She knew that her big brother, who had crawled all the way here from the myriad lands domains Biyao village, was protecting them and fighting against the highest existences of the supreme Yin devil world. Yang Lingqing had already succeeded in occupying half of her body. One of her eyes was filled with rage and madness, while the other was sparkling with tears. Big brother, this soft cry contained too many emotions. But only Li Xuanji could hear it. Li Xuanji's body trembled. Then she regained her cold demeanor. If she wasn't using the soul-devouring art, perhaps even she would be crying. She knew where this man's perseverance lay. In his heart, the word protect was more important than anything else. This was also the reason why he was fighting this bloody battle. The two ancestors of the Yang family had been driven to the brink of collapse by Long Chen. They thought that Long Chen's strength would dissipate sooner or later. They thought that Long Chen wouldn't be able to last much longer. But Long Chen had surpassed their imaginations time and time again. From the blood sacrifice until now, he would be injured almost every time he attacked. But every time, he still stood firmly in the air. His blood-red eyes were filled with a domineering arrogance. He was like a bloodthirsty king of slaughter. No one dared to look him in the eye. Evil beast. Ancestral Wan and Ancestor Mo's final attack was once again swept away by the frenzied Long Chen. This time, Long Chen's scarlet blood heaven desolation slashed directly at Ancestral Wan's waist. This tall and thin old man screamed miserably as he was almost cut in half. Rip. Long Chen laughed maniacally as he knocked Ancestor Mo to the ground. His strength had already been completely depleted by now. However, no one could tell that Long Chen was causing them to feel nothing but fear and dread. Ancestral Wan would need at least a month or two to recover from his injuries. Only Ancestor Mo still had the strength to fight. But they weren't Long Chen. They couldn't fight even after being injured. Ancestor Mo stood where he was and helped Ancestral Wan up. Their eyes were filled with helplessness. This was the first time they had been forced to this extent by a single person. It could be said that they were living in a dream. The youth in the sky was still there. He held the halberd in his hand and looked down sharply. His body was dyed red with blood, but it was precisely this blood that made him look especially terrifying and powerless. We've lost. Ancestral One closed his eyes helplessly. They accepted their defeat at the hands of Long Chen. What kind of person was Long Chen in their hearts? He was a rare dragon martialist that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. He was the descendant of a powerful figure in the Martial Emperor Palace. These 2 points were enough to scare people to death. But what they admired the most was Long Chen. He didn't fear death. He was loyal to his friends, tenacious, and indestructible. Such a person's future was unpredictable, no matter what his identity was. They felt that Tianzu had been wrong from the start when he had searched for Yang Lingqing's body. She had been wrong because she had an elder brother. Even if Tianzu succeeded and this youth became a supreme martialist in the future, the Yang family would still be destroyed. It might even be worse than it was now. But they didn't dare to kill Long Chen. They guessed that Long Chen's status in the Martial God Palace wasn't something the Yang family could afford to offend. Ancestor Mo lowered his head and pondered silently. Should he continue fighting with this youth and wait for him to exhaust himself? Or should he give up? If he gave up, Tianzu might die. But it was clear that the Yang family could avoid a disaster. Originally, Tianzu had chosen this method of rebirth without the approval of the realm lord of the Shadow Demon realm. It wasn't the right thing to do. It was a crazy move. Ancestor Mo looked up at the proud youth in the sky. His cold and murderous eyes made people feel helpless. Ancestor Mo finally chose to give up. Mo, as stubborn as you are, you also gave up, Ancestral Wan said helplessly. There are some people in this world who are destined to reach the pinnacle. Stopping him is bringing disaster to the Yang family. Tianzu is old. This isn't her era anymore. Yes, it isn't her era anymore. Our Yang family is fine as it is now. Ancestral One smiled helplessly. They were afraid of being beaten by Long Chen. Seeing that Ancestor Mo and Ancestral One didn't move, the crowd fell silent. They knew what this meant. He actually managed to scare the two old ancestors. Such a person could only be described as a monster. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew he had succeeded. He couldn't help but burst into tears. But he didn't retreat. If he relaxed now, he would still give his opponent a chance. So he continued to hover in the sky, waiting for Li Xuanji to succeed. He believed that Li Xuanji wouldn't let him down. In the sky, Li Xuanji thought the same. She could clearly sense what was happening below. She didn't know why, but she felt proud of this man. Perhaps there were some feelings in her heart, but they didn't belong to her. She could only erase them. Yang Lingqing was completely controlled by the soul-devouring technique. Tianzu's soul was still struggling. Give up. Your man has already given up. He is undefeatable. Li Xuanji's words became the final attack that defeated Tianzu. No, impossible. I personally taught these two bastards. How can they be like this? These two unscrupulous fellows. I treated them so well. Tianzu was a woman after all. She let out a heart-wrenching cry. You're old. It's time to die. This isn't your era, Li Xuanji said coldly. It's no longer my era. No, I won't die, but all of you will die. Ants, no matter what, you have to be under my control. I am the true emperor, and all of you are my slaves. The heavenly ancestor howled in a frenzy. Go to hell. Li Xuanji didn't want to talk to her anymore. Tianzu laughed. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. I'll let you two be a couple. Let's see how you two can be so loving after you die. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. You're not who you used to be. What ability do you have to take my life? Li Xuanji wasn't scared by her. But she understood that she was also facing a battle. Sky Ancestor was such a terrifying god martial arts realm expert, she might not be able to devour him. In the end, whether she would destroy herself, or she would digest her and obtain her martial arts memories, it all depended on fate. But, thinking of the man below, Li Xuanji smiled. She knew that she would be like him. Even though she was young, she could become a nightmare for these old guys. Chapter 12:20. That was probably what a god of slaughter was like. Although Long Chen hadn't killed many people in this battle, his fame had shaken the 3 regions and 9 realms. He had caused too much of a ruckus. Not long ago, even the people of the true Martial Emperor Palace would know what had happened here. After all, the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Supreme Een Devil World were relatively close. Li Xuanji's soul-devouring technique had also reached its final stage. Long Chen's existence was enough to deter others. As long as this blood-soaked man was high up in the sky, no one would dare to go up and touch the Realm Emperor stage. However, Long Chen wasn't interested in the Realm Emperor stage. Li Xuanji felt gratified because she found that Yang Lingqing was also resisting. She was the owner of this body and had the most complete control over it. Although her god martial soul wasn't as good as her opponent's, it had a good resistance. In addition, Li Xuanji's soul-devouring technique was very fatal to her. The great Tao of soul fusion was being stripped away bit by bit. I will make you pay the price. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. You bastards. Heavenly Ancestor's heart-wrenching roar resounded. These threats and intimidation didn't make Li Xuanji waver in the slightest. If it was in the past, she might have been afraid and felt that it wasn't worth it. But now, she wouldn't. Long Chen's performance had given her a very good example. He made her understand that if she wanted to protect the people she cared about, she should resist with all her might. Her heart was as still as water. Li Xuanji's heart was as still as water. She didn't listen to Heavenly Ancestor's heart-wrenching threats at all. To be able to make an expert from 10,000 years ago so hysterical, the two of them could be called a legend. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The soul-devouring technique had been laid down for a long time, and under the careful guidance of Li Xuanji, it was like a shackle that pulled Heavenly Ancestor's soul out of Yang Lingqing's god martial spirit. This little separation made Heavenly Ancestor, Yang Lingqing and the others extremely painful, and they let out heart-wrenching screams. Qing, endure it. Your brother is waiting for you outside. Li Xuanji called out softly. She knew Yang Lingqing's pain, but she had no choice. If she didn't strip it off, the one who would die in the future would be her, Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingqing could hear her words. It was these words that gave her boundless faith. Now, she could only vaguely see the man below who had blocked all the attacks, but she couldn't see him clearly. In order to see his appearance clearly, she had to live well. This feeling brought tears to her eyes. After several years of helplessness and confusion, she finally had the feeling of someone to rely on. As long as he was here, there was nothing to worry about. Just like when the Yang clan in Biyao town was in danger, it was this man who disregarded the past and saved the clan that was about to be destroyed. Sometimes, strength could also be contagious. From Long Chen's body, it passed to Yang Lingqing's body. She suddenly felt her heart was filled with strength. She could endure the pain of being stripped away, but Heavenly Ancestor couldn't. She kept screaming miserably. Yang Lingqing coldly watched the old woman leave her body, and then she felt the world spinning. After Heavenly Ancestor left, Yang Lingqing felt relaxed. She finally found the feeling of living, but the endless weakness of the god martial spirit forced her to fall asleep. Before falling asleep, she longingly looked at the man below, and then at Li Xuanji in front of her. Li Xuanji rarely treated her. At that time, when the Yang clan begged, Li Xuanji was also powerless. She didn't blame her at all. Especially now, it was because of her that she had the chance to come back to life. However, what she didn't know was that after using the soul-devouring technique to pull out Heavenly Ancestor's god martial spirit, this crazy old woman already had the mentality of dying together and pounced towards Li Xuanji. Originally, her eyes had a part of the suction force, and with the Heavenly Ancestor's desire for revenge, her god martial spirit instantly pierced into Li Xuanji's eyes. Lowly beast, I will pester you to death and make you die a horrible death. The Heavenly Ancestor roared ferociously. A dead person like you can't do that. Even though she said that, she still faced death calmly. She knew that the Heavenly Ancestor would not let her off so easily. With her cultivation, she was still unable to devour and digest the other party's soul. However, at this time, the Heavenly Ancestor had already entered her eyes. This was a battle. Thinking about Long Chen, Li Xuanji was filled with faith. It wasn't easy for him to get his life back. I can't let it go to waste. Li Xuanji gritted his teeth and fought with the female devil in his eyes. If she won, she would be safe and sound and digest the other party's soul. It would benefit her a lot, but if she lost, she would probably walk into death. The battle inside the body was even more terrifying than the outside. Li Xuanji frantically circulated the soul-devouring technique, wanting to digest the Heavenly Ancestor, while the Heavenly Ancestor unreservedly released his power, wanting to destroy Li Xuanji's body. Long Chen saw the situation above. He knew that everything was over, but he couldn't move. The current him was seriously injured, and his meridians were damaged. He wouldn't be able to recover without a period of time, especially when he used the blood sacrifice at the end. His divine essence had already reached a state of exhaustion. Even if something happened to Li Xuanji, he wouldn't be able to help her. Fortunately, Yang Lingqing had fallen in front of her, and her breathing was very even. She should have entered the dream state. After a period of recuperation, she should be able to recover. Moreover, this time, she had benefited from the misfortune, as she directly had the cultivation of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. With Yang Lingqing's age, being able to reach this level meant that she could almost be compared with Lingxi. Is it over? Long Chen had an illusion. He felt that Li Xuanji's situation was very bad. A murderous aura surrounded her, and her face was extremely pale and bloodless. Her eyes were bulging, and there were various kinds of powerful airflows fighting in them. Long Chen had already expected that even if she used the soul-devouring technique, she should not feel good. He just didn't expect that there would be such a thing as life-threatening. At this moment, suddenly thinking of it, Long Chen was shocked. Was she going to sacrifice herself to save young Lingqing? But Long Chen still believed that she was not such a stupid woman, and he also didn't want Li Xuanji to be like that. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Exchanging one's life for another was the most stupid thing to do. Live well. He didn't have the slightest bit of strength left, so he couldn't help anymore. She could only rely on herself. After a long time, the murderous aura on her body intensified. She lowered her head and covered her head with both hands, and even seemed to be in great pain. Her delicate body slightly trembled, but she did not fall down. Now, she had a kind of willpower that was the same as Long Chen's, and that was to never admit defeat. Even if it was for him, Li Xuanji also knew that she could not die. The heart of the Eternal Guardian was something that was placed on her chest, and Li Xuanji also hoped that she would not have to use it one day. RIP. Endless faith, she fought with the heavenly ancestor, who intended to die together with her. For the first time, she had the upper hand, and almost destroyed the heavenly ancestor's remnant soul. No, I won't let you have much, I will destroy you. Li Xuanji was the person that the heavenly ancestor hated the most. Before she was about to be destroyed, she went crazy again, and actually let the last trace of her god martial spirit explode. 2 streams of blood flowed from Li Xuanji's eyes, along her white cheeks, and into her chest. But suddenly, she smiled, because the heavenly ancestor was already silent. In the end, she still survived, and did not let him down. As for the already destroyed eyeballs, there was no other way. That crazy woman also wanted to counterattack before dying, so Li Xuanji also had no other way. This was the best thing that she had expected. From the beginning, she knew that she would be in danger of dying, and there was almost a 50% chance that she would die, but she did not tell Long Chen. When a pair of eyes was destroyed, she thought of relief and excitement. At least this was the best result she could hope for. She had survived. Even without eyes, the god martial realm could still perceive the surroundings. The first thing that Li Xuanji did after surviving was to carry young Lingqing, and fly towards the realm imperial stage in the sky. Even Long Chen could not stop her. This silly woman. Seeing that she had already carried young Lingqing to the edge of the realm imperial stage, Long Chen could not stop her. He found that he should be grateful to this woman, so the position of the realm emperor of the profound demon territory. Originally, Long Chen wanted to let Li Xuanji take it, but she was one step ahead of him. This was her own choice. I brought you to the shadow demon realm and almost destroyed you. This is my fault. What happened today is my compensation. With her eyes closed, Li Xuanji gently pushed with her palm, and Yang Lingqing's sleeping body was placed on the realm imperial stage. The light shield on the realm imperial stage flashed, and Yang Lingqing was absorbed. This meant that Yang Lingqing would become the new realm emperor of the profound demon territory. With this identity, she would be directly protected by the realm lord. In the entire shadow demon realm, no one could touch Yang Lingqing, even the Yang family had to worship her. As for Li Xuanji, the position of realm emperor was of great help to her revenge plan, but Long Chen did not know what she was thinking. She gave the position of realm emperor to Yang Lingqing. In the profound demon territory, only they were qualified to do so. If Long Chen did not understand, the people below were even more confused. They stopped Yang Lingqing at all costs, probably to fight for the position of realm emperor, but in the end, they sent Yang Lingqing to the realm imperial stage. What the hell was going on? Most people did not know. And the Yang family was also stunned. This result was beyond their expectations. When Ancestor Mo and Ancestral Wan were frightened by Long Chen, they thought that Li Xuanji would become realm emperor in the end, and that would be the beginning of the Yang family's nightmare. But if Yang Lingqing became realm emperor, then it would be the same for the Yang family. After all, whether it was Ancestor Tian or Yang Lingqing, they would eventually have the strength of realm emperor. The difference was that Ancestor Tian had a strong desire to control, while Yang Lingqing was just a young girl. Finally, when Long Chen saw the 2 lines of blood on Li Xuanji's face, he could not help but feel pain in his heart. She paid the price of her life to destroy my spirit-devouring demon eyes. Even the supreme golden body could not restore it. I will probably be blind for the rest of my life. Chapter 12:21. Her eyes were blinded. In fact, Long Chen was quite worried about Li Xuanji's soul-devouring technique. Now that she was finally fine, he was relieved. However, the thing about her eyes still made Long Chen feel as if there was a thorn in his heart. Sky Ancestor had chosen an extreme method in the soul-devouring demon eye, which led to the destruction of her soul-devouring demon eye. Any attack had different degrees. The power of Sky Ancestor's Nirvana Tribulation Realm self-destructed was normal for Li Xuanji's supreme golden body to not be able to recover. For this, Long Chen could only feel helpless. He always wanted to make up for it, but now was not the time. The bloodstains on her cheeks had already been wiped away by her, and her face had once again become exquisite and peerless. Facing Long Chen, she revealed a rare smile, which made Long Chen feel that the current her was actually very beautiful. This was under the attention of tens of thousands of people. Everything was finally completed. The only imperfection was Li Xuanji's eyes. Long Chen secretly remembered that he must cure her, but this matter could only be put aside for now. Looking up, Yang Lingqing had been surrounded by the Realm Emperor altar. The Realm Emperor altar rose to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen understood that when Yang Lingqing reappeared, she was already the new Realm Emperor of the Xianin Demon region. Although her strength could not reach that level so quickly, at least with this identity, she was in existence above hundreds of millions of people in the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. Except for the Realm Lord of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm, no one could decide her life or death. Having a Realm Lord of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm as a younger sister was also a very proud thing. It was a pity that it seemed that he would not be able to see Yang Lingqing in a short period of time. This opportunity was very big for her, and it would probably take a long time for her to digest it. The Realm Lord of the Shadow Demon Realm still hasn't shown himself. Long Chen muttered in his heart. He knew that the entire Supreme Devil world was under the control of this Realm Lord. He must have known what happened today. Long Chen was an outsider, but he didn't stop him. With regards to the matter of the Heavenly Ancestor using the Great Tao of Soul Fusion to revive, Long Chen guessed that the Realm Lord of the Supreme Devil Realm definitely knew about it. Although the Realm Lord knew about it, he closed one eye. Or could it be that he knew that someone would appear to deal with the Heavenly Ancestor? Therefore, when Yang Lingqing was able to enter the Realm Emperor stage, and when Tianzi was killed, this Realm Lord did not appear to stop her. This made the super experts of this level even more mysterious. Although this Realm Lord was not as powerful as Zhenwu the Great, he was still at the same level. There were not many people who could see the Realm Lord. Perhaps to the Realm Lord, cultivation was the most important thing. Previously, when the Wolf Tribe's Moonswallower had come here and settled the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, he had not made a move. The two of them stared at each other in the sky. Little Chen, Long Chen suddenly heard Han Yunxing's voice coming from the Soul Rotation Sacred Jade. We won't be able to see your sister in a short time. The inheritance of the Realm Lord will take at least a few months to half a year. We have been in the Supreme Devil Realm for almost half a year. It's time to go back. Nangong Lai also said, I have checked your physical condition. It is very bad. We have to hurry back to Zhenwu Emperor Palace so that we can find something to treat you. In addition, if we don't leave now, our energy will collapse and we will disintegrate. I'm afraid we will be at the mercy of the Yang family. Long Chen also understood that he had shocked the Yang family today. Don't worry about Yang Lingqing. She is now the Realm Lord. Everyone in the Supreme Devil Realm is waiting to bow down to her. Even if she comes out, the Yang family will definitely worship her like a bodhisattva. But you killed the 2 experts of the Yang family, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, injured the other 3, and even killed the Heavenly Ancestor. It will not be good for us if they have a grudge against you. In fact, Long Chen understood what they were saying. He looked down and saw more than 100,000 people looking at him in fear. This feeling of looking down on all living beings was really enjoyable. But Long Chen could not hold on for long. The only thing he could do now was to leave the Supreme Yin Devil realm. As for young Lingqing, it was a pity that he could not talk to her for a while. But as long as he recovered, there would be more opportunities in the future. Today was Long Chen's most glorious moment. He looked down and sneered. Yang family and other friends of the profound Yin Devil realm, Long Chen, will come to the Supreme Yin Devil realm again. Next time, you must treat me well. After saying that, Long Chen signaled to Li Xuanji that it was not suitable for her to stay here. Li Xuanji did not say anything. She lowered her head and followed Long Chen. Although she could not see with her eyes, she still had her divine sense. The perception of divine sense was more like a touch. She still could not see, but she could touch Long Chen's expression and knew what Long Chen was trying to express. In terms of combat, the reaction of divine sense was not as sensitive as the eyes, so her combat power might be slightly reduced. The two figures quickly left the sky above the World Emperor Mountain and headed for the exit of the profound Yin Devil realm. Long Chen had accumulated a little more power, which was enough for him to leave the Supreme Yin Devil realm. This trip to the Supreme Yin Devil realm could only be described as thrilling. But Long Chen did not regret it. He did a good job this time. If it were not for him, the lives of those two women would be ruined. Along the way, the two of them were silent. Li Xuanji had her own thoughts, so Long Chen did not ask. Finally, when they were far away from the World Emperor Mountain, Long Chen suddenly stopped. He had reached his limit. At this time, the soul turnover sacred jade was removed. The terrifying power structure on his body condensed into a circular jade pendant. At the same time, a flame and a star gradually condensed into a human figure in front of him. When the power of the soul turnover sacred jade disappeared, Long Chen seemed to be drained. The side effects of the blood sacrifice raged on his body. His god martial spirit and his body were both injured. Long Chen suddenly felt that his vision was blurred, and his vision turned black. His consciousness was gradually leaving his body. In the darkness, he felt as though he had fallen into the embrace of a soft and delicate body. At this moment, Long Chen was like a drowning man. Everything was dark in front of him, and he could only tightly hug the person beside him to prevent himself from fading away. Obviously, his overly tight hug made the delicate body of the woman holding him tremble. "Let's go." It should be Nangang Lai's voice. After that, everyone started moving. The sound of the wind was very loud, but Long Chen's consciousness was blurred. He gradually fell into a deep sleep, and the woman who was hugging him was like the last life-saving straw. He tightly held on to her. Long Chen didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up in a daze, he found himself lying on a piece of land. There were neatly stacked leaves on the ground. They were very soft. As soon as he opened his eyes, a dazzling ray of sunlight shot into his eyes, causing him to immediately squint his eyes again. However, this familiar feeling told him that this should be the dragon sacrificial continent's true martial imperial domain. He knew that they had already come out of the Supreme Yin Devil world. After a while, Long Chen was able to open his eyes and struggle to stand up. During this process, he sensed his body. The dragon blood divine energy had recovered a little, but his god martial soul was injured and in a daze. His comprehension of martial will was still there, but this injured god martial soul might not be able to fully display this level of comprehension. As for his body, it was still a mess. His meridians were broken and twisted. Even with his strong physique, it would probably take a long time for him to recover. However, at least there was still hope. Fortunately, he had chosen the first layer of blood sacrifice this time, so the side effects weren't particularly big. Most of the damage to his body came from the collapse of the soul revolving sage jade. The leaves under him were stacked neatly, allowing Long Chen to lie flat. This was obviously not something a man could do. When he struggled to stand up, someone came over to support him. A pair of delicate white hands were placed on his body. Long Chen turned around and saw that it was Li Xuanji. At this moment, her eyes were closed. Perhaps it was because the damage inside was very ugly, she could only choose this method. With her eyes closed, her eyelashes were very long and gently trembled. Her face was tranquil and peaceful. Although she didn't speak, it gave Long Chen a sense of peace. You don't need to support me, I'm fine. Long Chen stretched his body. After a period of recuperation, they must have given him a lot of medicinal pills. Clearly, Long Chen felt that he had recovered a portion of his combat strength. On the other hand, Li Xuanji's eyes might not be able to recover for the rest of her life if she didn't have good things. Her spirit-devouring demon eyes were also a large part of her battle strength. As for Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai, they couldn't be seen for a moment. They were probably in the surrounding area. This left the space for Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Where is this? Long Chen took a look. It shouldn't be the North Imperial region because the North Imperial region was filled with ice and snow. However, there were green leaves here. Near the sacred martial palace of the true martial emperor palace. You have been unconscious for more than 10 days. Li Xuanji said quietly. The expression on her face had lessened a lot. However, it could be seen that they had finally completed an almost impossible task. Her heart was also filled with pride. We're already here. Long Chen was a little helpless. He had been unconscious for too long. Fortunately, they were taking care of him. Otherwise, he might have been dismembered without even knowing it. He remembered that while he was unconscious for the past few days, he had been hugging a soft and delicate body. It was probably Li Xuanji's. Back in the Star Fiend prison, when Long Chen saw her body with his own eyes, it didn't seem as awkward as it was now. Just as he was about to say something, Li Xuanji suddenly said, "Since you're awake, it's about time for me to leave." Chapter 12:22. Li Xuanji was stunned by his anxious attitude. After a while, she shook her head and said, "I don't know where I can go. I want to travel around and see the world." Long Chen was dumbfounded. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that Ling Shi had instructed him to become a prominent figure in the true Martial Emperor Palace and enter the Martial God Palace. Once he had sufficient status and strength, he would go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to look for her. Therefore, Long Chen had to return to the true Martial Emperor Palace after dealing with the matter of the Supreme Yin Devil World. But could Li Xuanji go with him? Even if she could, she wouldn't agree to it. After all, it wasn't appropriate for her to follow Long Chen there. What kind of status could she use to enter? Furthermore, what kind of status could she use to stay by Long Chen's side after entering? These were all big problems. Long Chen realized that he had been rude. She had the right to make her own decisions. Furthermore, for someone like her who had been trapped for over 1,000 years and had now suffered the destruction of her family, perhaps walking around was the best way. The dragon sacrificial continent was so big. She could travel around and get to know the world. It was better than fighting with him in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Why are you so nervous? It's not like I don't want to see you. The world is only so small. Since you came from the Myriad Kingdom domain, I know you are in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Therefore, there will be many opportunities for us to meet. Seeing Long Chen's nervous expression, the calm Li Xuanji suddenly felt a surge of warmth in her heart. This feeling of being cared for was really good. Long Chen smiled awkwardly. She was right. There would be many opportunities for them to meet in the future. After all, they had fought side by side. They should be very good friends. What's your next plan? Asked Long Chen. In my Li family, only my younger brother Li Tianji and I are left. The others are either lost or dead. My younger brother is still young and impulsive. I handed the heavy responsibility of the Li family's inheritance to him, but I'm afraid that he will act recklessly. I have to find him first, at least let him find a place to inherit the Li family first, and then do something else. She was a responsible person. This was probably the only thing she could think of. Long Chen nodded. Let's go now. Li Xuanji nodded lightly. Your two uncles will be back soon. I'll be leaving first. Goodbye. She was not good at talking. At this time, she pursed her lips and revealed a knowing smile to Long Chen. Then, she resolutely turned around and left. I will think of a way to restore your eyes, Long Chen suddenly said. Such a beautiful woman was missing her eyes. Long Chen always felt that there was a thorn in his heart. Yes. Nodding her head, she left just like that. Perhaps, she already knew that Long Chen would do this. In the end, she still left. Everything was very calm. There were no vows of undying love. He did not know what the next time they met would be. Long Chen remembered that the eternal guardian heart he gave her was still hanging on her chest. He hoped that the next time they met, it would still be there. A cool breeze blew. In the blink of an eye, Li Xuanji was already gone. A bitter smile appeared on Long Chen's face. He did not know why, but this woman made his heart ache. It was very difficult for him to part with her. However, he also understood that the person in his heart was Lingxi. This was something that could not be changed. Maybe Long Chen felt that his mind was in a mess. After a while, Long Chen noticed that Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing had returned. Seeing Long Chen's dazed look, they knew that Li Xuanji had left. She left so soon. Not lingering for a while? Nangong Lai's mouth was wide open as he said in disbelief. Han Yinxing smiled and said, "That's about what I expected." Following Long Chen's eyes, he looked in the direction that Li Xuanji had left. Han Yinxing sighed and said, "This girl is not bad. She has a true personality. I've heard about her experience. She is indeed pitiful, but not bad." To be able to make him say, "not bad," twice in a row, this was already a very high evaluation. "Old Han, are you in love?" Nangong Lai teased. "I'm not the one who's in love." Han Yinxing pursed his lips and looked at Long Chen from the corner of his eyes. Long Chen knew what they meant. Compared to Lingxi, who they had never met, and Lingxi, who hoped that Long Chen would fight for her, Li Xuanji might be more real to them. Long Chen's mind was in a mess whenever he thought about it. He didn't want to think about it anymore. He was a very persistent person and didn't want to change his original intention. Since he had decided to establish himself in the true martial emperor palace, he would do it to his heart's content. You guys went back to the emperor palace. Long Chen changed the topic. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai knew that Long Chen didn't want to talk about it, so they stopped talking. At this moment, Han Yinxing took out a jade box. It was a magnificent jade box that was emitting a misty white light. There was a fragrance coming from the jade box. Obviously, the jade box was made of an extraordinary material. Indeed. I went back to the Emperor Palace and asked an old friend for the amethyst jade lotus pill. This is a high-grade medicinal pill, grade 9 divine grade. It has the effect of reviving the dead. It's best for nurturing meridians and healing internal injuries. With this amethyst jade lotus pill, your injuries should recover in a few days. As for the injuries on your god martial soul, I've already submitted an application to the Martial God Palace for the 9 Revolutions Golden Soul Pill. It should be distributed within a month. With our contributions, it shouldn't be a problem. You should go back to the Evil Dragon Palace and wait for a while. Nangong Lai also said, "That's right. You've consumed too much energy in this battle. Don't work too hard in a short period of time. Recuperate your body first. It won't be too late to improve after that. With the two of us around, as long as you're strong enough, it won't be a problem to enter the Martial God Palace and obtain a high position." "Thank you, Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong." Long Chen sincerely thanked them. Without them, Long Chen wouldn't have achieved anything in the game between the upper echelons of the Shadow Demon realm. "Why are you thanking us?" It's tacky, Nangong Lai waved his hand and said unhappily. The three of them laughed. This battle was also the most exciting battle in my life. Two Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors. I didn't even dare to think about it in the past. I didn't expect those two grandsons to be frightened by your groundless backer, Nangong Lai said with a smile. I guess he's afraid because he knows that little Chen is a dragon martial artist, Han Yinxing said. What's the point of talking about other things? Let little Chen take this amethyst jade lotus pill first. After he recuperates, we'll return to the true martial emperor palace and wait for the 9 revolutions golden soul pill to recover the god martial soul. The hidden dragon ranking tournament will take place in half a year. You can prepare well in this half a year. You'll shock the true martial emperor palace soon, Nangong Lai said with a smile. Although this was just a forest, there was nothing to worry about with Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing protecting him. 10 days later, with the miraculous effect of the amethyst jade lotus pill and his powerful strength, Long Chen's injuries had mostly recovered. The dragon blood divine energy had basically recovered too. However, the god martial soul was still like a thorn in Long Chen's body, preventing him from displaying his peak combat power. After their bodies recovered, the three of them got up and returned to the true martial emperor palace. Long Chen returned to the evil dragon palace to recuperate while Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai went to the martial god palace to wait for the 9 revolutions golden soul pill. The martial god palace also had a strict system. The two of them didn't have a particularly high status in the martial god palace, so they could only wait obediently. After all, the 9 revolutions golden soul pill was much more precious than the amethyst jade lotus pill. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the evil dragon palace. He returned to the River Heart Pavilion in a low-key manner. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Qing's departure, the River Heart Pavilion seemed a little desolate. Jiang Qing's disciples were cultivating in boredom. When they saw Long Chen return, they were immediately surprised and surrounded him. Seeing their haggard faces, Long Chen knew that it must be because of Jiang Qing's absence that their status had dropped greatly. That was why they were in such dire straits. Seventh brother, you're finally back. I heard that the drunkard of the martial god palace took you away. What's going on? Did the drunkard accept you as his personal disciple? That's right. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to come back after half a year. That must be it. For a moment, everyone was talking at once. Long Chen casually found an excuse to dodge the question, and then asked, by the way, where did Master go? Everyone's faces darkened. Then, they thought about it. Indeed, Long Chen did not know about this. Hence, Jiang Lingwen said, Master disappeared mysteriously. I heard that he was killed. I don't know either. In any case, there has been no news of him for half a year. Indeed. Without Master around, we have been in a miserable state for the past half a year. Fortunately, seventh brother, you are finally back. You are the strongest disciple of the evil dragon palace. Strongest disciple. Hearing this, Jiang Cha muttered, I heard that Yi Zheng actually reached consummation of the 6th layer of the divine martial realm after half a year of hard work. The first disciple position might not be seventh brother anymore. Thinking of Yi Zheng, everyone's expressions turned unsightly. Seventh brother was no longer the first disciple. Long Chen chatted with them for a while longer. Then, he used the excuse that he needed to rest and return to his room. In reality, he really needed to recuperate. As he lay on the bed, he thought about what happened during this period of time. Even if it happened a few more times, he would still have no regrets. Thinking of Li Xuanji, Long Chen remembered that her eyes had to be saved. After a period of time, he would find a way. After a while, within the range of his spirit-devouring demon eyes, a person walked over and quickly arrived in front of Long Chen's door. Come in. The door opened and a fat figure rushed in, blocking most of the light. Long Chen quickly stood up because the person who came was the evil dragon palace master, Shintu Hong. At this moment, Shintu Hong looked at Long Chen with an ugly expression. Happy face carrot. Chapter 1223. Shinto Hong should have heard the news of Long Chen's return, and rushed over as soon as possible. Seeing the old fatty looking at him with an unfriendly expression, Long Chen became vigilant in his heart. However, the other party was the evil Dragon Palace master, while Long Chen was only a disciple of the evil Dragon Palace. Thus, Long Chen bowed slightly, and said, "Long Chen greets Palace Master." Shinto Hong sized him up for a while, then said, "You didn't even tell me when you came back." Long Chen said, "Palace Master is very busy, this is just a small matter." In the extreme Yin Devil realm, Long Chen had seen many experts. In the past, Long Chen might have thought that this old fellow who had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm was very strong, but now, at least in the Yang family, Long Chen had already consecutively defeated more than 70 warriors of this level. Practice makes perfect. Although Long Chen's god martial spirit was restricted by his injuries, he still had a lot of confidence in dealing with Shinto Hong. Long Chen was not afraid of this fat palace master at all, so there was no need to be polite in front of him. Shinto Hong obviously did not take this to heart. After sizing up Long Chen for a while, he went straight to the point and said, "I will ask you a few things. First, the missing Zhao Shuaji was killed by you, right?" Long Chen knew that since he had asked like this, he must have already known about it. There was no need to hide these things, so he was very frank and nodded. "Jiang Qing was also killed by you." Next, Shinto Hong said what he truly cared about. So he had also discovered this. Long Chen's foundation was now strong, so there was no need for him to hide this kind of thing. He still nodded and said, "I killed her." Shinto Hong did not expect Long Chen to be so straightforward. There were only two possibilities. One was that Long Chen was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, and the other was that Long Chen was skilled and daring. Jiang Qing was the candidate that I had groomed to be the next palace master. You actually killed him, and he was even your master. It seems that I have always underestimated you. Even people like the wine addict and the martial addict admire you. I want to see how much weight you have." As he spoke, Shinto Hong suddenly made his move. If Long Chen was not injured, taking him down would naturally be a piece of cake. However, he was not in his peak condition. When Shinto Hong made his move, he had to go all out. The scarlet blood desolation instantly appeared in his hands. In this narrow space, Shinto Hong was basically unable to use it. The two of them fiercely clashed a few times. Long Chen used the heart-piercing form to break through his opponent's defense, and the scarlet blood desolation pressed against his opponent's chest. Shinto Hong purely wanted to test Long Chen's strength, and did not have the intention to kill him. It was very obvious that he had already tested Long Chen. If Long Chen did not stop just now, his scarlet blood desolation would have probably pierced through Shinto Hong. "You seem to specialize in close combat. I admire you for being able to do this." Shinto Hong originally thought that Long Chen only had the battle strength to kill Jiang Qing. He did not expect him to be so powerful. At this moment, he looked at Long Chen in shock. Although his face was still calm, his heart was already in a perilous situation. Without a doubt, this Long Chen was a genius that was even more terrifying than Yi Zheng. Back then, when Yi Zheng was defeated by him, he still had a chance to turn the tables. He did not expect that when Long Chen returned this time, he had already left him far behind. If Yi Zheng knew this, he would definitely collapse. One must know that almost all of his efforts were for the sake of defeating Long Chen and revitalizing the evil Dragon Palace. Although in this narrow space, Shinto Hong believed that he could not display his full strength, if it was on a real battlefield, he would not have been so easily defeated by Long Chen. He did not even use the Earth Idol. However, he reckoned that for Long Chen to be able to subdue him in such a short period of time, he should have the battle strength of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. He remembered that when he first arrived here, he could only defeat Zhao Shuaji. This improvement was really too fast. In the extreme Yin Devil world, Long Chen had risen by 2 great realms. When he left, he could not even defeat Jiang Qing. But now, he could easily defeat the evil dragon palace leader. If he recovered his strength, in fact, Long Chen would already be the #1 person in the evil dragon palace. Long Chen wanted to intimidate this old fatty. Otherwise, if he knew that he killed Jiang Qing, he might continue to cause trouble for him. Putting Scarlet Blood Tianhuang away, he said, Jiang Qing coveted my talent, so I had no choice but to kill him. He reaped what he sowed. Although you've worked with him for many years and you've raised him as your successor, you can't blame me for this. Waving his hand, Long Chen looked coldly at Shen Tuhong. His sharp gaze made Shen Tuhong choose to compromise. At this moment, he thought of many things. In his eyes, the status of Long Chen, a youth that could gain the attention of the drunkard and the martial addict, was rapidly rising. It had already risen to the point that Shen Tuhong feared him. He thought of many things. Clearly, he could not deal with Long Chen. And now that the evil dragon palace was facing the crisis of destruction, this place was like stagnant water. The sudden appearance of this super genius made Shen Tuhong feel excited. Originally, Shen Tuhong was already disappointed. He did not expect that Long Chen would appear at the last moment. When Long Chen displayed his strength, he did not think of killing Long Chen, but how to make good use of Long Chen. Don't be so serious. Let's sit down and chat for a while. Shen Tuhong relaxed his guard and sat down on the chair beside him. A pile of meat squeezed out from the gap of his chair. It was a rather spectacular sight. Long Chen complied and sat down on another chair. Forget about Jiang Qing's matter. I want to talk about something related to you. Shen Tuhong said. What is it? Long Chen asked. Shen Tuhong said, when I was young, I became enemies with the Wind Divine Palace Lord, Feng Ruoyan, and her sister. The hatred has continued until now. Feng Ruoyan has been looking for a chance to kill me all these years, but her strength is equal to mine. She can't kill me. But you also know that recently, she has the strength to destroy the evil dragon palace. This is all because she accepted a heaven-defying disciple. This disciple's reputation has already shaken the 3,000 palaces. Long Chen knew that he was talking about Feng Jilin, the other person who was affected by the great Tao of soul fusion. However, it was clear that this woman was willing. Based on Long Chen's understanding of her, in order to obtain power, she was willing to give up anything. Therefore, no matter what happened in the end, Long Chen felt that she deserved it. Recently, I heard that her strength has increased to the 7th level of the divine martial realm. She has surpassed her master, Feng Ruoyan, and become the #1 person in the Wind Divine Palace. When he said this, Shen Tuhong observed Long Chen's reaction. He knew that Long Chen and Feng Jilin had a grudge. Basically, all the disciples of the evil dragon palace knew about it. Therefore, he wanted to know how terrified and worried Long Chen would be when Feng Jilin's strength reached such an untouchable level. Unfortunately, Long Chen only furrowed his brows, and didn't have any other reaction. This made Shen Tuhong believe that Long Chen's mental fortitude exceeded that of an ordinary person. Although he didn't show it, he should have been frightened in his heart. However, at least he could calm down. This was a good thing. Shen Tuhong continued, this is not the biggest bomb. 4 months ago, Feng Ruoyan already submitted an application to the Martial God Palace to give the position of the Wind Divine Palace Master to Feng Jilin. Now, Feng Jilin is the Wind Divine Palace Master, but she still listens to Feng Ruoyan. Our evil dragon palace is a thorn in her side. As long as she performs shockingly well in the Hidden Dragon ranking tournament half a year later, the consequences of our evil dragon palace will be unimaginable. Speaking until here, Shen Tuhong looked at Long Chen and said, you should know that Feng Jilin's killing intent towards you is even stronger than the entire evil dragon palace. We are now on the same side. Therefore, I hope that you can face this disaster together with the evil dragon palace. To Long Chen, Feng Jilin was indeed a problem. However, Long Chen did not take it to heart. He had the support of Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing in the true martial emperor palace, so what was there to worry about? Furthermore, after he recovered, his battle prowess might not be weaker than the current Feng Jilin, and might even be stronger. However, as long as this woman existed, she would definitely pester him. This was also a problem. Long Chen knew Shintu Hong's difficulties. If the evil dragon palace was destroyed, then he would have to bear the crime of 10,000 years. The ancestors of the evil dragon palace would not forgive him. Thus, Long Chen said, "All right, what should I do?" Shintu Hong's eyes lit up, and he said, "I've already thought about it. Are you interested in the position of the evil dragon palace master?" Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He really did not expect this fellow to actually give up this position. This surprised him, but he knew the trick behind it, so he said, "You want to throw this mess to me? You should know that even if you are not the evil dragon palace master, that woman called Feng Ruoyan will not let you off." Shintu Hong shook his head. "I'm not throwing this mess to you, but to give you a chance to compete and fight against Feng Jilin, to give you a chance to stand out. If you rise up, when Feng Jilin proposes to start a war with my evil dragon palace, the people of the martial god palace will seriously consider whether or not to agree to her request because of the existence of a genius like you. You have already reached this level at such a young age. The weight of your words in front of the martial god palace is already much greater than mine. Yi Zheng is not enough, and Jiang Qing is gone. If the evil dragon palace wants to survive, you are the only one who can save it. I beg you." This was Shintu Hong's true wish. At this moment, he stood up, and his fat body actually knelt in front of Long Chen. "This is my home that I've worked so hard to maintain. I don't want this home to be destroyed because of my personal mistakes. Only you can save it." Long Chen hurriedly helped him up. This couldn't be done. However, Long Chen understood this old fatty. Indeed, this heavy burden had caused him to carry too many things. Seeing that he was about to collapse, Long Chen's appearance at this time naturally became the person he prayed to. Evil Dragon Palace Master. Long Chen suddenly felt that this title wasn't bad, and it was very suitable for him. In addition, didn't Lingxi want him to make a name for himself? As for the trouble that this position would bring, he was not afraid at all. Even if it wasn't the evil dragon palace master, trouble would still come. Book recommended to a friend, Thunder Marshal. Introduction. In this world, anyone can betray you, even if it is a former brother. Just for a 500-year-old snow ginseng, his dantian was shattered by his brother, his life was taken, and he was kicked down the mountain. Who would have thought that the mysterious lightning seed would enter his heart and come back to life, changing his meridians and cleansing his marrow, obtaining the heavenly thunder body tempering art. A great fortune helped him temper his body, and swallowing the snow ginseng could reshape his dantian. The lightning seed in his heart could absorb and purify spiritual energy, and since then, his cultivation had improved at a godly speed. Those who had betrayed him would all suffer from his bitter revenge. Entering the inner sect, accompanied by beauties, increasing his strength. Chapter 12:24. Long Chen's agreement made Shintu Hong wild with joy. With his status, he was actually kneeling in front of a young man, which showed his sincerity. No hall master would like the palace to be in their hands, and Shintu Hong was no exception. Long Chen's appearance had become Shintu Hong's life-saving straw. With Long Chen's approval, Shintu Hong sat back on his chair and said sincerely, "It's really not easy to be the evil dragon palace master. I've been in this position for most of my life, and I'm already very tired. If it wasn't for Feng Ruoyan forcing me, I would have found a successor long ago and passed down the position of evil dragon palace master. I used to think that it would be Jiang Qing, or my disciple Yi Zheng, but I was never satisfied." Long Chen did not care much about these words, but according to his personality, since he had promised someone, he would definitely do it well. At this moment, he asked, "Changing palace master also needs to go through the procedures?" "Yes." Shintu Hong nodded his head, paused for a moment, then continued, "First of all, I have to go to the punishment hall to submit an application, then the punishment hall will hand it over to the martial god palace's law enforcers for review. If it passes, the punishment hall's elders will come and test your strength, but you don't have to worry about this, the Evil Dragon Palace is not some great palace. As long as you have the strength of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, you can become the Palace Master. After the test, with the arrival of the elders as witnesses, you will have to hold an oath ceremony, invite at least 10 Palace Masters to participate, and officially take over as the Evil Dragon Palace Master. Roughly like this, you will be able to complete the handover, and also let some people in the 3,000 great palaces know that the Evil Dragon Palace has changed you, Long Chen, as the Palace Master. From Shintu Hong's words, Long Chen heard two troublesome things. He pondered for a moment and said, the examination and the oath ceremony are both on the same day. If it's only the strength of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, I have no problem. As for inviting more than 10 Hall Masters, it's fine, I can complete this matter. I've been in the 3,000 palaces for so long, there are still quite a few brothers who can come. Shintu Hong said with a smile. Then it's done. How long will it take? From submitting the application to completing the handover, it will probably take a month. Shintu Hong said. Of course, they had plenty of time, so there was no hurry. It would take less than a month for Nangong Lai and the others to get the 9 cycles Golden Soul Elixir and restore Long Chen's combat capability to the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm. The assessment was similar to the oath-taking ceremony. Although the Temple Master only needed the combat capability to enter the 7th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, Long Chen still hoped that Han Yunxing and the others would come before that to recover his physical condition. In addition, he had another doubt. What is the punishment hall you mentioned earlier? Shintu Hong didn't expect Long Chen to be so ignorant about the true Martial Emperor Palace. However, he soon felt relieved. Long Chen didn't stay here for a long time. The last time, he went to the Moon Devil Cave. The last time, he was brought to some unknown place by Han Yunxing, Nangong Lai. Therefore, he explained, the Punishment Palace could be said to be the number 1 palace among the 3,000 palaces. However, it is actually independent of the 3,000 palaces. It was set up by the Martial God Palace specifically to supervise and manage the punishments and law enforcement of the 3,000 palaces, as well as all kinds of other things. It is also an organization that is used to intimidate the 3,000 palaces. Without the management of the Punishment Palace, the 3,000 palaces would definitely be in constant conflict and chaos. The Punishment Palace has a lot of power. Even the Hidden Dragon rank battles that will take place in half a year will be held by the Punishment Palace. It's a good thing to have such an organization. In Long Chen's eyes, the Punishment Hall was more of a deterrent. Without the Punishment Hall, the 3,000 palaces might not be like this. The Punishment Hall uses an elder system. There are no Hall Masters or Hall Masters. There are 2 types of elders. One is the ordinary enforcement elders, who deal with all kinds of small matters, disputes, and conflicts in the 3,000 palaces. There are about 3,000 enforcement elders, who are basically at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. There are also 6 Supreme Elders, who are basically at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Among them, the first Supreme Elder is directly dispatched by the Martial God Palace. Legend has it that his cultivation is ranked first among the 3,000 palaces, and he is a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert. After saying this, Shintu Hong sighed with emotion. To be honest, the Punishment Hall is really a good place. It has a lot of power and benefits. Nowadays, many powerful palaces send their disciples to the Punishment Hall. Even the Heavenly God Palace, the Mysterious Underworld Palace, the Mad Demon Palace, and the Scarlet Firmament Palace, these first-class palaces will go and curry favor with the Supreme Elders of the Punishment Hall. Except for the first Supreme Elder of the Martial God Palace, who doesn't appear all year round, the other Supreme Elders are quite easy to curry favor with. Unfortunately, Shintu Hong didn't have the ability to get the attention of the Punishment Hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry about the people of the Wind God Palace submitting a challenge application to the Punishment Hall. Generally speaking, the operation of the various mechanisms of the true Martial Emperor Palace was still orderly, and it had its own rules. It wasn't that one could mess around here with great strength. In the true Martial Emperor Palace, even a dragon had to lie down and walk according to the rules of the Imperial Palace. There is still half a year before the hidden dragon ranking battle. I hope you can soar in half a year and enter the eyes of the true Martial Emperor Palace's higher-ups. I will go to the punishment hall now to submit the application. After saying that, Shintuhong swayed his fat body and left. Long Chen thought for a while and felt that it shouldn't be a problem for him to take this high-profile path. Moreover, he was full of passion. In the largest martial arts holy land of the dragon sacrificial continent, this sounded like a very wonderful thing. Lingxi, no matter where she is, she will hear my name. This was what Long Chen was looking forward to the most. Next, Long Chen was waiting for three things. The first and second were undoubtedly the 9 Revolutions Golden Soul Pill and the position of the Evil Dragon Palace Master. And the third was the arrival of Feng Jilin, which he had expected. Long Chen heard that she had come to cause trouble before. When she knew that Long Chen had returned, she would definitely come immediately. There was no doubt about this. As for this woman, Long Chen didn't have a good impression of her. The more troublesome thing was that his strength hadn't recovered yet, so he shouldn't be her opponent. If she really went crazy, it would really be difficult to deal with her. If it really didn't work, he would use blood escape. Anyway, she might not be able to catch up with Long Chen's speed. Although Long Chen's divine soul was injured, whether it was speed or physical body, they were both at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Riverheart Pavilion was actually an island in the middle of a calm and clear lake. At this time, it was midsummer. In the clear lake, many quiet and pleasant, beautiful and elegant lotus flowers bloomed. The pink petals emitted a faint fragrance, intoxicating people. Long Chen sat by the lake, lost in thought as he looked at the lotus flowers in the lake. Back in the Supreme Een Devil world, Long Chen had been fighting almost every day, and all of them were incomparably thrilling battles. After returning to the true Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen finally had some time to relax. However, he knew that this wasn't true leisure. It was just the calm before the storm. The real storm would come soon and he would be dragged back into the whirlpool of battle. Before submitting the application, Shintuhong spread the news that the Evil Dragon Palace Lord was about to be handed over to Long Chen. This was currently the most explosive news in the Evil Dragon Palace, and the entire 30,000 people in the Evil Dragon Palace were in an uproar. Their first thought was, of course, disbelief, including those vice hall masters who coveted the position of hall master. However, with Shintuhong's warning and suppression, those vice hall masters were people with status, so they wouldn't do anything impulsive for the time being. Not many people dared to come to the River Heart Pavilion to disturb Long Chen, but the entire Evil Dragon Palace was filled with complaints. They knew that Feng Jilin had become the Wind Divine Palace Lord, which meant that age was not a restriction for the position of Hall Master. However, did Long Chen have the same strength as Feng Jilin? The entire Evil Dragon Palace was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter when they met. They were all worried, and cursed Shintuhong in their hearts. They knew that the Evil Dragon Palace was about to face a great calamity, but this was everyone's home, and not many people wanted to leave. However, Shintuhong had casually thrown this mess to a random disciple. This kind of method of shirking responsibility made everyone very angry. Even if a disciple was to be the Temple Lord, Yi Zheng had successfully broken through to the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, so it should be Yi Zheng who should be the Temple Lord. Although Long Chen had defeated Yi Zheng, it was a long time ago, and he could still defeat him now. The Evil Dragon Palace was in a gloomy situation. If Shintuhong had not strictly ordered everyone to go to the Jiang Xian Pavilion to disturb Long Chen, the Jiang Xian Pavilion would probably have been flattened. When everyone was getting more and more dissatisfied, Shintuhong revealed the news that Long Chen had already reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm. This was undoubtedly a heavy bomb for the Evil Dragon Palace. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their resentful mouths finally closed. However, only a small portion of them believed it. Although most of them closed their mouths, they still felt uncomfortable in their hearts. They felt that there was no such good thing in the world. If it was really as Shintuhong said, then obviously, the evil dragon palace still had a chance to turn things around. At this moment, when Long Chen was quietly looking at the lotus in the lake, Jiang Qing's other disciples were pushing each other around. Finally, the sweet-looking little sister Jiang Cha came forward and asked with a blush, "Old 7. What is it?" Long Chen looked at her. Jiang Cha was a little nervous and said, "They said that you are already at the 7th level of the divine martial realm." "Are you really?" She was very nervous and finally finished her words. As Long Chen had expected, some idle people always liked to cause trouble. He had fought with those super experts in the shadow realm. At this moment, he did not care about the disturbance in the 3000 palace at all. He said, "You are right." Wow. Jiang Cha and the others still believed in Long Chen. They had interacted with Long Chen for a long time. Their intuition told them that Long Chen would not lie. For a moment, everyone cheered. Only Long Chen was very quiet. Chapter 12:25. Everyone was startled. They raised their heads and saw that on the other side of the lake, a skinny man holding a long sword was flying over. It was Shintu Hong's eldest disciple, Yi Zheng. It was obvious that Yi Zheng was here to provoke, and it just so happened that he could witness Long Chen's strength. Everyone hurriedly retreated far away, but their eyes were glued to this side. Very quickly, Yi Zheng arrived in front of Long Chen. That news also made Yi Zheng dumbfounded. It was not that he was particularly interested in the position of palace master, but because he wanted to surpass Long Chen. After losing to Long Chen the last time, he endured hardships and cultivated as if his life depended on it. Finally, not long ago, he broke through to the perfection of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. He originally thought that he could already defeat Long Chen and regain the title of the #1 disciple of the evil dragon palace. However, he never thought that he would hear that Long Chen was already at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, and that even Shintu Hong wanted to pass the position of the evil dragon palace master to him. Standing in front of Long Chen, Yi Zheng's expression was solemn as he said, "Old opponent, I am not here for anything else today. If you defeat me, I will make those people outside who are making a ruckus shut their mouths." Before the battle ended, if he lost, he would go out and tell everyone about this battle. Even he, Yi Zheng, could be defeated, which would save Long Chen a lot of trouble. "Make your move." Long Chen raised his hand and said. Yi Zheng liked Long Chen's personality. With a wave of the sword in his hand, a gray sword chi swept towards Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen disappeared in a flash, and by the time he reacted, he was already imprisoned by a force, making him unable to move. Long Chen held a blood-red dagger in his hand, and placed it on his throat from behind. Yi Zheng understood that as long as Long Chen exerted a little force, his neck would be cut off by Long Chen. In just an instant, the victor was decided. "I lost," Yi Zheng said frankly. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen sat back down by the lake, as if nothing had happened. Only the bloody wound on Yi Zheng's neck told him that he had just been on the brink of death. Yi Zheng took a deep look at Long Chen and revealed a look of respect. He enunciated each word, "From today onwards, as long as you are in the evil dragon palace, I, Yi Zheng, will be at your beck and call. If I go out now, those people will shut their mouths." Long Chen's strength was enough to intimidate him. "Don't be so serious, but I will do my own thing," Long Chen said with a smile. "Goodbye." Yi Zheng left solemnly. Long Chen was a little helpless towards this guy. He was a stubborn person. Once he decided on something, he could not change it. However, with the support of Shintu Hong's eldest disciple, at least all of Shintu Hong's disciples would support him. Only when the evil dragon palace was united would they be able to fight against outsiders. In the future, there would probably be more and more people gathering here. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Cha and the others. They suddenly felt that Long Chen was very terrifying, so no one dared to approach him. Jiang Cha and Qin Feng stayed behind, while the others sneaked out of the River Heart Pavilion and exaggerated the battle just now. Then, they used Yizheng to defend Long Chen. Those noisy fellows were all stunned. This time, they had nothing to say. It was very possible that this guy was the evil Dragon Palace's turning point, everyone's savior. Everyone's hearts started to burn with the flames of hope. The news that Long Chen was about to become the evil Dragon Palace master no longer caused everyone to complain. Instead, everyone was looking forward to how far this youth would go in the end. The only ones who were still uncomfortable were the Vice Palace Masters, especially the three of them who had watched Long Chen enter the evil Dragon Palace. At that time, Long Chen's strength was only enough to deal with Jiang Lingguan and Jiang Lingwu. In the blink of an eye, less than a year had passed. He was already a dragon among men, while the other Vice Palace Masters were still the same. They had no choice but to believe Yizheng's words. Defeating the enemy in one move, they would probably be the same if they went up. Master, that Long Chen can really become the palace master. It's still too early to say all this. We'll talk about it when the Punishment Hall Elder comes to take the test in a month. One of the Vice Palace Masters said. Many people also had the same thought. When everyone's enthusiasm rose because of Long Chen's existence, they became dispirited the second day after Yizheng challenged Long Chen. Because on that day, everyone clearly saw a white-clothed fairy flying in the sky, heading towards the River Heart Pavilion. This woman was simply the nightmare of the evil Dragon Palace, because she was Feng Jilin. At the same time, the various Vice Palace Masters of the Wind Divine Palace, as well as some powerful disciples, had already walked to the true Martial Mountain Range where the evil Dragon Palace was located, waiting for Feng Jilin to return with her revenge. The group of women looked in the direction of the evil Dragon Palace with disdain. Do you think the Palace Master will be able to kill her great enemy this time? That's only natural. From the Hall Master's reaction, it seems that she truly hates Long Chen to the bone. The Hall Master has always been a very calm person. Only when she hears this youth's name does she become so angry and lose her rationality. Sigh, what did this youth do to the Palace Master to make her so angry? Could it be that he killed her family? One of the Vice Palace Masters said. In the past, they had all followed Feng Ruoyan. Now that Feng Ruoyan had retired and lived in seclusion in the Wind God Palace, the person they followed had become Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin's strength had surpassed Feng Ruoyan's, and she was indeed worthy of their respect. I don't think so. It doesn't feel like this kind of hatred. Another Vice Palace Master said. Women were all gossipy. Apart from the grudge of killing her family, everyone quickly thought of another point. A passionate man and a passionate woman. Their relationship might be physical, entangled, toyed with, and abandoned. Thinking of this, everyone's expression became strange. Although they did not dare to say it, from Feng Jilin's performance, it was very likely that Feng Jilin was toyed with by this man in the past and then abandoned. Otherwise, why would she be so angry and want to kill him? This time, the evil Dragon Palace will be very lively. Shintu Hong had already gone to the punishment hall, and the other deputy hall masters couldn't even block a single move from Feng Jilin. When Feng Jilin arrived, they all chose to put their own safety first, and didn't participate in the matters over there. As for whether Long Chen could survive, that would depend on his luck. Long Chen had already expected her to come. On this day, he was very bored. He was still looking at the lotus flowers by the lake. This kind of pure and elegant flower reminded him of Lingxi. It seemed like it had been a while since they last met. At this moment, only Jiang Cha and the others were still looking at Long Chen's lonely figure in the River Heart Pavilion. All the lotus flowers suddenly withered and withered at the same time. They fell into the mud together with their roots. The clear lake water became muddy, and the mud churned. Long Chen frowned and raised his head. In the center of the chaotic lake, a girl wearing a white dress and a light yellow veil was floating there, looking at him motionlessly. Indeed, it had been some time. Since she had last seen her. Because of the increase in her strength, although she still looked the same, she looked more beautiful and more charming. Her figure was graceful, and her chest was raised high, full and pleasing. She had a slim waist and perky buttocks. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall and was tied up with a yellow hairband. Her forehead was bright and clean, as white as jade. Her eyes were like frost, and there was no emotion in them. Her pink lips seemed a bit thin, and her teeth were tightly clenched. The wind gently fluttered her clothes. Her beauty could replace the previous lotus flowers. However, in Long Chen's eyes, she was far from it. The originally impossible encounter actually happened at this moment. Both of them were expressionless. After looking at each other for a while, Long Chen could see a lot from her expressionless face. This woman's heart must have been turned upside down. The fact that she could remain so calm now was purely an act. "Why don't you come over and admire the lotus flowers with me?" Long Chen waved his hand like he was talking to a long-lost friend. The lotus flowers had all withered due to Feng Jilin's anger. Long Chen was just teasing her. Naturally, Feng Jilin wasn't in the mood to admire the flowers. This man that she hadn't seen in a long time was different. Compared to the young and energetic Long Chen now, she couldn't see through him. The water rippled. She didn't say anything and walked towards Long Chen. In her imagination, when Long Chen saw her current strength and achievements, he should be terrified. He should kneel down and beg for mercy. At the very least, he should be shocked. Why did he act like nothing had happened? This was what Feng Jilin was most conflicted about. When she got close to Long Chen, they were only a meter apart. She looked at him from such a close distance. The person in front of her smiled like a riddle. However, this couldn't calm the anger in her heart. She was very strong now, but she understood that her life had been ruined by this man. If it wasn't for the fortuitous encounter in the end, she wouldn't be able to stand here now. When she found out that Long Chen was here, she knew that this was a chance given to her by the heavens for revenge. "Why aren't you speaking? Don't you even recognize an old friend?" Long Chen stared at her and said with a smile. No matter how hard Feng Jilin tried to endure, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Perhaps only by making this man look miserable would she be able to quell the anger in her heart. She gently moved her lips and said, "I heard that your hall master has already submitted an application for you to become the evil dragon palace master. I don't think it's possible for me to kill you now." The true martial emperor palace had its punishments. As expected, it was impossible for her to let him go. "I think you can try. Maybe the people from the punishment hall won't pursue your responsibility because of your beauty," Long Chen said with a chuckle. Feng Jilin's eyes darkened as she said, "You're still as despicable as ever. Don't worry, I won't let you die so comfortably." Chapter 12:26. To Feng Jilin, Long Chen was a person who made her lose everything and become crazy. Therefore, countless coincidences had led to their meeting in the Martial Emperor Palace. She thought it was a chance given to her by God to take revenge. If she only killed Long Chen, she wouldn't be able to do it. She wouldn't be able to vent her hatred. Only by slowly torturing him, making him despair, making him unable to live, could she find the feeling of excitement in her heart. Feng Jilin urgently wanted to let Long Chen know how strong she was and how big the gap between them was. She knew Long Chen's performance in the Moon Devil's Cave. She knew that this man was still the same as before. His level was still soaring. Feng Jilin had witnessed his progress from the Earth martial arts realm to where he was now. Facing such a genius, Feng Jilin walked in front of him. This actually made her feel very proud. She wanted to torment Long Chen more and more. She even thought that this man would finally kneel in front of her and beg for mercy. She would be incomparably excited. But now, Long Chen acted as if she had punched nothing. Long Chen wasn't afraid of her strength at all. He was just as proud as before. He still teased her in front of the leader of the Wind God Hall. He talked cheerfully and wittily. He didn't take her seriously at all. "What? You still don't want to hurt me?" Long Chen took a few steps back, his eyes unscrupulously looking up and down her proud figure. This touched Feng Jilin's taboo. Back then, it was Long Chen who carved his name on her little butt that made Wu Guanyu go crazy and Feng Jilin come to this place. All of this was because of Long Chen. And now, he was unscrupulously looking up and down. Wasn't he hinting at what had happened back then? Feng Jilin originally came to tease Long Chen. She thought that her strength was far greater than Long Chen's. She didn't expect to be teased by Long Chen again. I don't want to. I don't want to. The anger in her heart was burning. Looks like I can only use my strength to make you, who won't shed a tear until you see your coffin, kneel and beg for mercy. At this moment, Feng Jilin no longer showed mercy. She knew that many people were watching this place with their spiritual senses. This made her even more arrogant. Only by defeating Long Chen in front of everyone could she be truly satisfied. In fact, this was not enough. Suddenly, a gale surged. The entire River Heart Island was surrounded by the gale. Feng Jilin's long dress fluttered as she slowly flew into the sky. She was diagonally above Long Chen. Looking down at Long Chen gave her a special feeling of pleasure. You must find it hard to believe my current cultivation level. Heavenly Dharma Idol. Do you know what heavenly Dharma idols are? Feng Jilin sneered. She raised her hands. Under her influence, the wild wind swept towards Long Chen. A huge pressure was exerted on Long Chen. Long Chen looked at her expressionlessly. If it wasn't for the fact that the injuries on his god's martial spirit had not yet recovered and it was not suitable for him to fight, Long Chen would have already taken care of this bitch. To be honest, whether it was the evil Dragon Palace leader or Feng Jilin herself, they had all overestimated her. To Long Chen, she was just a pitiful person who had left her home and lost her body. In the end, she was even about to lose her own soul. Long Chen had many opponents, but this woman was definitely not qualified. The reason why she was able to suppress Long Chen was because Long Chen had yet to recover from his injuries, so it was not suitable for him to fight against a warrior with the heavenly Dharma idol. Do you not understand why you met me here? Do you not understand why I am so strong? Do you feel proud and complacent because of your talent? Today, you found out that I am still alive, and that I have lived to a much higher position than you. You must be panicking in your heart, you must be in disbelief. It's just that you don't want to say it, right? Feng Jilin said somewhat hysterically. Only when she saw Long Chen kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy would she be completely satisfied. Unfortunately, even after she said that, Long Chen's cold gaze did not change at all. This made Feng Jilin flustered and exasperated. She really could not understand what Long Chen was relying on to be able to ignore her existence like this. Looks like what I said was all nonsense. Then I'll let you experience it. Behind her, the heavenly Dharma idol slowly unfolded, and the star map appeared in front of Long Chen. The vast starry sky represented the power of the heavens, the will of the heavens, as if the owner of the heavenly Dharma idol was the legendary god. Kneel. The heavenly Dharma idol unfolded, and the entire starry sky descended. Long Chen came to a universe where there were only stars. All his senses were sealed, and he looked around blankly. Above his head, the pressure of the entire world descended, and countless willpower attacks were directed towards his god martial spirit. Normally, Long Chen's dragon will was enough to block the attack of the heaven Dharma idol. However, it was not possible at this moment. He could not use the god martial spirit to use all of its power. The sound of people kneeling down was like thunder exploding in his ears. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on Long Chen's body, causing him to be unable to stop himself from being pressed down. Maybe he would really kneel in front of Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin knew that only by making him kneel could she break through the defenses in his heart. Feng Jilin knew that he was actually afraid, so she persisted. But to Long Chen, this was child's play. Of course, he had not recovered yet, so he could not resist this power. But with his strong body, he would not be pressed down by her, or even kneel. At this moment, his legs were bent to a certain degree, and the veins on his body were bulging. His face was slightly pale, but there was still a long way to go before he could kneel. Don't try to deceive yourself. Don't even think of deceiving me with your measly achievements. Furthermore, does your strength truly belong to you? Long Chen raised his head and spoke in a mocking tone. Feng Jilin's expression suddenly became dull. She withdrew the heavenly Dharma idol and looked at Long Chen coldly. She snorted and said, "What do you know? What do you mean by that?" Long Chen waved his hand and said, "If you don't want to kill me, then leave. Don't waste each other's time." Feng Jilin was furious. She wanted to tear this guy apart. However, Long Chen was almost the next leader of the evil dragon palace. If she killed Long Chen now, it might affect her. She did not want him to die, but she wanted him to be afraid, to bow down to her. Shut up. Feng Jilin waved her hand, and an extremely fast gust of wind swept towards Long Chen. That terrifying power contained the power of the will of the heavens. It immediately knocked Long Chen away, and then he fell on the ground, covered in mud. Jiang Cha and the others who were watching exclaimed. They wanted to go and help Long Chen, but Feng Jilin was too famous. They knew it would be useless even if they went, so they just stayed there. Long Chen had suffered even more serious injuries, so this small matter was nothing to him. At this moment, he slowly got up and tidied up his clothes. His face still had a playful expression. This crazy woman, Long Chen felt that he didn't owe her anything. Everything was just what she thought she was. However, Feng Jilin found pleasure in torturing Long Chen. Just now, Jiang Cha and the others' exclamations made Feng Jilin understand that Long Chen's current identity was not ordinary. He represented the hope of the evil dragon palace as the new palace master. As long as she made Long Chen suffer a little, she could make the entire evil dragon palace despair. When Long Chen was ostracized, looked down upon, and mocked everywhere, he would definitely be in great pain. Sometimes, it would be even more satisfying than killing him. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Jilin showed off her might. She attacked again and again. Even though she didn't truly injure Long Chen, she made him lose face. When Feng Jilin was satisfied, she said arrogantly, "That's all for today. In the future, every time I see you, I will beat you up. I will beat you up until you are willing to kneel down and beg for mercy. Let me see. It seems that there will be a swearing ceremony for the succeeding leader. At that time, everyone in the 3,000 halls will know you. On that day, I will definitely come and give you the most amazing gift. Just you wait, Long Chen." She had thought that this guy would break down after saying all this. However, he didn't say anything and only looked at her calmly. His penetrating gaze made Feng Jilin feel a sense of fear. It's just an illusion. Feng Jilin shook her head. She had shown off enough. The people of the evil dragon palace had lost all hope for this new palace master. Feng Jilin had successfully achieved her goal. She guessed that Long Chen must be in pain now. However, because he was a proud person, he did not dare to show it in front of her. If she left, he would definitely hug his head and cry on the ground. Feng Jilin snorted coldly and left. Not long after she left, the vice palace masters of the Wind God Palace came to welcome her. Seeing Feng Jilin smile and pride, they knew that the new palace master of the evil dragon palace must have been tortured badly. "Palace master, is the new palace master of the evil dragon palace as powerful as the rumors say?" one of the vice palace masters asked. "Silver spear and wax head. He is just a weakling. In 1 month, when he becomes the leader of the evil dragon hall, I will let him have a taste of pain. That is what he taught me." Feng Jilin sneered and led the others away. "That is what he taught me. Useless man." After being described like this by Feng Jilin, it seemed like he was really nothing. The funny thing was that the people of the evil dragon palace actually treated him like a treasure. In half a year, the evil dragon palace will no longer exist. The old palace master's wish should be fulfilled. The vice palace masters sighed and followed Feng Jilin. The group of women swaggered out of the evil dragon palace. Almost the entire evil dragon palace had seen the fight between Feng Jilin and Long Chen. The reputation of the evil dragon palace had been ruined by Long Chen. Of course, they also understood that Feng Jilin was too heaven-defying. If it was anyone else, the result would be the same. However, their hopes of Long Chen creating a miracle were dashed. Chapter 12:27. Long Chen watched the woman leave. On one hand, he had yet to recover from his injuries. If he really fought, he would have to fight with his life on the line. On the other hand, he felt that there wasn't any deep hatred between him and Feng Jilin. Of course, Feng Qing was killed by Long Chen, but this woman didn't know. Her so-called deep hatred was just what she thought. Therefore, Long Chen did not want to get entangled with her. Feng Jilin played a trick on him and left happily. In Long Chen's heart, the previous conflict had been written off. Anyway, didn't he let her have a good time? However, when Long Chen recovered his strength, if she came looking for trouble again, like a crazy woman, Long Chen did not mind carving his name all over her body. Anyway, she would feel better this way. However, when the people of the evil dragon palace knew that Long Chen had reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm at such a young age and defeated Yi Zheng in one move, they had high hopes for him. Long Chen was the light that appeared when they were in despair. However, when the light just shone, Feng Jilin came over and extinguished it with a stomp. The disciples, hall masters and elders of the evil dragon palace all felt the road ahead of them turn dark. Feng Ruoyan's hatred towards Shintu Hong and the evil dragon palace was as deep as the sea. If nothing unexpected happened, the evil dragon palace would definitely be destroyed. At that time, the disciples would have no home to return to. Although Long Chen was not injured, they were also in despair. This meant that Long Chen was far from being Feng Jilin's opponent. Then, what could save them? Long Chen heard the sighs outside. After returning from the trip to the Supreme Yin Devil Realm, he felt that all of this was not a problem. He was too lazy to tell others that when his strength recovered, Feng Jilin could also do whatever she wanted. That was not his style. When he recovered, he would just mess with her. In his opinion, the crisis of the evil dragon palace was not a problem. No matter how big the problem was, could it be bigger than fighting against 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors? One had to know that the strongest martial artist in the 3,000 Great Halls was only in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Ignoring Long Chen was one thing. However, this matter concerned everyone's future. The evil dragon palace was always gloomy. Seeing Long Chen get played by Feng Jilin for a while, Jiang Cha and the other Jiang Qing's disciples all walked over to Long Chen's side to console Long Chen. "I'm a little tired. I'm going back to rest. You guys go play by yourselves." Hearing them babble a lot of comforting words, Long Chen felt a little annoyed. It would be better to go back and recuperate. At the same time, he could also ponder about cultivation matters. Right now, he was already at the peak of the extreme realm of martial. The next realm would be the Wind-Fire Lightning Tribulation. Then, when would the Wind-Fire Lightning Tribulation come? At that time, Long Chen asked Han Yinxing and the others. They said that the tribulation was something only the heavens knew. As long as one cultivated to it, it would naturally come. However, one had to be prepared at all times. Right now, basically everyone in the evil dragon palace had someone going through the Wind-Fire Lightning Tribulation. Even they could pass it. To Long Chen, the Wind-Fire Lightning Tribulation was simply a piece of cake. Time gradually passed. When Shintu Hong returned and saw the gloomy atmosphere in the evil dragon palace, he knew what had happened. When it came to Long Chen, he was in low spirits. He looked at Long Chen blankly and said, "You lost." Long Chen knew that Shintu Hong had high hopes for him. However, with his character, a loss was a loss. It was not a big deal. At most, it was just a small matter. So, he nodded. At that moment, Shin Tu-hong aged 10 years in an instant. After comforting him for a while, he prepared to leave. About that, are you still going to pass the position of Evil Dragon Palace Master to me? Long Chen casually asked. I've already submitted the application. Now, I'm waiting for the people from the punishment hall to arrive. They'll inform us one day before they arrive. After saying that, Shin Tu-hong turned around and left. His hope was shattered. His appearance was not out of Long Chen's expectations. The entire Evil Dragon Palace was filled with such people. Even the Vice Palace Masters were not satisfied with Shin Tu-hong's decision. Long Chen did not have an outstanding performance. To them, it was better to let Shin Tu-hong continue to be the Palace Master. Only Shin Tu-hong could unite everyone at a time like this. I'll leave it to fate. Shin Tu-hong sighed towards the sky. During this period of hard work, even he had lost a lot of weight. Long Chen, on the other hand, was in a good mood. He stayed there and cultivated all day, not caring about the matters of the world. At the same time, he was waiting for Han Yunxing and the others to arrive with the 9-turn golden soul pill. At that time, he had used the blood sacrifice happily, but now that his strength had regressed, it would be a tragedy. Long Chen secretly decided that it would be better to use this damn thing less unless he had to risk his life. In the past few days, there was another person who often came to chat with Long Chen, and that was Wu Yu. After Feng Jilin left, she came over. Unlike the others, she did not comfort Long Chen, but chatted casually. From her eyes, it could be seen that she trusted Long Chen a lot. The lotus was destroyed by Feng Jilin, so he could only watch the lake ripple. Long Chen stood by the lake with his hands behind his back. Wu Yu stood behind him, looking at this indifferent man with a complicated gaze. Why didn't you come and comfort me? Just like the others, you just trust me like that. Long Chen suddenly said with a smile. You're the one who told me that you're fine. Wu Yu said gently. She was a woman as clear as water, and her voice made people feel very comfortable. How should I put it? Long Chen laughed involuntarily. From your eyes, you're more relaxed than anyone else. I know that you're definitely fine. The Evil Dragon Palace is the same, so I feel very at ease. Wu Yu said without hesitation. Long Chen turned around and looked at her in surprise. He did not expect this girl to be so observant. After training with Long Chen, she could be considered the person who understood Long Chen the best in the Evil Dragon Palace. Hall Master Shin Tu has managed the Evil Dragon Palace for more than 1,000 years. He has feelings for this place, and so do many people. Although they are sometimes not satisfied with this place, if this place is gone, everyone will have no home to return to, and even their lives will be gone. So he is under a lot of pressure, and so are the others. Sometimes their disappointment, complaints, and so on are normal. I grew up here, so I understand them, so please forgive them. Wu Yu looked at Long Chen's back with her clear eyes and said sincerely. Long Chen understood that Shin Tu-hong was not Jiang Qing. He was a person with feelings, and could be considered a little cute. If he did not kneel down to Long Chen might not have been willing to support the Evil Dragon Palace. In the 3,000 great halls, the Evil Dragon Palace's true strength could not even be ranked in the top 1,000. Any one of the great halls in the top 100 could crush the Evil Dragon Palace, and even the Wind Divine Palace only needed a genius disciple to step on the Evil Dragon Palace. If this hall did not grow stronger, there was nothing they could do about it. As for Long Chen, part of the reason why he was willing to be the Evil Dragon Palace Master was because he felt that the title was not bad. The ancient blood spirit dragon was part of the Evil Dragon bloodline. Long Chen's personality was both good and evil, but he did not reject his evil self. In fact, he liked his own true personality. Time passed day by day, and the Evil Dragon Palace's situation was still not good. It was normal for disciples to be bullied and mocked outside, and generally speaking, those who had connections in other halls had all left. During this period of time, the Evil Dragon Palace had lost at least 5,000 people, and its strength had dropped once again, becoming a third-rate hall. Every day, curses and complaints could be heard. Because of Feng Jilin's rise, many of the great halls that were on good terms with Shintohong in the past all expressed their goodwill towards Feng Jilin. The evil dragon palace became uninterested, isolated and mocked. As a disciple of the evil dragon palace, it was simply a humiliation. As for the new hall master, not many people had any hope. After the hidden dragon ranking battle, Feng Jilin would definitely rise even more, shocking those true great halls. As for the evil dragon palace, it would definitely be buried in the dust of history. Who would still want to associate with the evil dragon palace? The warmth and coldness of human nature was more or less like this. Shintohong had made friends for a lifetime, but at this time, none of them stood on his side. Long Chen even heard that he couldn't even invite the 10 hall masters that he wanted to invite for the oath ceremony. No one was willing to give the evil dragon palace face. Of course, no one was willing to get involved in this mess. They might as well use this opportunity to curry favor with the Wind Divine Palace. Even Long Chen, who stayed in the Jiangxin Pavilion every day, heard that Feng Jilin had already said that on that day, she would not give face to anyone who gave the evil dragon palace face. In the Emperor Star, where the true martial Emperor Palace was, the place with the 99 golden demon suppressing columns was where the martial god palace was. With this place as the core, the strongest few great halls of the 3,000 great halls were the closest to the martial god palace. The further they were from the martial god palace, the weaker they were. Hence, the great halls near the evil dragon palace were roughly the same in strength. Although the Wind Divine Palace had Feng Jilin, it would still take some time for them to grow stronger and move closer to the martial god palace. This would take at least a few hundred years. A strong leader would, of course, attract geniuses. After a few hundred years or 1,000 years, these geniuses would become the pillars of the evil dragon palace. The better their results, the more support they would receive from the martial god palace. As for those who performed poorly or offended others, they would die as time passed. The evil dragon palace could not even invite the 10 hall masters. This time, the evil dragon palace was completely isolated. After this news spread, everyone lost hope for the evil dragon palace. The disciples who had connections to leave basically all left. The remaining could only eat and wait for death. Even Shintohong did not go out at all. He probably did not have the face to see the other people of the evil dragon palace. Amid the gloomy clouds of despair in the evil dragon palace, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai finally arrived at the Jiangxin Pavilion where Long Chen was. Long Chen had been waiting for them for a long time already. When they arrived beside Long Chen, Nangong Lai looked at him with some surprise. He said, "I heard about what happened in the past few days. This is strange. Given your character, why did you not retaliate after being bullied like that? Don't use your injuries to brush me off. Tell me honestly, are you feeling guilty for sullying her body? Is that why you did not make a move?" Long Chen was speechless. He said, "You are overthinking. I do not like her." Chapter 12:28. Nangong Lai was speechless. He smiled, "Kid, you actually don't like such a sexy girl. Your uncle Nangong won't be polite. I'll find a chance to fuck her. Let's see if your heart aches or not. Go, go. Be careful that she chases you for the rest of your life. You won't be able to sleep well." Long Chen smiled. Nangong Lai's personality was the opposite of Han Yunxing's. Don't talk nonsense. It's not good for little Chen's god martial spirit to be injured for too long. I think he's getting impatient. Han Yunxing said and took out a golden jade box. Long Chen was absolutely at ease when they did things. Without absolute confidence, Han Yunxing and the others would not let Long Chen wait here blindly. Sure enough, in less than a month, they had obtained the 9 Revolutions Golden Soul Pill. It was the first time Long Chen had seen golden jade. Things kept in such a jade box were naturally good things. You really burn money. Last time, the purple essence jade lotus pill used 1% of our merits. This 9-turn golden soul pill is even scarier. It used 1/10 of each of us. Don't get injured in the future. Otherwise, we won't be able to take care of you. Nangong Lai teased. What are you talking about? Our little Chen only causes others to get injured. At least in the 3,000 halls, this is our territory. Other than that old guy from Punishment Hall, no one can touch him. Han Yunxing said arrogantly. In the Shadow Demon world, they were so sullen. They wanted to show off in front of Long Chen. They didn't expect to become prisoners as soon as they arrived. It was so embarrassing. Back in the 3,000 halls, with their protection, Long Chen didn't have to worry at all. That was why the people from the Evil Dragon Hall worried all day. Long Chen just treated Feng Jilin as a pitiful woman and didn't bother with her. However, if she pestered him endlessly, a pitiful person would definitely be hateful. Long Chen wouldn't be polite with her. Uncles, I can get up by myself in the 3,000 palaces. Just watch. With the 9 revolutions golden soul elixir, Long Chen could fully recover and was in a good mood. He didn't want too many people to know about his relationship with Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing. Otherwise, no one would dare to fight with him. What would be the point? Others would only admit the strength of drunkard and martial addict, and admit that Long Chen was lucky, but they wouldn't think that Long Chen was very powerful. Coincidentally, Long Chen wanted to prove that he was very powerful. Nangong Lai patted his shoulder and said, "Brat, I heard that you are going to become the Evil Dragon Palace leader. Your reputation is not bad. Do it well. If you get into trouble, the 2 uncles will support you. Beat whoever you want to beat whoever you don't like. Don't think too much, just go and do it. If you cause trouble that you can't solve yourself, just inform us and we'll settle it for you." Long Chen was speechless. This guy was too domineering. However, Long Chen knew that their expectations of him were actually very high, so he would not let them down. After chatting for a while, Long Chen consumed the 9 revolutions golden soul elixir, while the 2 of them protected him. Jiang Cha and the others were very curious. Why was there a mysterious force preventing them from approaching Long Chen today? They used all their strength to get close to Long Chen, but there was always a force that pushed them away. They did not know what was going on, so they went to find Shen Tuhong, and in the end, Shen Tuhong also realized that he could not get close to him at all. He didn't know why he was unable to get close to Long Chen, and just like that, after 7 or 8 days, Jiang Cha finally realized that she could get close to him. At this time, Long Chen suddenly opened the door, and in that instant, when she saw the youth that walked out, Jiang Cha was stunned for a long time, because she realized that there seemed to be an indescribable light on Long Chen's body. This light was extremely dazzling, and it seemed to be different from before. Seventh brother. Jiang Cha was a little speechless. What's wrong? Long Chen walked over and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were already in the shadows, so it was time for Long Chen to perform alone. Since he had agreed to take over the Evil Dragon Palace, he had to do a good job. Even if he could not become a first-rate palace, he would not allow anyone to bully him. Otherwise, how could he, Long Chen, make a name for himself? How could the people of the 3 realms and 9 realms recognize him? About that, Hall Master Shen Tu told you to look for him after you come out. Jiang Cha said with a slightly red face. This junior brother is really handsome. Oh. Long Chen nodded. These days, he indeed knew that Shen Tuhong had come to look for him. This was the first time he walked out of the River Heart Pavilion and went to where Shen Tuhong was. After walking out of the River Heart Pavilion, Long Chen realized the current situation of the Evil Dragon Palace. Every disciple's face was stinking, and their eyes were bewildered. They had no hope, and were just waiting to die. Their fighting spirit had long disappeared from their eyes. I was defeated by a woman just like that, hee. For Long Chen, this was a kind of humiliation. The Evil Dragon Palace had more than 20,000 people, yet they were defeated by Feng Jilin. It seemed that this woman had some tricks up her sleeve. After more than half a month, they finally saw Long Chen's real body. Many disciples showed curious expressions. However, they clearly discovered that Long Chen's strength was only at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Could it be that he was really hiding his strength like others said? Long Chen was now almost the hall master of the evil dragon palace. When he passed by, the disciples should kneel and salute him. However, at this moment, everyone was numb. They looked at Long Chen as if they were looking at a stranger. If Shen Tuhong did not give the position to Long Chen, they might not be so disappointed. After all, Shen Tuhong had been in the evil dragon palace for so many years. They all trusted his strength and position. Long Chen was at most a talented little boy. Forget about saluting, it would be fine as long as they didn't attack Long Chen to test his strength. Just like this, Long Chen went all the way to Shen Tuhong's place. The disciple who stayed behind told Long Chen that Shen Tuhong was in the Cloud Ascension platform. Long Chen then went all the way to the Cloud Ascension platform. At this moment, Shen Tuhong was leading everyone and setting up a platform to prepare seats. It was probably for the examination and the oath ceremony. In the blink of an eye, almost a month had passed. "You're here." Shen Tuhong was a lot older. He stood in the clouds with his hands behind his back, waving for Long Chen to come over. Looking at the cloud ascending platform that was preparing to welcome the guests, Shen Tuhong said, "Fortunately, you came out. There's already news that the Punishment Hall's elders will come over tomorrow. I've already sent out the invitations for the 10 hall masters, so you don't have to worry. I've already informed them that tomorrow's examination won't be too difficult. You just have to use your normal strength. The position of Evil Dragon Palace Master will be handed over to you." "I heard that the other hall masters won't come." Long Chen replied as if he didn't care at all. Shen Tuhong froze for a moment, then revealed an angry expression, and said, "This bunch of grandsons, they called me brothers back then, but now that I have offended someone, they all ran far away with their tails between their legs, and even threw stones at me when I was down. You don't have to worry, without the other hall masters as witnesses, you are still the Evil Dragon Palace Master." Long Chen only felt that this matter was very fun, but in reality, he didn't feel any pressure at all. No, he hated those snobbish people from the bottom of his heart, so he said, "Just wait and see, they will lick your feet like dogs in the future." Shen Tuhong was startled. He didn't understand where Long Chen got his confidence from. Didn't he hear that he had lost miserably in front of Feng Jilin last time? "That seat is mine." Long Chen pointed to the precious mahogany chairs that were being prepared on the cloud ascending platform. "The one at the top is the Punishment Hall Elder, the 2 on the left and right are ours, and then the other hall masters." Shen Tuhong said. "Remove those, they are all for the dogs to sit on." Long Chen said with a smile. Shen Tuhong vaguely felt that Long Chen was different, and he felt that Long Chen was right. Just as he was about to get people to remove the 10 chairs, Long Chen suddenly waved his hand and said, "Never mind, let's not remove them. Who knows, there might be dogs coming tomorrow. We can't neglect them, right?" As he said that, he laughed softly. At this moment, Long Chen had completely immersed himself in this role. He had never done anything before. At this moment, he vaguely felt that leading 30,000 people and becoming a hall master was quite fun. One day, when the Evil Dragon Palace became an existence comparable to the Martial God Palace, with experts in great numbers, and all of them willing to work for him, Long Chen, he would establish a core in the true Martial Emperor Palace that was comparable to the Martial God Palace. What kind of grand occasion would that be? Today, he only had a vague idea. No one could imagine whether it would become a reality one day. The Evil Dragon Palace was a place that belonged to him, Long Chen. No one was allowed to invade it. He had to deal with that girl, Feng Jilin, ruthlessly tomorrow. He would make an example out of her. Shen Tuhong did not know that the man beside him would actually have such a terrifying idea. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already reached the Cloud Ascension platform. He stood at the highest position, where the punishment hall elders sat. However, Long Chen turned around and sat down. From here, he could see the entire evil dragon palace. There were many mountain peaks, and all sorts of buildings rose from the ground. Some were even built on dangerous peaks. It was very mysterious. Power. Long Chen pondered this word in his heart. Strength and power were indeed things that could make people go crazy. An order from someone in power could cause millions of corpses. No wonder so many people were passionate about power. Today, he had just tasted the forbidden fruit. Shen Tuhong was stunned. The youth sitting at the highest position, his body hidden in the clouds, was like a hibernating dragon. The disdain that he emitted inadvertently made Shen Tuhong tremble. He did not blame Long Chen for sitting in a position that he should not have. Chapter 12:29. Shen Tuhong realized that he was giving an order. Yes, he was giving an order to Shen Tuhong. However, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. From tomorrow onwards, Long Chen would be the true evil dragon palace master. It did not matter, but Long Chen's order was too strange. What was he trying to do? They probably don't have the patience to stay here for a night. Shen Tuhong said. Long Chen said decisively, those who don't want to come can scram out of the evil dragon palace. I won't hold them back. Those who can't stay can also scram. I won't hold them back. With his tone, he did not give Shen Tuhong a chance to defend himself. Shen Tuhong was a little unhappy. He said, there is no one left in the evil dragon palace. There are only 20,000 left. Their strength has greatly decreased. Do they still want more? Long Chen waved his hand and said, people who can't even stay for a night can't be expected to be loyal for a lifetime. Since I am the evil dragon palace's palace master, I have the final say. As long as they can endure the loneliness, only those who can be ordered can stay. The others are useless to me. You. Long Chen's change was too great today. Even Shen Tuhong did not know if it was right or wrong for him to give this position to him. I am the palace master. Long Chen said these 4 words in a deep voice. All right, I hope that I, Shen Tuhong, did not do something stupid. Under Long Chen's sharp gaze, Shen Tuhong finally compromised. He called everyone in the vicinity over and passed down the order. This was a mandatory order. It even strictly ordered those who were in seclusion in the Tower of Trials to come. Some of the cultivators who were still outside the evil dragon palace but were in the Emperor's Star were all notified to return to the evil dragon palace. Tomorrow was the day of the oath-taking ceremony. Why did they come early today? This was the question in many disciples' hearts, especially those who were at a critical juncture in their cultivation. However, this was not Long Chen's order, but Shen Tuhong's. Although many people did not know what was going on, they still came. They just kept cursing. The deathly silent evil dragon palace suddenly bustled with activity. 2 hours later, the remaining 9 vice palace masters, elders, and hall masters had all arrived at the cloud ascending platform. As for the remaining 20,000 disciples, regardless of whether they were ordinary disciples or true disciples, they had all gathered below the cloud ascending platform. The elders were in charge of accepting disciples, while the hall masters were in charge of managing the ordinary disciples. Each hall had its own name, and so did the elders. Under Long Chen's instructions, the 20,000 disciples stood in an orderly manner according to their respective areas. Although they were standing neatly, there was no discipline to speak of. At this moment, 20,000 people were discussing why they were standing here today. However, no one knew. They could only discuss while looking at the cloud ascension platform. Originally, because of Feng Jilin's rise, they were already annoyed enough. Now that Shen Tuhong had caused such a ruckus, wasn't it adding insult to injury and ruining the mood of others? On the cloud ascending platform, although the elders and hall masters did not understand what was going on, they did not discuss it. They knew that there would be an answer. At this moment, the the two people standing at the front were Long Chen and Shen Tuhong. Long Chen was in front, while Shen Tuhong stood behind him without saying a word. Just now, he had tested Long Chen's strength again and was also subdued by Long Chen in one move. Therefore, he did not say a word. The 9 deputy palace masters stood in front of them. Long Chen knew all of them. Basically, among the deputy palace masters, there were not many who submitted to Long Chen. At this moment, the few deputy palace masters had forgotten about Long Chen and asked Shen Tuhong if he had anything to announce. When Long Chen saw that it was about time, he raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. Everyone, I am Long Chen, and also the new evil dragon palace master. The reason why everyone is standing here today is because this is my order. The dense dragon aura caused his words to reverberate in every disciple's ears like deafening vibrations. Many of the disciples at the first or second level of the divine martial realm had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Long Chen's words could be said to have been engraved into their hearts. However, after understanding Long Chen's words, the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind was dissatisfaction. They were originally not satisfied with Long Chen being the new palace master, and today, for no reason at all, he had gathered everyone here. Wasn't this an abuse of power? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion. The discussion of more than 20,000 people directly drowned out Long Chen's voice. Among them, the ones who were the most dissatisfied were the few deputy palace masters. They came forward and said to Long Chen with the attitude of a senior, martial nephew Long Chen, you are not the palace master yet, how can you gather everyone here for no reason? Many people have things to do, aren't you just wasting your time? Long Chen looked at them indifferently and ignored them. He continued, today, I gathered everyone here to welcome tomorrow's meeting. Tomorrow will be the day the evil dragon palace will transform, it will shine again. Everyone must stay here and wait for tomorrow's arrival. If you have any objections, if you want to leave, then you can scram out of the evil dragon palace. We will not send you off. After saying that, Long Chen shut his mouth. He knew that this group of grandsons would definitely have a lot of opinions. As expected, many people were unhappy. Wasn't this nonsense? Why did they have to stand here for the whole night to welcome? Couldn't they come tomorrow? Moreover, Feng Jilin would definitely come tomorrow to humiliate the evil dragon palace. Tomorrow would only be a day of humiliation, what was there to welcome? The evil dragon palace was going to be gone, what was there to welcome? Nonsense, this is really nonsense. Among the vice palace masters, the old palace master Shang Wenfeng, who was about as strong as Jiang Qing, shouted angrily. He pointed at Long Chen and said, aren't you talking nonsense? What is there to welcome tomorrow? Our evil dragon palace has already lost all our face. Why are you the palace master? If you are the palace master, you will only make us lose even more face. The other vice hall masters also chimed in at once. Sometimes, violence combined with conciliation was a form of political power. When political power was established, it required violence. Long Chen instantly slapped each of the vice palace masters who spoke. The 9 vice palace masters were instantly sent flying, falling down the mountain. No one pulled them back. All of them had bloody noses and swollen faces, vomiting a mouthful of blood. They were all dignified golden body cultivators, but they were all half dead from the fall before they could climb back up. 9 resounding slaps rang out consecutively. From these slaps, one could tell how fast Long Chen was. Even the disciples below could clearly see what was happening above with the help of their spiritual sense. 9 highly respected vice palace masters were sent flying in an instant. What kind of courage was this? What kind of strength was this? Even Shen Tuhong was speechless. He looked at Long Chen in a daze. This fellow was really not giving them any face at all. The vice palace masters crawled up from the ground with lingering fear in their hearts. At the same time, they were filled with rage. They admitted that Long Chen was very strong. However, he could not be so disrespectful. Even Shen Tuhong would not dare to treat them like this. When I speak, you interrupt and question me. You are not even comparable to ordinary disciples. Tonight, all of you will stand below and remove the slap marks on your faces. Come up when there are no marks on your faces. Don't embarrass me. However, if you are not satisfied, you can leave. The Evil Dragon Palace does not lack vice palace masters. Long Chen's words extinguished their flames. Just as they were about to resist, Long Chen continued, Yizheng, come up. Below, Yizheng was also shocked by Long Chen's actions. Although Long Chen had lost to Feng Jilin, he still believed in Long Chen. He had already pledged his loyalty to Long Chen. Now that he saw Long Chen summon him, he did not even think and rushed up. He knelt before Long Chen and said, Yizheng has arrived. From today onwards, you will be the 10th Vice Palace Master of the Evil Dragon Palace, replacing Jiang Qing. Long Chen said. Yizheng raised his head and looked at Long Chen excitedly. To be honest, Yizheng was qualified to be the palace master. However, he was nervous in his heart. He knew that he definitely could not deal with Feng Jilin. Tonight, Long Chen's actions seemed to let him see the birth of hope. He knew that this youth would never do meaningless things. Today, being the vice palace master made him even more excited than being the palace master. This was because he knew that among the 10 palace masters, he was the only one that Long Chen trusted. Thank you, palace master. Yizheng said gratefully. Shintu Hong had willingly given the position of palace master to Long Chen. Yizheng calling him palace master now was not a big deal. At this moment it was already very noisy below. A few vice palace masters coveted Long Chen's strength. They did not dare to come up, so they fanned the flames and encouraged the disciples to go against Long Chen. Long Chen looked at the noise below and smiled. This kind of situation was far from enough to scare him. These old farts were really troublesome. Shintu Hong walked to Long Chen's side and asked Long Chen in doubt, what exactly do you want to do? Long Chen turned his head to look at him and said, if you trust me, don't ask too much. The Evil Dragon Palace is like a pool of stagnant water because of you. If I do not revive it, how can it be called an evil dragon? If you have the guts, get those old farts to shut their mouths. I will give you an explanation tomorrow. Shintu Hong understood that he was responsible for the Evil Dragon Palace's current situation. Although Long Chen did not know what to do, he might be able to revive the Evil Dragon Palace with his swift and decisive methods. Seeing this youth, Shintu Hong suddenly felt like he had come back to life. Passion burned in his chest. Long Chen said he would give him an explanation, then he would definitely give it. All right. At this moment, Shintu Hong's words were much more effective than Long Chen's. He stood at the edge of the cloud ascension platform and said, everyone, listen up. Quiet down, or you will be expelled from the Evil Dragon Palace. The crowd stopped shouting at Xia Ran. Chapter 1230. Even Shintu Hong said this. No matter how much trust they had no choice but to shut their mouths. The vice palace masters stopped making a ruckus. Shintu Hong's words still had some effect on them. However, they still did not understand Shintu Hong's actions. The Evil Dragon Palace's morale had already collapsed, yet he was still making a ruckus. Wasn't he trying to destroy the Evil Dragon Palace? Previously, after Feng Jilin had tortured Long Chen, she had said that she would give Long Chen a surprise tomorrow. Although it was a surprise, it was definitely a ruthless slap to Long Chen's face, causing the Evil Dragon Palace to lose all its face. The Evil Dragon Palace's trusted palace master had been abused by them. Originally, the Evil Dragon Palace would not be able to face anyone. How were they going to maintain their foothold among the 3,000 palaces? So, Long Chen and Shintu Hong adding insult to injury at this moment was undoubtedly an extremely foolish action. Then let's wait until tomorrow. Let's see what the Evil Dragon Palace will be like tomorrow. If the Evil Dragon Palace lets such a person become the palace master in the future, It's fine if I don't take the position as a vice palace master, but the evil dragon palace will be finished. The vice palace masters discussed among themselves. However, they did not try to incite others. It was just staying here for a night. To them, a night was just a matter of an instant. As for the others, there were people who disobeyed Long Chen's orders. They did not want to stay in the evil dragon palace for a long time. They just did not have a chance to leave. Among these people, some people directly left. Long Chen did not urge them to stay. However, there were people who not only left on their own, but also incited others to leave. Yi Zheng, I'll give you a mission. Cripple those who incited others to leave on the spot, Long Chen suddenly said. Yi Zheng accepted the order. His fighting style was suitable to be an assassin. When he went down, in an instant, wherever someone made a ruckus, that person would be hit, and they would all lose an arm. When Long Chen gave the order, everyone heard it. Even those who just opened their mouths were not remembered and were dealt with by Yi Zheng. In an instant, those who wanted to leave all shut their mouths. The evil dragon palace was known as the evil dragon, but most of them were as cowardly as mice. Long Chen was not afraid of them rebelling as they did not have the guts. Fortunately, he returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. The others, including the elders and hall masters, all stared blankly at the new palace master. Their faces were stiff. Long Chen's ruthless methods had subdued them. However, they still did not understand how Long Chen was going to get through tomorrow, and how he was going to give Shen Tuhong an explanation. Everything could only wait for tomorrow to arrive. In one night, another few thousand evil dragon palace people left. The remaining people, including the elders and hall masters, should barely amount to 20,000. There was no sun on the imperial star, but there was clearly night and day. When day arrived, Long Chen opened his eyes. In that instant, a sharp light erupted from his eyes, causing everyone to be secretly startled. They could vaguely feel that a sleeping divine dragon had awakened. When the day arrived, the disciples' patience was about to run out. However, the people from the punishment hall were about to arrive as well. After today, who knew what the evil dragon palace would be like? The area below the cloud ascension platform gradually became lively. The 9 vice palace masters looked at each other and went up the cloud ascension platform. The evil dragon palace was about to have guests, and it was not a good thing to have internal strife and fight at this time. However, the evil dragon palace had lost another few thousand people, and the 9 vice palace masters had already blamed this matter on Long Chen. The vice palace masters at least had their own seats. They sat down one by one and coldly looked at Long Chen. In their eyes, they did not hide their dissatisfaction towards Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen sat in his seat. He did not say anything and continued to wait. Time passed bit by bit. The 10 palace masters that Shen Tuhong had invited should have arrived, but none of them had arrived yet. This was not out of everyone's expectations. It had long been rumored that the 10 palace masters would not be present, and today was only a confirmation. As the evil dragon palace's palace master, they could not even invite 10 palace masters. Everyone felt their faces burning, especially Shen Tuhong. Vice Palace Master Shang Wenfeng, who was not far from Shen Tuhong, snorted coldly and said, "You should have been a proper palace master. Persevere. Who knows, we might still have a chance. However, you caused trouble for no reason. After today, our evil dragon palace, haha." These words were only for Shen Tuhong to hear. Most of the people had the same thought and did not understand Shen Tuhong. Shen Tuhong chose to turn a blind eye to these words. He had already spoken up for Long Chen before, and now he was in the same boat as Long Chen. The majority of people felt that it was a mistake for Shen Tuhong to let Long Chen be the palace master. Indeed, Long Chen already had such battle prowess at such a young age. He could be considered a genius that could at least rank in the top 100 of the 3,000 palaces. It was fine for him to be the palace master, but this brat did not respect his elders, abused his power, and did not even give face to the vice palace master. What qualifications did such a person have to lead the entire evil dragon palace? It was said that this brat had a great enmity with Feng Jilin. When Feng Jilin came, let's see what this brat could do. Time gradually passed, and the punishment hall elder was about to arrive. It is said that when Feng Jilin took over the position of palace master last time, she invited over 100 palace masters. There were even palace masters at LV8 of the divine martial arts realm. Only our palace master wasn't there. It was such a grand scene, but now our evil dragon palace, it's really embarrassing. We actually entered such a great hall. We're really unlucky. Originally, it was still fine, but now we have such a weird palace master. We're finished. That's right. Not a single palace master came. If this spreads, we'll be a laughing stock. This Long Chen's reputation has spread, but he'll be a laughing stock. Don't say any more. Palace Master Shintu is still here. If Long Chen can't do it, we'll rebel with 20,000 people. I don't believe he can still be the palace master. Even if he can, he'll just be a commander without an army. Who will listen to him? I heard that Long Chen and Feng Jilin have a great enmity. With that peerless genius, this brat won't be able to live for long. Similar discussions came from all directions. Long Chen could not help but feel a little sad. This evil dragon palace was really hopeless. They were facing a great disaster, yet they still despised the organization they belonged to. If they weren't useless, why would they be bullied by others? Long Chen remained expressionless amidst all the unpleasant discussions. Everyone thought that they had convinced him, and their spirits soared. It seemed that this youth in charge of the evil dragon palace was a little pitiful. Just at this moment, Feng Jilin arrived. Dozens of air-piercing sounds could be heard as they flew over. It was clear that the commotion was not small. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the horizon. There were dozens of silhouettes flying over. Each of them had extraordinary strength. Everyone was shocked. How could there be so many people? Shintu Hong's eyes widened. He suddenly recalled what Long Chen said yesterday. At first, Long Chen wanted to remove the seats prepared for the other palace masters, saying that they were for the dogs. Then he suddenly said that maybe the dogs would come. And now, as he said, the dogs came. This was clearly not a coincidence. It was within Long Chen's expectations. Among the people who came, other than Feng Jilin and the various vice hall masters of the Wind God Palace, there were also 10 hall masters invited by Shintu Hong, as well as the vice hall masters of the various halls. These people were all people of status, and none of them were left behind. However, they all followed behind Feng Jilin, as if they were following Feng Jilin's lead. Shintu Hong turned to look at Long Chen and saw Long Chen smiling dejectedly. Shintu Hong was shocked. He knew that Long Chen must have guessed that they would come from the start. Long Chen naturally understood that Feng Jilin wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. Only then could she vent her anger. The more people watching, the better. Therefore, those palace masters who did not want to come to the evil dragon palace's oath ceremony to avoid offending Feng Jilin all came under Feng Jilin's summons. This group of experts was about 10 times the strength of the evil dragon palace's upper echelon. They descended above the cloud ascension platform. With Feng Jilin in the lead, they looked down at the evil dragon palace's people. A somber atmosphere began to spread. This was the first time many people saw so many palace masters gathered together. Immediately, the evil dragon palace's disciples became silent out of fear. Just now, they were still slandering Long Chen. Everyone raised their heads and stretched their necks to take a look. The woman in the lead was shrouded in a white veil. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. She had peerless beauty and talent. She was Feng Jilin, who had recently risen to fame in the 3,000 palaces. Behind her were a group of beautiful women. They were the Wind Divine Palace's vice palace masters. The evil dragon palace could have made an enemy out of anyone, but it had to make an enemy out of the Wind Divine Palace, which was filled with beautiful women. It must be known that every Wind Divine Palace's beauty had many pursuers. It was already a miracle that Shinto Hong could last this long. Long Chen knew that they would come. Amidst the silence, the palace masters all laughed loudly. They descended and found the seats that Long Chen had prepared for them. The palace masters and vice-palace masters of the various palaces were all there. The prepared chairs were enough for them to sit. After arriving, it was as Long Chen expected. These people did not even care about Long Chen or anyone else from the Evil Dragon Palace. They chatted and laughed as if the Cloud Ascension platform was their home. They did not care about Shinto Hong and the others at all, treating them like they were transparent. Everyone has come from afar. Please give Shinto Hong some face. I am very grateful. Shinto Hong stood up and said some polite words. Chapter 1231. Feng Jilin smiled sweetly and said, Hall Master Chen is too kind. Jilin is just a junior. I can only improve steadily. How could I have such achievements? Of course, compared to some halls that are on the verge of destruction, the Wind God Hall is already very good. Everyone laughed, not giving any face to Shinto Hong. Shinto Hong was still standing there in a daze. At this moment, a hall master with a sinister appearance said, That's right. We call ourselves the Evil Dragon Hall, but we have a hall master that looks like a fat pig. I think we should change our name to the Evil Pig Hall. Shinto Hong was enraged. What he hated the most was people talking about his physique, and this person in front of him was a fellow who used to call him brother. He didn't expect that in order to please this woman, he would actually say such words. Dong Cheng, you. Being humiliated in front of 20,000 disciples, no matter how good Shinto Hong's temper was, he was red with anger. If not for the fact that the other party had so many people, and today was an important day for the Evil Dragon Hall, he would have gone up to fight with this guy. However, even though he was so angry, the other party did not even look at him. They were all chatting and laughing with Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin said, Hall Master Dong, you are wrong. Isn't the Evil Dragon Hall going to change hall masters today? Maybe after the new hall master, they will really be the Evil Dragon Hall. As she spoke, she glanced in Long Chen's direction. She originally thought that Long Chen would be furious after being humiliated like this. For a man, was there anything more embarrassing than being slapped in the face by a woman? What she was most looking forward to seeing was Long Chen's murderous gaze. Today, she was chatting cheerfully with so many old men and had to endure their lecherous gazes. It was all to teach Long Chen a lesson. At the very least, he would not have the face to see anyone again. He would not even have the face to see the people from the Evil Dragon Palace. But at this moment, she suddenly saw Long Chen smiling at her. Although it was a smile, the coldness in his eyes made Feng Jilin's heart turn cold. She did not know why, but when Long Chen sat at the highest position, he had a unique disdainful aura. This was something no one could compare to. He had the natural disposition of a king. At this moment, the other hall masters burst into laughter. Hall Master Feng is really humorous. The Evil Pig Palace is indeed the Evil Pig Palace. Even if the hall master is changed, he is just a pig. At most, he is a tortoise hiding in its shell. What can he do? Didn't Hall Master Feng come over a few days ago and beat up the hall master he trusted so badly that he ran away like a rat, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy? Looking at the young Long Chen, the old foxes laughed heartily. Being able to chat with this beautiful palace lord while admiring her graceful figure was one of the joys of life. Every disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace could hear their voices and mockery clearly. This was all within their expectations. They already knew that the two palace masters of the Evil Dragon Palace would be ruthlessly humiliated today. At this moment, even their faces were red with anger. However, Long Chen and Long Chen were still like grandsons, not making a single sound. In the eyes of the crowd, they were even worse than turtles. Of course, they didn't dare to resist and could only swallow their anger. Everyone felt like they were about to explode, but no one dared to provoke them. This was the current evil dragon palace. As for the vice hall masters, most of them were gloating over their misfortune. Seeing the hall masters laughing so happily, Long Chen only felt that these people had lived for so many years, yet they only had this little bit of intelligence. They were truly letting down their parents. His gaze swept across, and saw Yi Zhang's cold gaze. Clearly, he was feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. After all, Shen Tuhong was a person who was almost equivalent to a father to him. Yet, he was being humiliated in such a manner. Seeing Shen Tuhong's miserable appearance, if not for Long Chen's instructions, he would have long since taken action. Yi Zhang, let me tell you a story, Long Chen suddenly said. His voice was calm and peaceful. The mockery and ridicule of the other hall masters did not affect him at all. Hall master, please speak. Yi Zhang knew that Long Chen was definitely not someone who would be bullied. Long Chen laughed and said, once upon a time, there was a group of old dogs in heat who saw a little bitch. They actually followed the little bitch's butt and smelled the little bitch's fart. Don't you think this story is funny? It was too vulgar, so vulgar that even Long Chen laughed. Yi Zhang was startled, but he immediately understood what Long Chen meant. His face immediately turned red. He was not someone who laughed often, but he really couldn't hold it in at this moment. The 20,000 disciples below looked at each other and immediately burst into an uproar. Half of them were laughing, while the other half were panicking. Long Chen's head must have been caught in a door. He suddenly said such a strange thing. If the hall masters were to get angry, the evil dragon palace would be in trouble. Adding insult to injury, they would offend more and more people. If they continued to stay here, they would be humiliated to death sooner or later. As expected, the hall masters and vice hall masters immediately stood up from their seats and looked at Long Chen coldly. Everyone's gaze was very unfriendly. Only Feng Jilin was still sitting. She looked at Long Chen as if she wanted to tear him apart. Vulgar, it was really too vulgar. She was actually compared to a little female dog. It could be said that this made Feng Jilin's lungs explode. She admitted that other than strength, temperament, and shamelessness, she was not Long Chen's match. Today, she had originally come to humiliate Long Chen. She wanted to see Long Chen's despair and anger. She had prepared so much and performed so much, but she did not expect it to be easily disintegrated by a single sentence from Long Chen. Their performance not only did not anger Long Chen, they were angered half to death by Long Chen. They were all seniors of virtue, yet they were actually described as old dogs in heat. This made them swallow their anger. However, they had forgotten that they had just called Shen Tuhong a fat pig. This was probably retribution. The originally mocking atmosphere became tit for tat. As hall masters, none of them were easy to provoke. Just a single sentence from Long Chen was enough for them to at least cripple Long Chen. Today's grudge would be settled. In the future, whether it was Long Chen or the evil dragon palace, as long as they went out, it would be normal for them to be humiliated and crippled. It could be said that the 10 hall masters had surrounded the evil dragon palace. Feng Jilin also slowly stood up. She did not speak because she knew that these 10 hall masters would teach Long Chen a lesson even without her command. On the Cloud Ascension platform, the expressions of the elders, hall masters, and vice hall masters all changed. The smell of gunpowder was very strong. However, this was a fight between hall masters, so they could only stand there obediently. Seeing the killing intent in these old fellows' eyes, Long Chen swept his gaze across them. He could not bear it anymore, there was no need to bear it anymore. These old things were not worthy of respect. In terms of arguing, even 10 of them would not be Long Chen's match. However, Long Chen was not interested in arguing with them, because he would have an unfair advantage. Just as they approached Long Chen with gloomy expressions, Long Chen raised his head and saw that the punishment hall's elder had already arrived. Everyone was shocked. They immediately half-knelt on the ground and said in a clear voice, "Welcome, enforcement elder." In an instant, everyone knelt down. Only Long Chen was still sitting in his original position. Shinto Hong was shocked and hurriedly shouted in secret, "Long Chen, the enforcement elder is here. Quickly kneel down. Kneel down." This word was especially harsh to Long Chen. Nangong Lai had already said that he, Long Chen, could do whatever he wanted in the 3,000 halls. A mere enforcement elder wanted him, Long Chen, to kneel? That was pure wishful thinking. Long Chen did not move. He watched as the enforcement elder landed in his position. It was a white-haired, white-bearded old man with a pair of eagle eyes. He was tall and skinny, and his expression was cold, like a male eagle. 20,000 people knelt down. Only Long Chen was still sitting in the distance, smiling at him. Although the enforcement elder did not see this kind of people often, he had seen a few. They were basically all dead, so he did not care at all. He looked around and said, "Get up and take your seats." Everyone nodded and returned to their seats. The enforcement elder came at the right time. The others wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson. Now that the enforcement elder was here, it was a bit inconvenient. However, everyone was secretly delighted. Long Chen's actions had already offended the enforcement elder. Let's see how he will die later. The enforcement elder did not even look at Long Chen. He said directly, "Today, the evil dragon palace will be changing palace masters. Invite the old and new palace masters to come before me." Hearing this, Long Chen and Shinto Hong stood up and walked in front of the enforcement elder. The enforcement elder looked at the information provided by Shinto Hong, then looked at Long Chen. Normally, in the eyes of the enforcement elder, the evil dragon palace was a small palace. Changing palace masters was not a problem at all. Normally, after the enforcement elder filled in the application, Long Chen would be able to take over as palace master. However, the application said that Long Chen had the battle prowess of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Why did it look like he was at the 4th level of the divine martial realm? The enforcement elder frowned. He looked at Long Chen and asked, "Do you really have the battle prowess of the 7th level of the divine martial realm?" Long Chen said, "Elder, you can test me." His words were filled with confidence. The enforcement elder nodded his head. It was obviously not appropriate for him to do it himself. He was someone with a high status, how could he do it himself? Looking around, as he expected, there were many people who were willing to help with the test. They were basically the palace masters who had been insulted by Long Chen just now. At this time, Feng Jilin stood up and said, "Enforcement elder, this junior is the palace master of the Wind Divine Palace, Feng Jilin. I am willing to help you and test the new evil dragon palace master." Very well. The enforcement elder was interested in this young girl. He knew Long Chen, and recently, Feng Jilin's name was very famous in the 3,000 palaces. She was at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, and among the disciples of the 3,000 palaces, she could be ranked in the top 20. It was said that there were many disciples from the super palaces chasing after her. Chapter 1232. Before coming, the law enforcement elder had vaguely understood the situation here. He had watched from the sky for a while and knew that the evil dragon palace was already a pool of stagnant water. He had already offended all the people he should offend, especially this new young palace master. The law enforcement elder was a little speechless, so he said, "Let Feng Jilin test the new evil dragon palace master. Remember, if your strength is too weak and you can't pass the test, you can't be the evil dragon palace master." Everyone was in an uproar. Feng Jilin had come to test Long Chen again. A few days ago, Feng Jilin had easily beaten up Long Chen, and Long Chen was unable to retaliate at all. Today, Feng Jilin had come to test Long Chen again. Wouldn't Long Chen suffer a crushing defeat? If they couldn't even pass the test, the evil dragon palace couldn't afford to lose face like this. If they lost face, then they would truly be the evil pig palace. Everyone looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. This time, the evil dragon palace was really finished. All of this could only be blamed on one person, and that was Long Chen. The reason why Feng Jilin was in a hurry to make a move was because she finally understood that no matter what method she used, she would not be able to disturb this guy's emotions. He was like an impenetrable wall, at least in his heart. Feng Jilin could not defeat him, so she only had one way, and that was to use strength to defeat him, to let everyone see his incompetence and cowardice. When she abused this guy, abused him in front of tens of thousands of people, and made him lose all his dignity, Feng Jilin did not believe that he would be able to continue being stubborn. Thinking of that scene, she was incomparably excited. She knew that the law enforcement elder was biased towards her, so as long as she did not kill Long Chen, no matter how badly she abused him, the law enforcement elder would not stop her. Only strength. At this moment, Feng Jilin walked to the center of the cloud ascension platform with small steps. She turned around and looked in the direction of Long Chen. Her clothes fluttered without any wind. She extended a hand and said to Long Chen, "Please." Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He had wanted to play with her for a while longer, but he didn't expect her to be unable to hold it in so quickly. Then let the climax come. Everyone understood that if Feng Jilin were to test Long Chen would definitely have no way out. If he lost too miserably today, regardless of whether he had the strength of the 7th level of the divine martial realm or not, he might not be able to pass the examination, and might not even be able to sit on the position of the evil dragon palace leader. If that was the case, everyone would heave a sigh of relief. If Long Chen were to become the evil dragon palace leader, who knew what kind of boring things would happen? But that was because he had lost too much face today. Although no one was looking forward to this battle, at least 20,000 people would be able to watch it. It was enough for them to witness his rise. For the first time, Long Chen stood up from his chair and walked to Feng Jilin in a few steps. Feng Jilin narrowed her eyes. A month ago, when she came to find Long Chen, she challenged Long Chen, and Long Chen didn't even fight back. But now, he actually dared to stand in front of her. Did he really think that he could abuse himself as he pleased like he did in the primordial cemetery? Feng Jilin laughed. She did not think that in a mere month, Long Chen would be able to improve to that level. No, you really have guts. You dare to fight me head-on, and under the watch of these 20,000 people. Feng Jilin raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Long Chen was already standing 10 meters in front of her. Even now, his 20,000 people's divine senses were still capturing their every movement and expression. In this environment that would normally make people nervous, Long Chen was very relaxed. He had waited for an entire month for this moment, and with his personality, he would never have endured it for so long. All of this was because today was a good opportunity. Long Chen extended a hand, looked at Feng Jilin with a solemn expression, and said, "Come." It was just a single word, but it revealed a frightening confidence. At that moment, what happened to Feng Jilin and Long Chen seemed to have changed. She thought it was just an illusion. After she experienced that magical event, no one in the world could level up faster than her. Long Chen was just a guy from a small place. How could he be compared to her? Pretentious loser. If you are a man, just admit defeat. Maybe I will be merciful and not attack you. Feng Jilin humphed and said. What responded to her was that Long Chen took out the blood scarlet sky. Last time when Feng Jilin fought against Long Chen did not use the full power of the blood scarlet sky. No matter how Feng Jilin humiliated him, Long Chen was still expressionless. However, he gave Long Chen the feeling of a volcano, and it was only the eve of an eruption. Bastard! Feng Jilin scolded. She couldn't bear it anymore and directly attacked. After staying in the Wind Divine Hall for such a long time, she had basically mastered all the battle skills of the Wind Divine Hall. At the same time, she also had everything that the mysterious person had given her. 1 month ago, when she bullied Long Chen, she also didn't use anything. Chaos of the Wind God, Blade Storm. At that moment, she suddenly jumped up into the air, and her clothes fluttered in the wind. Instantly, the air surged, and under her control, it turned into countless blades, sweeping towards Long Chen. According to Feng Jilin's thinking, this time, Long Chen would be beaten to a pulp by her. It was the same as last time. Feng Jilin's attack was sharp and fast. The blades were almost invisible to the naked eye. The sound of the wind blades breaking through the air made people's scalps go numb. With such speed, even if it was a warrior of the same level as Feng Jilin, the only thing they could do was resist. But what made people exclaim for the first time was that at the last moment, Long Chen suddenly turned into a golden lightning and instantly rushed out of the attack range of the blade storm. He rushed out of the cloud-reaching platform and came to the left side of the cloud-reaching platform. Unscathed, Long Chen stood there, then turned around to look at the crowd. His eyes gradually revealed a look of disdain. When Long Chen displayed his speed, the first one who was shocked was the law enforcement elder. Although it was only for a moment, he clearly felt that Long Chen's speed was actually similar to his. He escaped. Feng Jilin was also stunned. She knew that a warrior of the same level could only resist this move. What was going on with Long Chen? She knew that this young man was the strangest, but an escape move wasn't enough to subdue Feng Jilin. She suddenly turned around and the wind surged. In an instant, she was in front of Long Chen. Seems like you have some ability. However, you are still trash. I want to let these 20,000 people see their new hall master kneel in front of me. What kind of grand occasion would that be? Feng Jilin sneered. Long Chen was really speechless towards this woman. He said, "Is there something wrong with your head? It's not like you're some chaste woman. Is there a need to make it seem like I've done something to you over such a small matter?" Long Chen's words immediately set off a heavy bomb. Originally, everyone had guessed that Feng Jilin and Long Chen were old friends. Both of them hadn't been in the true martial emperor palace for long, so they must have met before. There must be a reason why Feng Jilin hated Long Chen so much. The most likely reason was probably similar to what Long Chen said. They didn't expect these two to have had a relationship in the past. Long Chen's words were ambiguous. It was fine if they had had a relationship. At the very least, they should have done something. This was big news. The evil dragon palace disciples admired Long Chen for the first time. They didn't expect him to be so ferocious. Even such a beauty had submitted to him back then. Now that Feng Jilin was in such a hurry to humiliate Long Chen, the reason was obvious. She must have been abandoned. To be able to abandon such a person, Long Chen was obviously an amazing person. This was definitely big news. They heard that Feng Jilin had many pursuers in the 3,000 palaces. There were some big shots among them. This was going to be fun. This way, the gossipy people didn't care about the evil dragon palace's humiliation. The ambiguous relationship between the two was the biggest news. At that moment, Feng Jilin's face turned the color of pig liver. There was an uproar below. How could she not know what they were talking about? Even the vice palace masters of the Wind God Palace were looking at her with strange gazes. Perhaps they had already guessed it. Being stared at like that, Feng Jilin felt uncomfortable. The flames of anger burned in her chest. Her full chest heaved up and down violently, her deep cleavage faintly visible. At this moment, she looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes and almost shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. With this wild dog's body, you are not fit to touch me. Long Chen, I didn't expect you to be this shameless. Today, you lost to me. You are afraid of losing too badly and losing the face of the evil dragon palace, so that's why you are talking nonsense." Seeing her go crazy, Long Chen felt helpless. He didn't mean anything else. He just said the truth about the words carved on her butt. However, there was nothing he could do if others misunderstood. There was no need to say more. Long Chen waved his hand and said, "If you want to kill me, hurry up. You won't get another chance like this again." The conversation between the two confused everyone. They didn't know who was real and who was fake. From Feng Jilin's words, it seemed like Long Chen couldn't touch her. However, from Long Chen's lack of explanation, it seemed like it was true, otherwise, why would Feng Jilin be so resentful? Feng Jilin couldn't bear it anymore and used her killing move. At this moment, Long Chen didn't hold back anymore. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. This was his method. As for having tender feelings for the fairer sex, to hell with that. When Long Chen displayed all his strength, he was like a human-shaped beast. He instantly dominated the sky of the evil dragon palace and looked down at the people below. At that moment, everyone felt like they were ants. Chapter 1233. Feng Jilin was the controller of the wind. She was almost unparalleled in this aspect. Her martial path was the path of the wind. Not many people could achieve such a clear-cut and single-minded attitude. At this moment, under her control, all the flowers and trees in the true Dragon Mountain range where the evil dragon palace was located began to dance wildly. They let out sharp screeches as their branches and leaves filled the sky. The sky was filled with broken leaves and storm-like sand. Only the power of the wind could cause such an earth-shattering change. The people below squinted. They could not see the two, so they could only use their divine sense to grasp their position. Vaguely, they realized that Long Chen's performance today would be different. If not, why would Feng Jilin be so nervous? The last time she bullied Long Chen, it was very quiet, not even 1/10 of this. But now, she used her divine sense to grasp Long Chen's position, but Long Chen was too fast. She could not grasp the position of the golden lightning that surrounded her. How can this be? No matter what, she still could not believe it. Get out! A sharp cry came from her mouth. Just as she finished speaking, a blood-red line filled her eyes. From the moment it appeared to the moment it became a threat to her, it only happened in an instant. She heard a sharp cry. This was the sound of the halberd piercing through the Emperor's spirit chi. Once Long Chen's power burst out, he did not give this woman a chance to fight back. After he got close to her, he used the grade 8 divine level 24 war spear. The tip of the halberd was filled with earth energy, instantly enveloping Feng Jilin in a small space. The sudden killing move from the blood-red halberd made Feng Jilin panic. Only when she saw Long Chen's blood-red eyes when he attacked did she remember the time she lost to Long Chen. It was like a shadow in her heart, and now it reappeared in her heart. Feng Jilin suddenly felt cold all over. A cold feeling came from the bottom of her feet. Impossible. She knew it was the shadow in her heart. She was no longer the girl who could let Long Chen do whatever he wanted. She gritted her teeth and her face became ferocious. She was filled with killing intent. She defeated her fear in the end. You do have some ability. You are qualified to fight against me. But you are only at this level. Feng Jilin laughed. Halfway through her speech, Long Chen's lance suddenly changed direction and stabbed towards her lower abdomen. That was her most private part. She didn't expect him to be so shameless. Feng Jilin almost fainted from anger. The killing intent and anger in her heart had already drowned her. Die, 100-generation storm phantoms. In an instant, over 100 shadows shot out from Feng Jilin's body. They were densely packed, and each shadow held 2 wind blades that could twist space. They slashed towards Long Chen. The blades were fierce. Each shadow seemed to be a master of the way of the blade. Every strike was as fatal as Long Chen's 24 war spear. The most terrifying thing was that the storm phantoms had a whirlpool and twisting power. It was extremely large. Long Chen knew that if he was hit by it accidentally, it would be quite troublesome. This woman's strength really is not bad. Long Chen had a plan. She had another soul in her body. Although she did not show it, it controlled Feng Jilin's life and greatly affected her strength. Originally, the 24 war spear had the upper hand, but it was quickly surrounded by the extremely powerful 100-generation storm phantoms that were at least an 8th grade god tier battle skill. Long Chen fell into a bitter battle. His opponent was a true cultivator of the Dharma of Heaven. The will of the Dharma of Heaven was contained in every attack, causing great mental damage to Long Chen. Fortunately, his god martial soul had recovered, and his dragon will had reached great perfection. He was able to resist. The crowd below broke into an uproar when they saw the 100-generation storm phantoms. Clearly, this was Feng Jilin's killing move. She had actually used this move against Long Chen. Long Chen's defeat would be at this moment. However, at this moment, Long Chen's cold laughter rang out from the sky. So this is the extent of a so-called genius? What did he mean? Very soon, everyone saw a golden bolt of lightning flash through the phantoms. The blood-red halberd in Xiao Chen's hand turned into a huge blood-red net. The phantoms that the net touched gave off deafening explosions. With every explosion, the various structures of the evil dragon palace below would tremble violently. The disciples of the evil dragon palace could not help but imagine that they would be able to do this if they were Long Chen. Of course, the answer was no. At this moment, they suddenly felt a trace of admiration for Long Chen. Perhaps he still had hope today, or perhaps he would not lose too badly today. As long as he did not lose too badly, as long as he could put up a fight against Feng Jilin, the evil dragon palace would not lose too much face today. The expressions of the hall masters and vice hall masters on the cloud ascension platform had changed long ago. In the beginning, Long Chen was just a young clown. Now, no one was confident that they could defeat Long Chen. Aside from the disciplinary elder, the strongest among the 10 hall masters was the Dharma of Heaven. However, his battle prowess was incomparable to Feng Jilin's. However, what shocked them even more was still far behind. After destroying Feng Jilin's 100-generation storm phantoms, Long Chen could have followed up with another attack. However, he suddenly stopped and stared at Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin was not used to his passionate gaze. I originally wanted to teach you a lesson, but I keep feeling that you won't learn from it. There's no end to it. Let's see if you can take it or not. What did that mean? Hot. Feng Jilin was startled. She roughly understood that Long Chen felt that she could defeat him. She could not help but sneer, "You're so arrogant after blocking one attack from me. You're still the same as before. Is that so?" Long Chen's style was to end battles as quickly as possible. In front of absolute strength, he couldn't be bothered to waste words with this woman. At this time, Scarlet Blood Desolation waved his hand and said, "What attacks can you use? Don't hide them. I can defeat you in one move." Feng Jilin seemed to have heard a joke. She laughed so hard that her body bent forward and backward. Her white and full bosom could be faintly seen through her clothes. Long Chen really could not stand this idiot. She was so arrogant to this extent. It could only be said that the soul in her body had given her too much confidence. However, there were still things in this world that surpassed the understanding of the soul in her body. For example, the power of Long Chen's blood desolation and 9 dragon scripture. Suddenly, 4 consecutive roars came from Long Chen's body. 4 long dragons of different colors appeared behind him. They extended for hundreds of li. Each of them was a shocking giant beast. They attached themselves to Long Chen's blood desolation. The dragon scales that glowed with flowing light, the blue flames, the blue icy mist, the illusory wind, and the lush life force of the forest stunned everyone for a moment. This was the dragon sacrificial continent. Everyone had heard of the legends of dragons. Many battle techniques were related to dragons. However, no one had seen the most tyrannical battle technique used by the dragon practitioners like the 9 dragon scripture, nor had they seen such a terrifying body that extended for hundreds of li. In an instant, the aura on Long Chen's body had risen to a level where he could completely suppress Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin, who had been sneering at Long Chen, instantly paled. She hurriedly retreated. The attack power that Long Chen had displayed was more than 10 times stronger than before. Such a powerful battle skill could only be unleashed after Long Chen had used up almost all of his energy. Although an ordinary 8th grade god skill was precious, it was definitely not a match for it. Feng Jilin's world suddenly started to turn upside down. At this moment, the position between her and Long Chen had been completely reversed. In the midst of panic, she suddenly realized what Long Chen had said. His objective was definitely not as simple as teaching Feng Jilin a lesson. Even if Feng Jilin was a blockhead, she could think of many things from the eruption of Long Chen's strength. She started to understand that there must be a reason why Long Chen had stayed behind to make a move. The reason was already very obvious. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and thoroughly strengthen his reputation in the 3,000 halls of true martial emperor palace. She, Feng Jilin, had unfortunately become Long Chen's stepping stone. However, she had delivered herself to his doorstep. To Feng Jilin, this was a very laughable matter. The shadow in her heart was like ants crawling all over her body. The gaze of the 4 mystical dragons behind Long Chen made Feng Jilin have the urge to kneel down and worship them. A feeling of weakness actually welled up in her heart at this moment. There was no one who was not afraid of dragons. No, I can't lose like this. Feng Jilin saw that Long Chen's eyes were cold and he was about to attack her. She bit the tip of her tongue and chose to fight with her life on the line. Until the end, no one would know who would win and who would lose. Divine Wind Heart Sutra, Devouring Wind Array. Feng Jilin's hands intertwined and a green spell appeared in front of her. Its diameter expanded by more than 100 meters. In the middle of the green spell, there were countless green symbols that looked like wind symbols. They spun and drove the entire spell to spin. In an instant, the green spell turned into a whirlpool and a crazy suction force was sucking towards Long Chen. Long Chen's face turned pale. His face was pale and his face was pale. He looked at Feng Jilin and said, Feng Jilin, Feng Jilin, Feng Jilin, Feng Jilin, Feng Jilin, Feng Jilin. If you want to deal with me, enter my whirlpool first. I will kill you completely. Feng Jilin's hair was disheveled and her face was pale. The power of the 9 dragons scripture was already prepared. Long Chen just wanted to see what other tricks she could play. At this moment, he looked at the rotating devouring wind array in front of him. It felt like the god-slaying sword array, but it was definitely more terrifying than the god-slaying sword array. An ordinary divine martial realm heaven's Dharma idol wouldn't be a match for this move of Feng Jilin's. Chapter 1234. For divine dragons descended from the sky like huge meteorites. The power of each divine dragon was equivalent to the full power of a heavenly aspect martial artist. The power of the 4 divine dragons mixed together and condensed on the tip of the scarlet blood desolation spear. It immediately formed a power that Long Chen could not control. His entire arm was trembling as he desperately held onto the spear and stabbed with all his might. A blood-red ray of light directly pierced into Feng Jilin's devouring wind formation. That scene, a man stabbing and a woman sucking, it was very easy for others to think of an unhealthy scene. Long Chen knew that Feng Jilin could not resist his power. The power of the 4th level of the 9 dragon scripture condensed once and easily shattered her devouring wind formation. The 2 powers condensed into a green vortex and crashed into Feng Jilin's body. If not for Long Chen stopping in the end, the power of the 9 dragon scripture would have completely destroyed her. But even so, at this moment, Feng Jilin did not have any external injuries, but the inside of her body was shattered by Long Chen. She vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing her clothes red. The entire world was spinning, Feng Jilin's mind was blank, a terrifying dizziness assaulted her, as if the entire world had left her at this moment. From the moment Long Chen displayed the 9 dragon scripture to the moment she was powerfully defeated by Long Chen without any suspense, only less than 20 breaths of time had passed. Almost 20 breaths of time was enough to determine her life and death. Everyone could see that there was a clear contrast between the strength of the 2. Long Chen's last move had already exceeded the scope of the fighting strength that a cultivator at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm could display. When Long Chen pierced through Feng Jilin's devouring wind formation, everyone found it hard to understand what this meant. Especially Shintuhong, who cared about the evil dragon palace the most. He almost cried. Why was the evil dragon palace so dispirited, lost, and bullied? It was all because a peerless genius that surpassed Shintuhong appeared in the evil dragon palace's archenemy, the Wind Divine Palace. Shintuhong's friends all abandoned him and went to curry favor with that genius. As for Feng Ruoyan, her goal was to destroy the evil dragon palace. As long as Feng Jilin truly rose up in the Hidden Dragon ranking tournament, the Punishment Hall, or even the highest-ranked Martial God Palace, would most likely agree to the request of the Wind God Palace. After all, the 3,000 palaces also had competition rules. Those who were useless and lagging behind would eventually be eliminated. But today, when a young man appeared in the Evil Dragon Palace who defeated Feng Jilin, it meant that the Evil Dragon Palace had suddenly defeated them in their strongest aspect. Long Chen, the Evil Dragon Palace's palace master, had used Feng Jilin to take his position. Today's matter would definitely blow up in the 3,000 palaces in the shortest time possible, and Long Chen would immediately become an influential figure in the 3,000 palaces. The Evil Dragon Palace, which had no future, welcomed a bright future with Long Chen's stab. To all the Evil Dragon Palace disciples, this was like a dream. No one could believe what they were seeing. That loathsome new palace master had said that he would give them an explanation. If this was really an explanation, then no one would have anything to say. There was no lofty sentiments or lofty aspirations. It was even more shocking than Long Chen's stab. This stab shattered the Wind God Palace's arrogance and despotism. The originally peerless beauty was now almost unconscious. Her head was unable to process what had happened. She was defeated just like that. It's still the same as before. Is he a chasm that I can't cross? Why didn't he just kill me? These thoughts flashed through her mind. She suddenly felt that the world was so boring. She might as well just die. However, she thought that Long Chen was too kind. When Long Chen defeated Feng Jilin, he did not stop. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, he grabbed Feng Jilin's clothes with one hand and stabilized her falling body in midair. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You want to faint just like that? You're too optimistic. I said that I would make today a very hot day. As he spoke, Long Chen slapped her snow-white cheeks a few times. The slapping sounds rang out incessantly until Feng Jilin completely woke up. Her cheeks were red and her eyes were moist. The people below could not believe their ears. Damn it, he really doesn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex. How could he slap such a beauty so hard? The crowd felt numb when they heard it. It was as if those slaps were on their own faces. Feng Jilin, who had completely woken up, looked at Long Chen, who was looking at her with an evil smile. Although her face was burning, it couldn't be compared to the fear in her heart. She clearly remembered that Long Chen had the same expression the last time. In the end, she was stripped naked. What are you doing, Long Chen? You will die a horrible death. Wah. Halfway through her horrified words, there was a tearing sound. Her clothes were torn apart by Long Chen in an instant. They turned into strips of cloth that danced in the air. That charming white body was hidden in the clouds. In a flash, the Tai-Bai sword prison had completely enveloped the two of them. Everyone held their breath. Only when the fluttering clothes fell to the ground did everyone realize what Long Chen had just done. This young man's actions were simply insolent to the extreme. He was challenging everyone's limits. He had actually torn the clothes of the goddess-like Feng Jilin in broad daylight, in front of 20,000 people. He had trapped her naked in the magnificent white sword prison. What kind of horrible thing was happening inside? Everyone guessed that Long Chen and Feng Jilin had something going on in the past. Now that Long Chen treated her like this, it was exactly what he said. Only Long Chen dared to do such a live broadcast in the sky above the evil dragon palace. The leaders of the other palaces were even more confused. The wildness and freedom of young people, the passion, these old guys would never touch them. It was like they only dared to look at Feng Jilin with perverted eyes, but didn't dare to do anything else. An uproar swept through the entire True Dragon Mountain range like a tidal wave. In the sky, the Tai Bai Sword Prison was so dazzling. At this point, it was impossible for the people of the Wind God Palace and the other palace lords not to riot. At the same time, the Vice Palace Lords of the Wind God Palace went to beg the law-enforcing elder to take action. If Feng Jilin was tainted by Long Chen at this time, the Wind God Palace could be said to be finished. Even Feng Jilin would not be able to raise her head in front of everyone in the future. Unless she married Long Chen, then others would treat this as a shocking love story. However, everyone was thinking too much. This was not the first time Long Chen had done this. He turned the scarlet blood sky desolation into a small knife and held it in his hand. He stepped forward and grabbed Feng Jilin's snow-white neck, bringing her to his eyes. At this moment, Feng Jilin was completely naked in front of Long Chen. Her eyes were almost lifeless from fear. The shadow of that year once again appeared in front of her eyes. This man with an evil smile in front of her was simply a devil. I beg you, don't. She was on the verge of crying. Only when she was stripped naked like a little partridge would she appear so pitiful. Because of her previous injuries, her original skin was now pink. The peaks on her chest were stacked, and her skin was whiter than snow. The temptation was not small. Not bad, not bad. You're even better than last time. Long Chen's knife was placed on her chest. That cold touch made her shiver all over. At this moment, Long Chen pulled her in front of him. His ferocious aura pounced on her body, making her soft and numb. This made her feel very shameful. She actually had a reaction to this man who hated her to the bone. Let me tell you, I will never look up to you, but I will leave a mark on your body. Even though the mark I left on you back then is gone. Now it's time to make up for it. But this time, in her eyes, Long Chen pinched her breasts and slowly carved his name on them. Although she was in so much pain that she was crying, Long Chen didn't show any mercy. Until he was done, he looked like he was inspecting his own work of art. He praised, "It seems that my calligraphy is not bad." Feng Jilin almost didn't dare to look down. Her chest was burning with pain. It was the shame of her life. But she was powerless to resist. Facing this man in front of her, the only thing she felt was fear, incomparable fear. Even warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm couldn't make her so afraid. Seeing her miserable look, Long Chen, who was having a good time, suddenly realized that although he didn't like this girl's character, she was vengeful and had many things that Long Chen hated. But no matter what, she was still a poor girl. It seemed that what he had done today was enough. At the beginning, Long Chen's idea was to teach her an indelible lesson so that she wouldn't bother him next time. To tell you the truth, the first time was just a joke. This time, carving my name on your body is to comply with the first time. At the same time, it's also a warning to you. Seeing that we come from the same place, I won't kill you, but don't provoke me. Otherwise, the next time, it won't be my name that's carved on your body. Loosening his hand, Long Chen took out some clothes from the Taishu realm and wrapped her pink body. At this moment, Feng Jilin was still trembling. She looked at Long Chen in confusion and fear. She curled up her body. Get lost. Don't let me see you. But don't let me see that the mark I left today is gone. Otherwise, I will carve it again every time I see it. Long Chen said fiercely. Then, he opened the Tai Bai sword prison. And at this time, the people of the Wind God Palace, as well as the various palace masters, who wanted to save Feng Jilin from being violated by Long Chen, had already rushed over. Suddenly seeing this scene, they immediately stopped in their tracks. What are you doing here? Disturbing someone's family line will end without descendants. Could it be that you? Let's talk about two small things. I just arrived in Wuhan today. These 2 chapters were saved before. Next, I need to move my things from the rented house to the university. It's a bit of a delay. Today is the second chapter, but I will make it up in a few days. Don't be too anxious. I am usually too anxious. I am always afraid that I will owe you chapters. Chapter 1235. To be honest, when they saw the scene between Long Chen and Feng Jilin, the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind was, could it be that Long Chen was a quick gunner? Thinking about it carefully, it was impossible. If he had really violated Feng Jilin during this period of time, it would simply be a godly speed. Feng Jilin's face was deathly pale, her eyes were scattered, and fear had already occupied her heart. The hearts of the people from the Wind Divine Palace tightened. They immediately rushed to Feng Jilin's side and protected her. At the same time, she looked fiercely at the evil Dragon Palace leader who she trusted. Of course, they knew that the current them was definitely not a match for the evil Dragon Palace. This woman was no longer a threat to Long Chen. Long Chen waved his hand and said, "Scram, the evil Dragon Palace does not welcome you in the future." The women looked at each other. A wise man submits to circumstances. At this moment, a strong enemy was in front of them, and Feng Jilin had suffered such a heavy injury. Staying here would only be more and more embarrassing, and the damage to her would also be greater and greater. Thus, the people from the Wind Divine Palace immediately left. However, before they left, they did not stop their harsh words. "Long Chen, you will regret your actions today. You will definitely pay a heavy price. Even if the evil Dragon Palace has you, it will not change its fate of destruction. Our Wind Divine Palace has already established a relationship with the various super palaces. Just wait for our revenge. Our palace master has countless pursuers, and there is no lack of those who are truly proud sons of heaven. If your actions today reach their ears, just wait for your death." In response to these threats, Long Chen waved his hand indifferently and said somewhat shamelessly, "Is that so? I don't believe that the proud sons of heaven would still look for a second-hand good that I, Long Chen, have used." Feng Jilin had already lost her mind, so she naturally could not hear Long Chen's words. Long Chen's words confirmed everyone's impression of the romantic relationship between Long Chen and Feng Jilin. As expected, they had a lingering past. This was just Long Chen's own imagination. This woman was not his type. Today, was destined to belong to Long Chen. Such an arrogant person like you will soon die without a burial place in the 3000 Palace. Let's go. One of the elders looked at Long Chen angrily. With a wave of his hand, he carried Feng Jilin and the ladies of the Wind God Temple and left in a grandiose manner. Long Chen's recent behavior was very similar to when he had just stepped on the path of martial arts, arrogant and flamboyant. In fact, this was just a facade. It was all to achieve one goal, to cause misunderstandings to others, and at the same time, to spread his name to the greatest extent. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai had already said that as long as he was still in the 3000 Palace, Long Chen could cause as much trouble as he wanted. If anything happened, he could back him up. With them around, even if it was those super palaces, such as Mad Demon Palace, Mysterious Underworld Palace, Heavenly God Palace, etc., Long Chen did not care too much. The 3000 Palace was just his springboard. His ultimate goal was to enter the Supreme Martial God Palace. Only by becoming famous there, could he truly become a rising star in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, and become someone on the same level as Li Xuanji and Yang Lingqing. Even an emperor like Mo Xiaolang. Everything he did in the 3000 Palace was for the Hidden Dragon ranking battle in half a year's time. He wanted to suppress all the outstanding heroes, shake the Martial God Palace, and enter the Martial God Palace to cultivate. That was the true core of the true martial imperial domain. As for the 3000 Palace, he could cause as much trouble as he wanted. The Wind Divine Palace had already left. The expressions of the 10 palace masters suddenly became very strange. They all looked at the law enforcement elder. They wanted to see how the law enforcement elder of the punishment palace would deal with Long Chen. Long Chen's gaze met with the enforcement elders at this moment. The 8th level of the divine martial realm. In the Shadow Realm, Long Chen had used the soul-revolving Saint Jade and killed many of them casually. Although they were powerful, they did not give Long Chen any pressure. Seeing that there was no fear in this little guy's eyes, and that there was actually calmness hidden under his arrogant appearance, the law enforcement elder vaguely felt that since this Long Chen could use Feng Jilin as a stepping stone, his future achievements in the 3000 Palace would definitely be extraordinary. After being in the 3000 Palace for so many years, he deeply understood this principle. Going against a genius would only cause him to die miserably. So, at this moment, he suddenly revealed a smile and said, "Congratulations, Long Chen, for becoming the new Evil Dragon Palace Master. The Punishment Hall will immediately announce your information and position to all the 3000 Palace Masters." This meant that Long Chen had already obtained the recognition of the Punishment Hall. Finally done, Long Chen was a little excited. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Law Enforcement Elder." Long Chen will naturally do his best to contribute to the survival and development of the Evil Dragon Palace. Very good. The Law Enforcement Elder stroked his long beard and said with a clear smile. Seeing this scene, the 10 Palace Masters started to wonder if what they did just now was correct. If they were to compare Long Chen and Feng Jilin, Long Chen actually surpassed Feng Jilin in terms of combat strength, willpower, leadership, and terror. Clearly, Long Chen's future achievements would be even greater than Feng Jilin's. From the looks of it now, they were simply courting death by using Feng Jilin's power to suppress Long Chen. Thinking of this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. They did not leave immediately, but followed the law enforcement elder to the Cloud Ascension platform. At this moment, the law enforcement elder and the others returned to their seats. The 20,000 Evil Dragon Palace martial artists below were all excited, crazily shouting Long Chen's name. Their faces were filled with fanatical expressions. It was Long Chen who had brought them new hope. Shintu Hong, who was at the side, was in tears. He could not even speak. Half of the Vice Palace Masters' faces were filled with joy, but at the same time, the other half were burning with pain. They finally understood that going against Long Chen at this moment was simply foolish. They swore in their hearts that they would definitely listen to this youth in the future. If they disobeyed him in the slightest, they could only say that they were stupid. The easiest way to make a name for oneself was to trample on someone who was destined to be famous. Today, Long Chen had trampled on Feng Jilin. It could be said that he had become the most famous person in the 3000 palaces. The 20,000 people present would definitely spread the news of today's event. It might even evolve into Long Chen humiliating Feng Jilin thousands of times in the sky above the Evil Dragon Palace. The power of rumors could sometimes be so terrifying. After the law enforcement elder announced a few more things, he said to Long Chen, "My name is Li Lin. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to the punishment hall to find me. Tell me my name. Long Chen will remember it." Long Chen nodded. It was a great thing to have someone willing to protect him in the punishment hall. Others could not even get it even if they wanted it. After saying that, Li Lin left. After Li Lin left, the 10 Palace Masters and the Vice Palace Masters did not leave. They did not look embarrassed at all. They immediately tried to establish a relationship with Shintu Hong. They laughed and talked about how they roamed together in the past. They talked about how good their relationship with Shintu Hong was. Those who did not know would really think that they were on good terms with Shintu Hong. When you were in a difficult situation, there would always be people who would throw stones at you while you were down. When you were in a meteoric rise, they would try to curry favor with you. These kinds of people were just scum, and were not worthy of being called brothers. After experiencing this incident, Shintu Hong also understood. Facing their smiling faces, he did not say a word. Now, the true master of the Evil Dragon Palace was Long Chen. "Everyone, please go back first. I just became the palace master and have some orders." "I will not send you off," said Long Chen without any trace of politeness. The palace masters were stunned. They all felt embarrassed. Damn it, we talked to you so nicely, yet you chased us away. However, this was just what they thought. They smiled awkwardly and one of them said, since that's the case, we will not disturb Palace Master long. Our palace and the evil dragon palace are brothers. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. We brothers will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Long Chen made an inviting gesture. Otherwise, if he let them continue, he would beat them up. After chasing away these scum, the evil dragon palace suddenly quietened down. Everyone's gaze and spiritual sense were focused on the same place, Long Chen. Originally, the evil dragon palace's morale had collapsed. However, because of Long Chen's performance, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Their confidence was unprecedentedly high. This was a new evil dragon palace. After those who did not feel a sense of belonging left, those who could endure Long Chen's temper and stayed behind undoubtedly had some attachment to this place. They still had dreams. Since Long Chen had led this group of people, he would not let them be bullied. Before everyone's eyes, Long Chen revealed a knowing smile. His voice spread out and spread throughout the entire true Martial Mountain range. I said last night that I would give you an explanation. I have already given you my explanation. Brothers and sisters, are you satisfied? Long Chen said this with a smile. He sounded very relaxed. Immediately, all the cultivators in the true Dragon Mountain range cheered. They were satisfied. The reason why the evil dragon palace could make a comeback this time was all because of Long Chen. Long Chen's personality was straightforward. He did things swiftly and decisively, but he was also evil and awe-inspiring. He was not bound by traditional rules. Such a young man was undoubtedly very charismatic. There was no need to mention the female disciples of the evil dragon palace. Long Chen's performance just now would make them scream the moment they saw him. At the same time, Long Chen's shameless methods against Feng Jilin also made the male disciples sigh in amazement and admire him from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, Long Chen had great potential. His current strength had surpassed the previous palace master, Shintu Hong. This meant that the entire evil dragon palace had great prospects for development. Everyone would benefit from it. Many years later, the evil dragon palace and themselves would definitely not be at this level. Chapter 1236. Shintu Hong stood behind Long Chen, his plump body lightly trembling as tears streamed down his face. He had passed the position to Long Chen without the slightest hesitation. This was the best decision he had ever made in his life. At this moment, Long Chen soared into the sky above the evil dragon palace. Everyone raised their heads and looked at this dazzling existence. This was the world of the young. The vitality of the young generation was blossoming at this moment. Everything Long Chen said came from the bottom of his heart. The evil dragon palace originally had over 30,000 people. After this upheaval, we have less than 20,000 people left. Our strength has greatly decreased. At this point, Long Chen's voice became louder. He smiled and said, however, those who left are trash. If their hearts truly belong here, I believe that regardless of whether Long Chen can become the palace master or not, whether the evil dragon palace can rise again, they will stay. Last night, you did not stay. I can say without hesitation that this is the best decision you have made in your lives. Yes. Unexpectedly, earth-shattering cheers came from below. Looking down at the vast crowd below, the feeling of being supported was enjoyable, comfortable, and even crazy. At this moment, Long Chen felt that he was the faith of these people. If he fell, more than half of them would fall too. Since everyone supports me, I won't say any more nonsense. Since everyone supports me, I won't waste any more words. Anyway, the evil dragon palace today is not the evil dragon palace of the past. I, Long Chen, might not be able to give you a lot, but you have to believe that no one will dare to look down on us. With me here, you can beat up whoever you want. If anyone is bullied, tell me, and I will stand up for you. If the evil dragon palace is a coward in the future, from today onwards, we will be proud evil dragons. Whoever offends us, we will definitely kill them. Long Chen's words had stirred up everyone's emotions. These disgraceful words caused the hearts of the vice palace masters to tremble. They originally felt that it was inappropriate to say such words, but when they saw everyone around them cheering, they started to doubt whether or not it was really inappropriate. From today onwards, I will be your solid support. We don't have to be humble, and we don't have to be patient. Other than committing heinous crimes and doing inhumane things, you can rest assured about everything else, because they have me supporting them. This was Long Chen's style. Compared to Shintu Hong's tolerance and mediocrity, Long Chen's swift and decisive actions and rebellious actions made these youths' hearts burn with passion. Hot-bloodedness belonged to youth. If they did not shed their blood when they were young, how could they fight with their fat bodies and old illnesses in the future? Everyone had pride and hot-bloodedness. Long Chen only ignited them. After so many years, every evil dragon palace disciple had accumulated too much hatred in their hearts. With just a few words from Long Chen, they completely released all their unwillingness and dissatisfaction. It was like a huge heart beating violently in the evil dragon palace. Today was the day the evil dragon palace was reborn. After experiencing this day, the haze completely dissipated. In the next few days, Long Chen was completely immersed in the management of the evil dragon palace. From the distribution of personnel to the establishment of the management hierarchy, he had his own complete set of powers. In these few days of planning, not only did the evil dragon palace obtain a new life, but the internal management system also underwent new changes. The most obvious change was that Long Chen had set up multiple rankings, and strived for everyone to be listed on these rankings. At the same time, every month, and every year, a disciple assessment would be held. Long Chen had set up a strict assessment system. This way, everyone would have to raise their ranking, and work hard to raise their strength. They couldn't slack off in the slightest. Otherwise, it would be like a boat going against the current. If you didn't advance, you would be pushed back. Even Shintu Hong's disciples would be eliminated by Long Chen if their cultivation couldn't keep up. In the new rules, everything was determined by strength. Especially the monthly examination, which was basically a form of combat. Combat experience was still the most important part of a cultivator. This was of great help to everyone. Those who were ranked at the top of the rankings or those who had improved greatly would receive decent rewards. Those who did not work hard and fell behind would not only not receive rewards, they would even be punished. A few days later, the evil dragon palace entered the trajectory and became more and more prosperous. Seeing his work continuously improving, Long Chen also felt a sense of satisfaction. This was something other than cultivation. Sometimes, it was not just increasing strength and defeating opponents that would give one a sense of accomplishment. Wasn't the point of living for a sense of accomplishment? The evil dragon palace entered the trajectory. The group of backbones that Long Chen had personally nurtured, in addition to the original vice palace masters being more obedient, Long Chen handed over some trivial matters to them. Originally, these old palace masters were too comfortable. Long Chen could not let them continue to be comfortable. As for Shintu Hong, he did not retire. Instead, he helped out even more passionately. Although he did not have a position, his words were only second to Long Chen in the evil dragon palace. Furthermore, he followed Long Chen's lead. On this day, when Long Chen was pondering about cultivation, Wu Yang suddenly walked over. Wu Yang, who was one of the strongest in the younger generation of the evil dragon palace, had also become the target that Long Chen would nurture. Palace Master, someone from the Mad Demon Palace came just now. He asked me to bring you a message. Wu Yang looked at the young man respectfully. Mad Demon Palace. According to what Long Chen knew, this was one of the top 5 palaces among the 3,000 palaces. It was very large. The palace master's strength was at the peak of the god martial realm. At the same time, the vice palace masters were at least at the peak of the 8th level of the god martial realm. Their strength was comparable to Emperor Dong's palace. However, the Mad Demon Palace's reputation was the worst among the 5 palaces. This was because they were a group of cultivation madmen. They were called Mad Demons. They cultivated like mad demons and fought like mad demons. Many of them had a unique secret technique that could increase their strength in battle. The people of the Mad Demon Palace did not have a good character. They swaggered around and bullied the weak. They even did many shady things in the dark. Long Chen had heard that Feng Jilin seemed to be related to the people of the Mad Demon Palace. Wu Yang was a little dissatisfied. He said, "That guy is a disciple of the Mad Demon Palace. He is arrogant and despotic. He said that Brother Li wants you to go to the true martial palace, otherwise, they will make you disappear from this world." Long Chen understood. So it was a provocation. He did not care about it. He did not know who this Brother Li was. Long Chen had seen this kind of arrogant person before. "I understand." Long Chen nodded. "Palace Master, this Brother Li has a strong background. I think he is Li Tsang." Wu Yang said cautiously. "Who is Li Tsang?" "He is the most outstanding disciple of the Mad Demon Palace. He is very famous in the 3,000 palaces. He is called one of the top 5 geniuses. His strength can also be ranked in the top 5. However, he is the only one at the peak of the 7th level of the God Martial Realm. The other 4 are at the 8th level of the God Martial Realm. I heard that this guy has defeated a warrior at the 8th level of the God Martial Realm. He can defeat a warrior at the 8th level of the God Martial Realm. Such an opponent could not be underestimated. At least, it would be very difficult for Long Chen to deal with him now. This kind of person was specially trained by the palaces like the East Emperor's Palace. They had spent a lot of cultivation resources and received the careful guidance of those super powerful masters. They were indeed very troublesome. Moreover, Long Chen had heard that a warrior at the 8th level of the God Martial Realm, the Heaven and Earth Law of Heaven and Earth, was a qualitative leap compared to a warrior at the 7th level of the God Martial Realm. Basically, there were not many people in history who could defeat a warrior of the Heaven and Earth Law of Heaven and Earth Law of Heaven and Earth. The higher the level of the God Martial Realm, the bigger the gap. Long Chen estimated that among the young disciples, his current fighting strength could be ranked in the top 10, but there was still a gap between him and the top 5. The top 5 warriors are carefully trained by the 5 palaces. Each of them has the fighting strength of the 8th level of the God Martial Realm. Only Li Tsang is slightly weaker. He has not reached the level yet. However, I heard that when he reaches the 8th level of the God Martial Realm, no one will be his opponent, Wu Yang said with an ugly expression. What are the 5 palaces? Long Chen was a newcomer and did not even know this. Wu Yang explained in detail. They are the Red Cloud Palace, the Dark Underworld Palace, the Snow Lotus Palace, the Mad Demon Palace, and the Heavenly God Palace. These 5 palaces are comparable to the 4 palaces of the 4 emperors' domain. They have been passed down in the 3,000 palaces for hundreds of thousands of years. They have a long history and rich resources. There are many geniuses among them. Many people who can enter the Martial God Palace are disciples trained by them. So it's like that. Long Chen nodded. It seemed like he had to pay attention to the matter of the Mad Demon Palace. Previously, it was rumored that the top disciple of the Mad Demon Palace, Li Tsang, had taken a fancy to Feng Jilin, the newly risen Wind God Palace Master. Palace Master's performance a few days ago probably drove some people crazy. Wu Yang said with some disdain. At this moment, he had complete trust in Long Chen. Although Li Tsang was strong, in his heart, he was not as good as Long Chen. Long Chen nodded and said, "All right, I understand. It's fine, I will take care of it." Wu Yang calmed down. Long Chen's words were enough. After he left, Long Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Indeed, no matter where it is, when a person becomes famous, trouble will never stop." His name had already shaken the 3,000 palaces a few days ago. Almost half of the hundreds of millions of people on the Imperial Star knew that there was a newly risen evil dragon palace master, who was already outstanding at such a young age. The true martial hall, Long Chen knew of this place. It was a public area on the Imperial Star. It was a huge plaza with a complete system. Disciples who wanted to participate in actual combat could only choose an opponent here if they had the qualifications. It was a huge training ground, and there would be at least 100,000 battles here every day. It could be said that the longer one stayed here, the more terrifying their combat experience would be. Chapter 1237. Li Tsang wanted him to go to the true martial Great Hall because he wanted to teach him a lesson. With Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's protection, Long Chen didn't care about a mere mad demon hall. He continued to cultivate. On the Imperial Star, other than the true martial Great Hall, there was also the Full Moon Pavilion. This was the repository of the true martial Emperor Palace's 3,000 Great Hall's combat skills. It was managed by the Punishment Hall and had a complete system. The combat skills inside ranged from rank 1 to rank 9, and there were even combat skills that surpassed the God tier. However, if one wanted to view them, they would have to exchange their merit points. Long Chen currently had 0 merit points. There were many ways to earn merit points. The most common way was to perform meritorious deeds for the true martial Emperor Palace. Normally, if Long Chen completed a mission like the Moon Devil Cave cleaning alone, he would probably be able to earn 2 to 3 merit points. At the same time, Long Chen also knew that if he fought in the true martial Great Hall and defeated an opponent of the same rank or a higher rank than him, he could also earn merit points. However, he didn't know how to calculate it. Other than the true martial Great Hall and the Full Moon Pavilion, there was also the Supreme Trial Tower and the Sky Street. The Supreme Trial Tower was an ordinary trial tower and was personally managed by the Punishment Hall's enforcement elder. It had a more complete method of training than the ordinary trial tower and was the essence of the 3,000 Great Halls. Countless predecessors had left their traces there. The Sky Street was a huge market, larger than the entire Evil Dragon Hall. It was filled with all sorts of shops selling combat skills, divine abilities, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and other cultivation items. At the same time, there were other transactions. The disciples of the various great halls mingled there. It was the most chaotic place and the most likely place for fights to occur. Other than that, there were many large and small public places in the 3,000 great halls. In the dark forests, there were many corpses left behind by the secret conflicts between the various great halls. There were 100 million people on the imperial planet. Recently, Long Chen felt that he had cultivated the extremity of martial arts to the peak. He had to wait for the next tribulations of wind, fire, and thunder. Therefore, he had no choice but to increase his strength in other areas. The 9-dragon scripture was already a sure-kill battle skill, and the 24 spear could assist it. But other than that, he could still cultivate more battle skills. If possible, he wanted to go to the mysterious Full Moon Pavilion and see if he could gain anything. However, he lacked merit points. He could not rely on others for his own path. Nangong Lai had already given him the 24 war spear. Long Chen did not want to take any more from them. There were still 5 months before the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. That was the important matter that would decide whether he could enter the Martial God Palace or not. Long Chen was determined to control the development of the Evil Dragon Palace during this period and earn some contribution points to exchange for combat techniques and magic abilities that he liked. The simplest way was naturally the true martial hall. With a plan in mind, Long Chen felt that his future was bright. After a while, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai came again. This time, they brought a stranger with them. Long Chen stood up to welcome them. At the same time, he looked at the stranger. The person who could walk with them was definitely not ordinary. This was a man with a figure similar to Nangong Lai. He looked very young and seemed to be a junior. Unlike Nangong Lai did not lack shrewdness in his enthusiasm, but this young man in front of him looked a little simple and honest. The bulging muscles on his body did not match his silly smile. However, from the light that flashed in his eyes, it could be seen that this guy was not as stupid as imagined. Otherwise, how could he have the strength of the 8th level of the divine martial realm? That's right, this guy was at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. He had condensed a divine nation and was an expert comparable to Yi Wuxiang. Furthermore, he was still a young man. As soon as they arrived, Nangong Lai burst into laughter. He patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "Little Chen, come here. Let me introduce you to this stupid donkey." Long Chen was a little embarrassed. Nangong Lai was too much. It was not good to call such a simple and honest young man a stupid donkey. The burly young man seemed to be a little afraid of Nangong Lai. It was like the respect that a junior had for an elder. Even if Nangong Lai called him a stupid donkey, he would at most smile foolishly. This big guy is so boorish, but his parents are blind. They gave him an elegant name, Yan Qingchen. Just hearing it makes me want to vomit. Nangong Lai laughed and pushed Yan Qingchen to Long Chen's side. Han Yunxing, who was at the side, said, "Nangong is the senior brother of the Scarlet Heaven Palace Master. This Yan Qingchen is the son of the Scarlet Heaven Palace Master. He is very strong and is very famous in the 3,000 palaces." When Nangong Lai went back to the Scarlet Heaven Palace and told this guy about you, he said he wanted to come and make friends with you. So that's the case. Long Chen understood what they were trying to say. Wasn't the Scarlet Firmament Palace one of the 5 great palaces? Yan Qingchen was most likely one of the 5 great genius disciples. Long Chen would benefit greatly from befriending him. Furthermore, the people that Nangong Lai introduced were definitely of good character. The Evil Dragon Palace was able to make friends with the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Long Chen could relax a little. "Hello, Long Chen. I am Yan Qingchen," the burly young man said shyly. Since he was acquainted with Long Chen, he did not stand on ceremony. He invited Yan Qingchen to take a seat and the two started chatting, putting Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing aside. After a long time, Long Chen told Han Yunxing about what had happened in the past few days. "Just do it without worry. If you can't hold on any longer, just let us know. We can deal with anything for you," Nangong Lai said confidently. With their solid backing, Long Chen felt no fear in his heart. What mad demon palace? They were nothing compared to the people of the Martial God Palace. "What are your plans after this?" Han Yunxing asked. "The Hidden Dragon ranking will be held in 5 months. I want to make use of this time to develop the Evil Dragon Palace. At the same time, I will go to the True Martial Palace and gain more contribution points. After that, I will go to the Full Moon Pavilion to see if there are any games," Long Chen said. "There are indeed many good things in the Full Moon Pavilion. Many of the super treasures abandoned by our predecessors might appear there," Han Yunxing said. This was a good thing. "Since you have a plan, then just follow it. Nangong Lai and I will support you," Han Yunxing continued. There was no need to say thank you. After exchanging a few more words, the two of them left. However, Long Chen knew that their spiritual sense would be paying attention to Long Chen at all times. After the two of them left, Yan Qingchen stood up and said, "Brother Long Chen, you have not been to the True Martial Palace yet, right? I heard that you wanted to go earlier. How about I bring you around now?" Looking at this big fellow, Long Chen smiled and said, "I couldn't ask for more." Seeing Long Chen give him face, Yan Qingchen rubbed his head and revealed a knowing smile. He understood that it was a good thing to befriend someone like his martial uncle Nangong Lai and the wine addict Han Yunxing. Along the way, Long Chen found that although Yan Qingchen had a high status, he was a good guy. He looked simple and honest, but he was actually very smart. He was not the stupid donkey that Nangong Lai had described him to be. The True Martial Palace was located in the east of the Evil Dragon Palace. There was some distance between them and the Evil Dragon Palace. As the two of them moved forward in the forest, they met some disciples along the way. However, because they were moving too fast, they did not see them clearly. While they were moving forward, Yan Qingchen suddenly suggested that the two of them compete in speed. Yan Qingchen was shocked when he saw Long Chen's speed. With his current cultivation level, he had actually surpassed the true 8th level of the divine martial realm. This made Yan Qingchen's jaw drop to the ground. In fact, there was nothing strange about this. Long Chen was good at speed, while Yan Qingchen was good at attacking. Speed was not his strong point. However, after this competition, Yan Qingchen sincerely admired Long Chen. The little bit of pride in his heart also disappeared. He sincerely befriended Long Chen. "Look, we have arrived at the true martial palace," Yan Qingchen suddenly said. Raising his head, Yi Shiwen saw a majestic palace in front of him. It was hidden among the mountains. Above it, dense clouds were surging. The clouds condensed into 8 lions above the true martial palace. They stood in all directions, looking majestic. Before Yi Shiwen even got close, the entire true martial palace was filled with violent fighting intent. In this vast palace, there were at least 10,000 battles taking place at this moment. "Do you know where my martial uncle's fame came from?" Yan Qingchen asked in admiration. "Martial fanatic, this is the true martial palace, right?" Long Chen guessed. "That's right." Back then, he stayed in the true martial palace for 20 years, fighting all the time. In 20 years, he experienced more than 100,000 battles. Only then did he gain the fame of the martial fanatic. It was because of those 100,000 battles that he was accepted into the martial god palace. After that, countless people tried to imitate him. However, no one succeeded. Yan Qingchen felt somewhat rueful. Only the strongest people can enter the martial god palace. Today, I am still lacking. However, there are still 5 months. I will do my best. Long Chen patted Yan Qingchen's shoulder before heading to the true martial palace. Aside from the excitement of the battles inside, he also understood that the person called Li Tsang should be waiting for him inside. However, with Yan Qingchen around, that fellow could not act recklessly. Soon, the two of them walked directly into the vast true martial hall. When Long Chen saw this vast palace, which looked like a starry sky, he was deeply shocked. Every battle in the true martial palace was public. Through the transparent light barrier, Long Chen could see many people fighting. Yan Qingchen said, "Now that you are here, if you want to participate in the battles, go there first and choose your opponent's level. After that, you will receive a number plate. When your battle is arranged, you will be informed of which battlefield to enter." Chapter 1238. From the looks of it, Qin Feng and Jiang Cha were together. Long Chen was sincerely happy for them. Hall Master. Long Chen's arrival quickly attracted their attention. The two of them were startled, and hastily separated. Long Chen was now the evil dragon palace master. In the past, they called Long Chen Old Seven. Now that he was the palace master, they naturally could not call him that. This palace master attracted many people's attention. With one look, they realized that the palace master was actually so young. Furthermore, he did not look familiar. As a result, some people started guessing Long Chen's identity. Yan Qingchen, who was standing beside Long Chen, was very famous in the 3,000 palace halls. He was instantly recognized. The true martial palace hall was very big. Even when it was the least crowded, there were still tens of thousands of people inside. After seeing Long Chen, the two quickly separated and walked over to Long Chen's side. Although Long Chen was now the evil dragon palace master, he did not put on any airs. "I did not expect you to come as well," Qin Feng said awkwardly to Long Chen. "When did you two get together?" Long Chen asked with a smile. Seeing that the two were too embarrassed to answer, he said, "What's there to be shy about? You don't have to be like this in front of me." With that, Qin Feng and Jiang Cha heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Cha said with a blush, anyway, somehow got together. May I ask if this is the Scarlet Firmament Palace's Yan Qingchen? Halfway through her sentence, she immediately changed the topic to avoid embarrassment. At the same time, she put on a look of worship. Qin Feng also did the same. Yan Qingchen rubbed the back of his head with a silly smile. He chuckled and said, "That's right, Yan Qingchen is me." Qin Feng and Jiang Cha did not expect Long Chen to be together with a true genius of the 3,000 palaces. They immediately felt that Long Chen was very mysterious and that the evil dragon palace was filled with hope. After chatting for a while longer, they found an excuse to leave. In reality, the two were wandering around the true martial palace, enjoying their own world. "It's so good to have a girl who loves me," Yan Qingchen said enviously. He was a little dull when it came to love. Therefore, even though he was outstanding, he had yet to fall in love with anyone. Only now did Long Chen have the time to carefully look at the true martial hall, which was bustling with people. Below him was a huge square. There were 20 to 30,000 people walking around, watching the battles above. Above the true martial Great Hall, there were tens of thousands of transparent areas. Each area had its own code, and there was only one entrance. Generally, in a state of battle, that entrance was closed. At this time, there were tens of thousands of battles going on in those transparent areas. Some of the battles between powerful warriors would often gather a large number of warriors below. "Do you want to warm up?" Yan Qingchen asked. "Let's give it a try." As he had not fought for a few days, Long Chen's hands were itching to spar with Yan Qingchen. There are two ways. The first way is for two people to fight directly. That way, they don't have to go through the law enforcement elder. However, most people choose to fight randomly. Only two people who have a grudge against each other will fight directly. "Let me take you there to get a number." Yan Qingchen's expression had always been simple and honest. At the center of the true martial palace, there were more than 10 law enforcement elders stationed there. They were all above the 7th level of the divine martial realm. They were mainly responsible for the management of the true martial palace. At the same time, they strictly enforced the law. In the true martial palace, people were only allowed to fight but not kill each other. If someone crossed the line, they would naturally be punished. At this moment, Yan Qingchen and Long Chen arrived in front of one of the law enforcement elders. The law enforcement elder was only responsible for supervising the battles. The ones who actually recorded the battles were a few young disciples. They all knew Yan Qingchen, and when they saw him, they all smiled and greeted him. "Brother Yan, you came to the true martial palace again today? If you want to participate in the battles, there are more than 10 cultivators at the 8th level of the divine martial realm who can fight randomly." The law enforcement elder stood up and greeted Yan Qingchen. Yan Qingchen was still young and had great potential. In the future, he might be able to reach the peak of the divine martial realm. Therefore, the law enforcement elder naturally wanted to build a good relationship with him. "I won't come today, but my brother Long Chen will," Yan Qingchen said as he pushed Long Chen to the front. "So, this young man is Brother Yan's brother." The law enforcement elder immediately became spirited. He thought that Long Chen was someone like Yan Qingchen's junior brother, so he personally went up to him and asked, "Record down the opponent you want to challenge. Which cultivation level is he, and which cultivation level are you?" Long Chen said, "I want to challenge a cultivator at the 7th level of the divine martial realm." The law enforcement elder's attention was on Yan Qingchen and he thought that he had heard wrong. He said, "I'm sorry, can you say it again?" The other disciples were also confused. Long Chen's strength was not only at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Could it be that he was hiding something? Long Chen knew that the other party was looking down on him. This was reasonable. Xiao Chen's reputation in the 3,000 palaces was established a few days ago. As for the miraculous situation in the demonic shadow world, even if the martial emperor palace knew about it, only the martial god palace and the others would know about it. There had been no news about the situation there. It looked like Han Yunxing and the others had already settled it. The opponent I want is a cultivator at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, Long Chen emphasized. The law enforcement elder said solemnly, if you are not strong enough to challenge your opponent, we will not approve it. Before Long Chen said anything, Yan Qingchen laughed and said, you are overthinking. Haven't you heard of Long Chen? The youth in front of you is the evil dragon palace master. What? The law enforcement elder and the others were shocked. No wonder he was with Yan Qingchen, so he was the guy who shocked the 3,000 palaces a few days ago. Rumor has it that this youth's last move directly defeated Feng Jilin. With the power of his move, he could be ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 palace's young disciples. Furthermore, because the two of them had an affair, this kind of news spread the fastest. Basically, everyone knew about Long Chen's deeds. Many people even wanted to go to the evil dragon palace to take a look. Just who was this youth that was rumored to be so evil? The law enforcement elder immediately reacted and said with a smile, since you are the evil dragon palace master, then there is no problem. This is your number. Long Chen took a plate from his hand. On it was written 2486. After receiving this item, Long Chen expressed his thanks. Many people at the side heard their conversation, and Long Chen's identity started to be exposed. Gradually, many people found out about his identity, and in an instant, many people in the true martial palace knew that the evil dragon palace master, who had been spreading like wildfire for the past few days, had actually come to the true martial palace. What made Long Chen the most famous was not him defeating Feng Jilin, but the rumors between him and Feng Jilin. One must know that Feng Jilin's background was not high, but her talent was unparalleled. Many geniuses had once said that they wanted to pursue her, and now that Long Chen had caused such a ruckus, everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. And the one that people were looking forward to the most should be Mad Demon Palace's Li Tsang. When he first saw Feng Jilin, Li Tsang was shocked, and swore in front of everyone that he would definitely capture Feng Jilin's heart. Who would have thought that before he succeeded in capturing her heart, there would be rumors outside that Feng Jilin and Long Chen were already in a relationship. After bidding farewell to the law enforcement elder, Long Chen and Yan Qingchen waited. There were more and more people watching quietly. Looks like you're quite popular. Yan Qingchen smiled. Even with this kind of smile, he still looked a little brave. This kind of harmless look was also a natural killing intent. Long Chen smiled awkwardly. Back when he was confronting Feng Jilin, he said those words that caused people to misunderstand him, and he couldn't do anything about it. After that incident in the Tai Bai sword prison, everyone understood that Long Chen didn't do anything wrong. Given Feng Jilin's physique, even if she didn't deal with the scar, it would heal in a short while. Honestly speaking, Long Chen still didn't want to have too much to do with her. As for killing her, it didn't seem to be to that extent. 2486, 2177, 1877, Battlefield 1877. In the true martial palace, there were people broadcasting the battle information at all times. When Long Chen heard that it was his turn, he found the battlefield that was broadcasted earlier under Yan Qingchen's accompaniment. He walked through the only transparent door and floated in the air. Then, the door closed with a loud bang. The news of Long Chen's battle with others spread quickly. Many people were interested in Long Chen's true battle strength. Hence, more and more people gathered below. After a while, Long Chen looked down and got a shock. There were actually many black heads below. Among them, Yan Qingchen, Qin Feng, Jiang Cha, and the others were cheering for him. Especially Qin Feng and Jiang Cha. Long Chen was the pride of the evil dragon palace. Now, he was the backbone and soul of the evil dragon palace. It could be said that as long as Long Chen didn't fall, the evil dragon palace would never fall. Please. This time, Long Chen's opponent was randomly selected. It was a middle-aged cultivator at the peak of the 7th tier of the divine martial realm. If such a person wasn't a palace master, it could only mean that the palace he belonged to was more powerful than the evil dragon palace. He was probably a deputy palace master, elder, or hall master. Only those who were under 1,000 years old could be considered as disciples. If they were over 1,000 years old and couldn't reach the standard of the palace master, they might be demoted to other low-level palaces. More people would be sent to the Imperial Star to manage the entire true martial imperial domain. Please. Long Chen was hoping for such a direct opponent. He wielded the Scarlet Blood Desolation Sword and unleashed the ferocious 24 War Spear. In an instant, he engaged in an intense battle with his opponent in this narrow space. The people below immediately burst into an uproar. As expected, Long Chen's strength was about the same as the rumors. He must have hidden his strength, which was far beyond the peak of the 4th tier of the divine martial realm. Chapter 1239. It had been more than a month since the true martial hall had been so lively. This is the new evil dragon palace leader. At such a young age, his attacks are swift and fierce, calm yet crazy. At first, I thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but in fact, his reputation is well deserved. His opponent is Qin Shao from the Haiyang Palace, right? Amongst the elders of the Haiyang Palace, he is ranked in the top 3, and rumor has it that he is about to be promoted to the Vice Palace Master. His strength is not bad in the 7th level of the divine martial realm, and this evil dragon palace leader is able to fight evenly with him at such a young age. Seeing Long Chen's true performance, there were basically no negative comments. According to the rumors, Long Chen's strongest move should be the move that defeated Feng Jilin in the end. However, during this period of time, Long Chen did not use it. Instead, he directly used the close combat power of the 24 War Spear to fight. With the activation of the true martial emperor's soul, this close combat battle was of great help to Long Chen. His opponent, Qin Shao, had at least 4 8th-grade divine skills, and each of them was used to perfection. Long Chen using the 24 War Spear alone was indeed a bit monotonous, which made him even more determined to go to the Full Moon Pavilion to take a look. Without enough merit points, going to the Full Moon Pavilion would be in vain. Long Chen could not leave the Imperial Palace for the time being. It seemed that he could only earn merit points from the true martial hall. Although he only knew 1 8th-grade divine skill, when he used it, the blood-red halberd was like an invisible poisonous snake, suppressing Qin Shao. At this moment, a group of young men dressed in black with sinister expressions and a scorpion tattoo on their necks squeezed into the crowd. A violent aura was emitted, and those who were watching the show felt the aura. They turned around to take a look and were so scared that they made way for them. The people from the Mad Demon Palace are here. That leader should be Li Tsang, right? As expected, no matter where the people from the Mad Demon Palace go, they will cause people to tremble in fear. They are truly crazy. In an instant, quiet murmurs could be heard. The originally crowded true martial Great Hall quickly opened up a path for the group of black-robed young men to reach Long Chen's feet. Yan Qingchen stood there and sensed that his surroundings had become much emptier. He turned around and saw a pair of blazing eyes staring at the young man with bloodshot eyes. The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. This group of people were all disciples of the crazed Demon Hall, and the leader was a tall and skinny young man. It was Li Tsang. His body was emaciated, like a skeleton without much flesh and blood, and under his tough skin were blue veins that were bulging out, like poisonous snakes crawling in his body. Li Tsang's looks could not be considered good, and could even be considered ugly. His nose bridge was very high, and his eyes were long and narrow, giving him a ruthless and sinister look. In comparison, Yan Qingchen, who had a simple and courageous appearance and even a somewhat sluggish look, was a lot more comforting. Yan Qingchen, you're here as well. Seeing this burly young man, Li Tsang squinted his eyes and stopped 10 meters away from Yan Qingchen. Although Li Tsang and Yan Qingchen were both famous disciples of the 3,000 Great Halls, Li Tsang was the only one at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm, while Yan Qingchen was a true heaven and earth great path cultivator, and the divine kingdom in his body had already been established. This is not your house, why can't I be here? Yan Qingchen clearly did not like Li Tsang, and his eyes were filled with anger. He looked like an infuriated bull, and his nostrils flared slightly. Li Tsang frowned. He did not come here today to have a conflict with Yan Qingchen. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Long Chen and Chen Zhao's battle had reached the final moment. Li Tsang was very surprised by Long Chen's battle prowess, but it did not exceed his expectations. He gritted his teeth, and his originally low voice sounded like the roar of a wild beast. I don't want to have a conflict with you today, and we will mind our own business. I, Li Tsang, am teaching a young lad a lesson, and you'd better not cause trouble. He still did not know that Long Chen had come together with Yan Qingchen. Oh, you want to teach Long Chen a lesson, right? Tell him that he is my brother, and if he dares to touch a single hair on his head, I will make you come in horizontally and leave vertically. Yan Qingchen was the kind of person who lived in harmony with everyone. However, once he set his mind on something, he would go crazy like a wild bull, and no one would be able to hold him back. Just like now, he had already clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were burning with flames. Looking at his furious expression, he definitely did not know that he had said the wrong thing. He should have come in vertically and left horizontally. Qin Feng and Jiang Cha, who were at the side, burst out laughing. After that, even more people started laughing. Li Tsang's face turned gloomy. He had not expected that Long Chen, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, would actually have a relationship with Yan Qingchen, and even address him as a brother. At this moment, the surrounding people let out a wave of astonishment. It turned out that Long Chen had suddenly gone berserk and used the 24 war spear twice. That attack, which seemed as though he did not care about his life, directly pierced through Chen Zhao's lower abdomen. This was more or less considered a victory. This battle was more of a battle of attrition. Long Chen had a huge advantage in terms of stamina, and in the end, he defeated his opponent. I, Chen Xiao, admire you very much. After losing, Chen Xiao stopped in time, and after recovering a little, he opened his mouth to admit defeat. Thank you for letting me win. Senior Chen, you have 4 8th grade divine skills. This junior is also very impressed, Long Chen said sincerely. This seemed to be the first time he had defeated an opponent without using the 9 dragon scripture. 4, but I still lost to one of your skills. Chen Xiao smiled bitterly. He cupped his hands and said, you are an opponent worthy of my respect. I will come to the true martial hall often, and I hope that I will have the opportunity to spar with you again. I couldn't ask for more. Long Chen said with a light smile. In the eyes of the crowd, Long Chen was just a handsome young man with great potential and strength. He was not as annoying as the rumors made him out to be. On the other hand, Li Tsang, who was below the stage, was a little disgusting. In the eyes of the crowd, Long Chen's image quietly changed. At this moment, Long Chen and Chen Xiao walked out together. It was only then that Long Chen noticed the changes below. After bidding farewell to Chen Xiao, he landed beside Yan Qingchen and looked at the man who was looking at him with a gloomy expression. If he guessed correctly, this man should be the Mad Demon Hall's Li Tsang, who had asked him to come to the true martial hall. I guess this must be senior brother Li Tsang from the Mad Demon Hall. I am Long Chen, nice to meet you. Long Chen acted as though he did not see the hostility in Li Tsang's eyes as he smiled and cupped his hands. Li Tsang did not speak. He looked at Long Chen, then at Yan Qingchen, who was gnashing his teeth in anger. Finally, he chose to give up. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't try to get close to me. You will suffer in the future. Go." After speaking, he turned and left. The group of people from the Mad Demon Hall looked at Long Chen with hatred and left in a grandiose manner. What an arrogant fellow. If it wasn't for my father not allowing me to cause trouble, I would have crushed him. Yan Qingchen clenched his fists and a look of indignation appeared on his face. Long Chen felt that Yan Qingchen was quite cute when he was angry. He did not expect that Yan Qingchen would be angry too. As for Li Tsang, forget it. There's no need for conflict. Long Chen laughed. Forget it. He's obviously here for you. What if he attacks you when I'm not around? This kind of brat has done many such things in the past. Yan Qingchen was still indignant. If I can't beat him, I can run. Don't you believe in my speed? Long Chen teased. Thinking about how Long Chen's speed was faster than his, Yan Qingchen felt relieved. At this time, Qin Feng and Jiang Cha came up and comforted Long Chen, telling him to be careful of Li Cang. He's a lunatic. With the support of the Mad Demon Hall Master, even the Punishment Hall can't do anything to him. Qin Feng said with some disgust. That's right, Hall Master. You have to be careful when you move around alone. You should go back earlier in case you get intercepted by this guy. Jiang Cha added. I know. You guys should go back earlier too. I'll go back now. After testing out the true martial palace, Long Chen and Yan Qingchen left and returned to the evil dragon palace. However, he had already planned to come to the true martial palace more often in the future to fight against all kinds of opponents. Among the 5 great palaces, excluding Li Cang, there are only 4 disciples who have reached the 8th level of the divine martial realm within 1,000 years. Among the 5 halls, excluding Li Cang, there are only 4 disciples under 1,000 years old who have reached the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. I am one of them. There is one from the Snow Lotus Hall, her name is Xuezi. She rarely shows up, so I have never seen her before. However, the disciples of the Snow Lotus Hall are mostly nuns, they stay in seclusion all day long. In addition, there is one from the Dark Nether Hall, his name is Ji Luyun, he is a man, but he acts like a woman, he is a pervert. I don't like him. These 5 people could probably rank in the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. 500 years ago, in the last Hidden Dragon ranking, those who ranked in the top 10 either entered the Martial God Palace or went to other palaces to become Vice Palace Masters or Palace Masters. The only one who remained was Lu Junhua. Back then, he was already ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Therefore, overall, Lu Junhua is slightly stronger. He is known as the strongest person in the 3,000 Great Palaces. On the way back to the Evil Dragon Palace, Yan Qingchen briefly introduced the young experts of the 3,000 Great Palaces to Long Chen. Long Chen carefully noted them down. Soon, the 2 of them returned to the Evil Dragon Palace. Nice to meet you. I'll be back in a few days, Yan Qingchen said while rubbing the back of his head. I'll be back in a few days. Why did he have to be so frequent? That's right. My martial uncle asked me to protect you. If you're bullied, he'll definitely cripple me. He's the person I'm most afraid of, Yan Qingchen said with lingering fear. Long Chen knew that Nangong Lai was known as a martial arts fanatic. Naturally, after chatting for a while, Yan Qingchen left. Long Chen went back to deal with some matters in the Evil Dragon Palace. Soon, it was late at night. Suddenly, an arrow was shot from afar. Long Chen stood up and grabbed the arrow. There was a piece of paper on it. When he opened it, it said, Qin Feng, Jiang Cha is in my hands. Come to Danxia Mountain immediately and I'll let them go. Otherwise, hee hee. Chapter 1240. Qin Feng and Jiang Cha must have been seen talking to him today. At that time, Qin Feng told him to be careful and come back early. He didn't expect the 2 of them to be targeted by Li Cang because of this. Li Cang saw that Yan Qingchen was present at that time and Yan Qingchen wasn't someone to be trifled with, so he didn't make a move. This time, he used Qin Feng and Jiang Cha as a hostage to force Long Chen to a secluded place. Danxia Mountain wasn't far from the Evil Dragon Palace. That place was rather desolate. Although its name was elegant, there wasn't a single blade of grass growing there. Very few people would go there. It was also quite a distance away from the various palaces. Li Cang must have planned it meticulously for him to choose that place. This was the 3,000 palaces. With the punishment hall around, Long Chen wasn't afraid of the other party messing around. He definitely had to go. However, Long Chen was currently resting and building up his strength. He wouldn't clash with Li Tsang over something so senseless. Everything Li Tsang was thinking about was just his own wishful thinking. To be honest, along the way, those who couldn't deal with him would target those close to him. They were all despicable people, and this Li Tsang was the same. Normally, such people wouldn't have a good ending. Long Chen felt that the evil dragon palace was just starting to stabilize, and they couldn't suffer a huge blow. It wasn't appropriate to deal with the mad demon palace now. Just as he expected, Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing were paying attention to him. Under his call, Nangong Lai's voice could be heard. Just go. I'm watching. It's fine. If that little fellow dares to cause a ruckus, I'll slap his face. If not, I'll cut off his little brother. With them around, Long Chen didn't have to worry about anything. Following Long Chen's location on the map, Long Chen quickly rushed towards Danxia Mountain. At this moment, his cultivation level had already reached Sumo's level. His divine sense range was close to 6 li. It was far from Nangong Lai's. However, this also meant that Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye had also reached 6 li. After arriving at Danxia Mountain, Long Chen easily located Li Tsang and the others. At the same time, he felt that Nangong Lai was nearby. If only Li Tsang acted, it would be a tragedy for him. Long Chen didn't have to do everything himself. This guy called Li Tsang had once defeated an expert in the 8th level of the divine martial realm. The secret techniques of the Mad Demon Palace had a deep foundation that made people tremble in fear. It must be pretty good. However, what surprised Long Chen was that after he arrived, he discovered that the situation was different from what he had imagined. There were two groups of people confronting each other. On one side was Li Tsang and a group of experts from the Mad Demon Palace. Most of them had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. On the other side were Qin Feng and Jiang Cha, who had been rescued. Both of them hadn't suffered any torture, only their faces were a bit pale. And in front of them, there was another elegant young man dressed in a white brocade robe. When Long Chen got closer, he saw that this young man had an imposing appearance, as if he was a god that had descended from the heavens. Obviously, before Long Chen arrived, this young man had already rescued Qin Feng and Jiang Cha. Before Long Chen arrived, Li Tsang and the young man in white were glaring at each other. When Long Chen arrived, both of them looked at him. Li Tsang was obviously angry and unwilling, while the young man in white was full of curiosity. You're lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky, kid. Li Tsang glared at Long Chen and hurriedly called his junior brothers to leave. A group of men in black clothes quickly disappeared into the darkness. If there was a next time, Long Chen would be furious. If it happened again and again, even a man made of mud would have a temper, not to mention Long Chen. If you have something to say, come at me. Using someone close to you to threaten me, your method can only be regarded as a coward's method, said Long Chen coldly. Li Tsang turned his head and smiled coldly. There was nothing. The group of people quickly left. They would meet in the hidden dragon rankings. It was still too early to fight now. Only now did Long Chen have the chance to size up the young man in white. Qin Feng and Jiang Cha hurriedly went behind Long Chen and hugged each other nervously. It's all right, I'll bring you guys back, Long Chen said. After that, he turned to the young man in white and said, thank you for saving us, brother. May I ask for brother's name? Some people with extremely high cultivation could maintain their youthful appearance even though they were very old. However, from the aura of the god martial spirit, this young man in front of them was obviously not very old. Although he was young, he had the strength to suppress Li Tsang. It was easy to guess his identity. Yan Qingchen and Long Chen had mentioned a few people, Ji Luhua, Xue Zi, and Lu Junue. This young man in front of them could only be Lu Junue. I am Lu Junue of the Heavenly Deity Palace. I believe this must be the new evil dragon palace leader, Long Chen. Lu Junhua smiled. That's me. What a coincidence. I've just heard of his name. I didn't expect to meet him here. The Emperor Star was so big. Meeting him here was purely fate. As he spoke, Lu Junhua's gaze swept past the lovely Jiang Cha. There was a trace of unknown meaning in his gaze. I happened to pass by here today. I didn't expect to see Li Tsang bullying someone. I gave him a warning. I didn't expect him to be someone from the evil dragon palace. What fate, Lu Junhua said. Long Chen said, thank you, senior brother Lu, for your help. I will definitely pay you a visit in the future. Lu Junhua smiled and said, there's no need for that. Let's just have a drink when we meet another day. I have something to do today, so I will take my leave first. See you. Long Chen didn't urge him to stay. Lu Junhua left in a carefree manner, not dragging his feet. After Lu Junhua left, Long Chen listened to Qin Feng and Jiang Cha's narration of what happened. It was pretty much as he expected. Lu Junhua's appearance was an accident. Fortunately, Lu Junhua saved us this time. Otherwise, Jiang Cha said with lingering fear. However, Qin Feng said, don't trust this Lu Junhua so easily. Rumor has it that he's not a good person. What rumor? Jiang Cha acted like she didn't know anything. Never mind, we'll talk about it when we're free. Qin Feng was in a bad mood. Perhaps he noticed some details and wasn't particularly happy. Long Chen was very interested in Qin Feng's words. He said, let's talk while we walk. Perfect. Qin Feng shook his head and said, actually, it's not a big deal. He's the son of the Heavenly Deity Palace's Hall Master. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Even if he does something bad, there will be someone to clean up his mess immediately. Although it's just hearsay, there have been quite a few rumors over the years. However, they were all suppressed in the end. Doesn't the punishment hall care? Long Chen asked. The punishment hall is useless when the first great elder is not in charge. I heard that the sixth great elder is the Heavenly Deity Palace's Hall Master's blood brother, and the first great elder is the sixth great elder's senior brother. What do you think? Qin Feng said helplessly. So that's how it is. Since ancient times, officials have always protected each other. The principle in the 3,000 palaces was more or less the same. Only those with strength and status would make way. Those commoners could only be restrained by the rules. Since it was none of his business, Long Chen did not think too much about it. He did not have much to do with Lu Junhua today, so he led Qin Feng and Jiang Cha back to the evil dragon palace. The next day, Long Chen began his cultivation plan in the true martial palace. In a dark secret room, a girl in white veil sat in the center of the room. Her hair was messy, and her face was pale. Her eyes contained a hint of confusion and fear. Child, have you thought it through? Unknowingly, a voice rang in her ears. Feng Jilin listened, but she was unmoved. You have to think about it carefully. He humiliated you in broad daylight, in front of everyone. You have already become a joke. Everyone knows that you have been defiled by him. Living like this, if you don't take revenge, what's the point of living like this? As for me, I can easily help you reach the 8th level of the divine martial realm. I can easily give you the strength to trample on him. I can make him kneel in front of you and beg for your forgiveness. That hoarse voice was persuading him. Feng Jilin shook her head in pain and said, no, I will never be his match. If I go against him, I will only humiliate myself. He will never kneel before me. Even if I kill him, he will not yield. The voice still did not give up. You are really naive. Isn't killing him easier than anything else? Isn't it refreshing? Look, he is so arrogant in the evil dragon palace. He shamelessly used your reputation to rise to power. He is now a person who can call the wind and summon the rain, while you can only hide in this small secret room, not even daring to see Feng Ruoyan. Hee, you are really useless. You were defeated by a man just like that, and you will sink into depravity forever. Are you really willing? Feng Jilin's face was sad. I am not willing. What can I do? Then listen to me. I can give you the strength of the 8th layer of the divine martial realm. Think about it, in the 3,000 palaces, you will be ranked in the top 5. That will be a real meteoric rise. Who will dare to look down on you? That young man called Long Chen, you can cut him into pieces piece by piece. He is such a shameless person, he has already ruined your life. If you are still afraid of him, are you still Feng Jilin? Feng Jilin murmured, I am really that powerful. That me, I can easily defeat him. I can take revenge. I can proudly wipe away the mark on my chest. That's right. A person like him is actually so overbearing, carving his name on your chest. How shameless must he be to do that? You must take revenge and carve your name all over his body. Feng Jilin was shocked. It was a crazy idea, but she was really tempted by it. I want that much strength. The voice laughed, then let me have 10% of your soul. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.